I'm here with Apex. We're going to talk about train. How do you find train?
Actually, I really like it.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've never been a fan of train, mostly as entry fragger. But now I feel like it's better. Also, like the way you fight towards B, like the mind game towards B and pop with the H's, etc. I think it's a pretty fun map to play.
When I talk about your calling, I would say like you guys have a very strong fundamental base, but you have a lot of variance in the way that you call, and things feel like they're changing all the time. Let's start with the CT side, sure, because that we can do the setup for. Your Ivy guy, if you want to just move the pieces around for me, Mezzi.
Mezzi Ivy guy, yeah. So usually we'll say that it starts either towards 5, we call that 5 or Ivy, to break that smoke that is here, sandwich, because most of people use it. So it also depends how many we are close. So sometimes he has to do it, sometimes not. It just depends if we start 2B.
Your B player is obviously Rops, so we'll take care of the extremities. I feel like the way that train is, you want to harass brown walls, I don't know what you guys call this, more on this version of train than previous versions of train.
Because in the previous version of train, you didn't have like the T's molotoving and Hing here, because with the spawns, you hear when people are up there in kinda. So you meet here with the best spawns. You have way more way to play aggro towards this area. People are smart in CS now on T side, so they can still win a lot of rounds. So you need to take some space. I remember the practice just before the major, when it was like, he got fucked during round practice, like really got fucked. And he invented a new way to just take B, was just like, when you have the 2 best spawns here, like any second,
yeah,
you just go B and you do a run boost.
Yes.
So the run boost goes you top of here where the guy is here. So you wait for that guy, and that guy doesn't expect you, and the H's are behind you.
Okay. And then you've obviously got yourself and Flames as like the aggressive duo.
As we have also really versatile AVP, it also depends of the way he wants to play. So sometimes he wants to play AVP, so of course I will start more closer with Flamesy and Zayu being more like here. But if he has Refer, he's doing it, and I'm supporting them.
Okay.
So it just also depends. We are one of the team that also has to change the way we play. It depends on how Zayu wants to hope.
Is that literally on the day in the game?
Yeah.
So like,
I don't know.
You don't know what you're gonna get?
I don't know in the prep as well.
Okay.
So I need to, it's the way I've been working with him for 5 years now, so for me it's easier. But I know that I just look on the freestyle what weapon he has and I know what to do.
Okay, interesting. So you're having to adjust to Mathieu. Now, when we're talking about round openings, right, there's a few preconceived things that are going to happen from both teams. This sandwich smoke that you highlighted is extremely common from the tees. It should almost be every round, right?
I don't think we do use it that much anymore. For a long time, this team main was like an area where you could pop. After 2 months, was cancelled. People HE, spam, it's terrible. One game going out, you do it once a game, I will say. When I watch the teams, maximum once a game. So for me, at some point, it was a waste of smoke.
Would you say that this like low ramp molly HE combo
Is more important than that?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. Of course. It's really annoying when the guy pop come, they're here, and the guy are here. Because back then, when people didn't do much the mollies and the HEs, Robs used to molly on the wall and the molly pops here. And me, from here, I smoked in the stairs.
Yes.
And you have this area for like until a minute or 50 seconds. This combo is key.
Okay, so I think there's something interesting with the T-side wrap because there's also the molly that they harass pop with here. So if you're throwing this one for low ramp to stop the B push, you're throwing this one to pop to stop the pop push to guarantee this space. Do you think that this one, how would you counter this on the CT side?
For me, this molly is not important. It's the H's are more important.
Okay.
Because if you do the molly, usually people can go in front and extinguish it. How many, like the first play we saw is when people used to molly here, they extinguished just right in front and the AVP was holding like, the stairs.
Yeah.
So the H's for me are better.
Okay, so the molly feels
If you want to take it fast,
Yeah?
you take it fast, you double HE, you meet this guy here, they are 50 HP.
Well, the stuff you're saying right now kind of factors into what I was saying at the start in terms of the variety of your calling, because a lot of people will want their default to look the same.
Yeah.
Whereas you don't have that.
If I do small things different, but at the end I might also have a lot of calls, so it's just changing few things that for me are really good because they never know if you do always the same. Because if you always know they do double HE and molly,
They have
and
count.
you find ways.
Yeah, okay.
Me, sometimes molly, sometimes HE, sometimes nothing. When you play teams that are like always the same,
Yeah.
I find bridge. You find bridge?
Yeah.
It's normal. Even though they think they do it perfectly, there are like gaps. There are things they don't do well. For example, on B, I have 3-4 different ways to attack B. You don't know which one you're gonna face.
Yeah.
And I think that's harder nowadays, mostly with the anti-stress.
Yeah, well, that's the bang on, right? Because if there's no tendencies really.
Yeah.
I guess you can use the skybox and stuff so you can see where players like to play. But even then, if you're having so much variety going on, it's hard to be able to counter that too. One thing I've been noticing at the moment when I'm watching train games is the first rifle round feels like 1 or 2 options from the tees. It's either really heavy Ivy presence to condition that early with maybe they send 3, right? And they want to really pressure the Ivy guy. Do the camera smoke. And then there's sometimes even there's the one that people are bouncing in that's landing here.
PR smoke, we call that.
PR smoke.
Yeah.
Wow, that's old school. Yeah, okay.
No, PR, no.
No, the current PR. I thought you were on the source PR. I was like, damn.
I think he stole it from that guy.
Okay.
I don't know if you know, actually, he's really young, so I'm not sure he knows him.
He might be old enough to be his dad, the source PR, right? So yeah.
But no, we call that because we saw the first guy I saw doing this smoke was PR.
Okay. Or alternatively, have nobody go on Ivy, just maybe have a mid guy, right? Throw in some nades and then go for a really quick and heavy B execute, right? Furia have a lot of variations of the B execute where they're throwing the connector, molly, they're smoking deep, they're throwing the back bomb molly, and if they...
I also do this molly as well. They did the molly that burns both behind train and this behind bomb side in here, and also the molly here that no one is between, because a lot of players used to play there, so they have an execute with exactly those 3 mollies.
It feels like this is such an execute heavy map. It feels hard to run a default split crunch in the old... No?
It's really difficult. I think that was something that back then, the only team that were able to do that on the old train was probably the SK, the Brazilians.
Sure.
They were really good at slowing, playing 2-1-2, and playing on each other. Doing 1 kill, taking the time. It's not like on the other map where you do 1 kill banana boom. You go because you are 3v1. Now, it's way harder to do that. So it's more execute. So 3-2 or 3-1-1 or those kind of 3 somewhere.
Yeah, you guys have some really good main and pop splits.
Yeah.
Is that timing of those calls that make them the successful, or that your prep of the CT, what you expect the CT setup to be?
I think it's both. This area is tough to hold as a city.
Yeah,
So you have
especially
good
when you're up
flash.
here in Whitewall spamming Kiyosuke
Yeah,
Evox.
exactly. For example, that's one of the example. But first of all, people were, as I told you, the first 2 months they were focused so much on teammate that I was like, this is the gap. And now people come to us, of course, because people are not dumb.
What do you think about this smoke that's starting to come into meta? That the teas are throwing late?
It's good.
Yeah?
It's good because the only way that City can counter that smoke, they can't smoke behind. It's useless. So they need to smoke deep, like in the teammate, and go in front. But I think you can. I think this smoke takes a lot of pressure from the cities. You're like they hear, they don't hear. They can stick on the right, they can sneak on the left. So you can't hold like right, left, here. So there will be a gap at some point.
So with this smoke, right, the timing of this is probably mid to late round, right?
Yes. I think what's good with this smoke is they are City, they have all the information. They took teammate, as everyone does on City. They see no one. Mid-round, you do this smoke. Someone leaves the smoke like towards here, for example.
Yeah.
This guy goes IV, put pressure, does a smoke here, come back, does this smoke bouncing, going here. You do big execute.
Okay, it's going to draw a lot of resources.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then boom, they don't know like who, if they retook teammate or not. And sometimes, for example, us, we do this smoke mid-round, but we 3 behind and we execute behind.
Yeah, okay.
You know, doing this, I think that's why this smoke is pretty nice.
What do you feel about CT main control? No one's out. You've broken the smoke. You see no one's out. This guy's throwing teammate smoke and flash. You're doing a self molly. You're taking it. It feels like it's given to you a lot of the time these days.
Yeah, on CT, I tried back then at the beginning to fight it a bit.
From the T's perspective.
Yes, so to be in teammate and being here to flash in.
Sure.
When those guys are coming close.
Yeah.
Boom, they blind extra. But it's such timing, a small timing that when they run, they go in, and if you're in the second corner and they don't molly, they already clear you. So that's not easy. But even though they take teammate,
I can have it. You don't mind.
take it.
Okay.
You do smoke here, you do bounce molly, you bounce everything.
Yeah.
You retake. Banana Inferno is important to fight on T side because when you lose it, it's not that easy. But on train, this is a place you can live in.
So is there the only part that you don't want to lose early on the T side is here?
Yeah, I think it's one of the most important to get.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your thoughts on train. Thank you.
I'm gonna be really fast
Yeah. No, I bet you will be, but this is good.
No,
this is good.
because I'm not changing anything.
Zaiwu, 3-time world number 1, 2-time major MVP, 2-time major winner, reigning major champ. Pretty good.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now listen, mate, we've done this before, but it was a couple years ago. Now, previously, you just threw your mouse pad on the table, you just do your setup, you're pretty nonchalant about things. Is that still the case?
Like I don't really care how I set up. Just need to be comfortable. I think it's still the case, yeah.
Okay, well, it'll be updated. There's some new settings
Yeah.
in CS2, things have changed. So let's get into it, right? So let's start unpacking your gear. I have a plug in.
Let's go.
You got spare gear?
Actually, not. I have only
No?
one mouse. Like mostly when I'm playing tournaments, I don't like to change during tournaments. I like to change after tournaments.
Okay. But what if
I
you
don't
break
mind
your
that.
mouse?
But I don't. Like I don't want to change that while.
Where do you want it? Do you have a specific port?
Nah, I'm
just whack it in.
always the same one.
Okay.
I don't know, I'm just
All right.
putting the one. This is for ESL because they fixed mine. So I always keep this now up.
This is
Actually, that's gonna be quick, guys.
this is your mouse, right?
Yeah, I mean, all my stuff I'm gonna put is gonna be mine.
Zaiwu branded.
So
But is this the Pulsar thing I saw? Okay.
this is the Pulsar one.
So it's kind of a big deal out there.
This is the keyboard. I'm almost done.
Okay. And nothing in a protective case. Everything just floating on its own. Cables rolled up, throw it in the bag.
I'm just rolling my cable, putting in like I have a small pocket inside. I put all my cable in.
Okay.
That's it.
it.
Yeah, I have like I have no case. I'm not like I don't mind to roll my mousepad as well. I see
enough.
like some player taking care of it.
You see some of the guys, they still have the cardboard box.
Yeah.
Like those flat pads come in, they keep it. So you're just throwing it in the bag and that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get this out of the way for you.
Oh.
Okay, so they're not with you right now
No.
because we're not doing audio, but I want to ask a question about the in-ears, the IEMs that you guys use, right? So do you have a specific type of those that you use? Because it's really important, the sound you're using on stage matches.
I think this is A-Zone.
Okay.
I don't see the brand of it. Yeah, A-Zone.
Okay.
So since I use that, I'm never gonna change that because it's taking care of the size of the ears. So it's really like I use that for 3 years or 4 years already.
And no drums.
And no drama, like the sound is perfect. I'm not I'm not gonna change for that. Me, I don't like to move the table. I'm moving my chair to be sure.
Okay,
like,
so whatever the table height is at, you just leave it and you adjust the chair.
I'm just moving the chair just to.
Okay, well,
like,
let's do that then. So the chair is just by feel as well. How do you work this out?
Actually, I feel pretty good now. I would not like if I need to play, I won't change anything to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I will just move the screen.
Okay.
Like, obviously, I will put it behind or maybe in the middle, just to not have the cable in the middle. I will move the screen like this.
Yeah.
Boom. Let's go, guys. Let's play.
Okay, so
Like basically, like my old setup, even when I'm back home or I'm gonna do like playoff game or whatever, I'm already set up.
that's it. Nothing in particular. All right, and the mouse pad, not close to the edge, just wherever you feel. You don't think about it.
I'm not thinking about
Okay.
it. Like it's really, sometimes I can play like this. I don't care, it'll be like this, like it's most part. Sometimes I'll be like this.
Sure.
Sometimes it's just the moment how I feel.
Okay, so everything is Zywood branded, I see here.
Yeah.
Talk me through. So what's the mouse?
The mouse is Pulsar. Like we made it with Pulsar since like the beginning of the years.
Yeah.
Like, we released it. So yeah, I mean really comfortable. I think we did with Prodigy like all the shape, the button, how I like it.
Yeah.
So for now I'm only using it to be honest.
So when you designed this, what was it that you wanted with the mouse?
What I doesn't like for now, like the mouse is too light for me. Like
Oh, these days they're too light.
yeah,
Okay.
that too light. So I like when it's a bit heavier when I feel something in my in my hand.
Fair enough.
So it's not too heavy, it's not too light. So I think I choose like the between because I like I said, like when I feel it.
Sure.
And also the shape. I think when it's too small, I don't like it. My best mouse I used to play was the Zowie AC2B,
Okay.
like the really good one, like when you can feel the mouse inside of your hands. So I try to do similar, but also with my own way.
Okay, and what about the keyboard, right? Because there's been big evolutions in the way that people have keyboards these days because you see all like the Wooting stuff.
Yeah.
So what brand is this one?
Asus, actually,
Okay.
we did like a collab with them. I'm working with them, so this is Asus brand.
Yeah.
So obviously Vitality and me are working with them. Obviously we have all the key, like to change, like to rapid trigger.
Okay, so it has rapid trigger.
Yeah, we have rapid trigger. Obviously we don't have the snap.
Yeah, that's banned anyway,
That's
right?
bad
That's no
anyway, so
good.
we don't have this.
What DPI are you using?
400.
400 DPI.
Yeah, 400. For the sensitivity during the game, I'm always between 1.9 and 2.
Okay, so in that range.
Yeah, in that range.
Okay.
Sometimes I can go lower, like 1.8, but when I feel it, because I like to play as a game, so sometimes it depends on which game I'm playing.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
it depends. So basically, I always put in FPS 1. Black equalizer, I think the default was 12, so I keep the 12. That's why I don't change NVIDIA like digital vibrance, because I put 20 of the screen to have good colors. The low blue light, I put 0, because I think it's a bit useless to have it. Gamma 3, I think it's between, so I think it's fine to have these colors. A bit dark, but not too. I like to use user define and to put everything 100.
Okay, max it out.
Yeah, I really max it out, so the colors coming out. I put premium. Always depends the feeling. Sometimes I like when it's bright, sometimes I like when it's low. So, but mostly I will play 80.
Okay.
The contrast I never move it like 50. The sharpness I put 10. Just I think it's more clear when you put 10. Like
Everything's popping a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. The armor I put premium. For me it's like Dayak. I don't see really the difference, but why not putting a premium?
Sure.
Like it's always good. To be honest, I'll just leave them. The only thing I can do is just to put the full screen.
Okay.
That's why I open it. Back in the days, I used to play with 100 of digital vibrance to put more like colors, but I think the screen right now is doing enough. Like I don't need to put more, otherwise you don't see anything.
Okay. All right. So you just
Resolution, I think you need to put like 300.
yeah, the hertz. Yeah, max the hertz. Why not? Yeah, that one makes a whole lot of sense.
And I just adjust that to full screen, GPU. I put the scaling mode, and I'm done with NVIDIA already.
Okay.
I'm gonna be really fast.
Yeah. No, I bet you will be, but this is good.
No,
this is good.
Because I'm not changing anything.
That's crazy. But I love it. I love it. I love it. I think it just shows people at home, right? If you want to be the best Counter-Strike player in the world, don't worry so much about the settings.
I think the settings doesn't, like mostly in this type of game. Obviously, if you have shit PC, you might change a bit to have more FPS, but in our way, when you play, we have one of the best PC in the world. Like, what can we change? Like,
Sure.
Like the FPS is not gonna drop down or anything. So
It's a good way to look at it.
for me, I won't change. So I put full screen.
Yeah.
So I might change now, but I used to play 12, 18, and 60
Sure.
for almost all my career, but during this tournament, I'm playing 10, 24.
Wow. Okay. All right.
So I will keep this because I'm playing with this right now.
Why the change? Just because?
Yeah, like you said, just because.
Just because.
Like when I'm home, I like to change the resolution to. I like when it's bad. When I came back to the good resolution, I'm like,
Okay.
oh my god, that feels good. Like I want this feeling again.
So
you
you
know?
played an old PC at home, or what do you got at home? Well, like graphics card and stuff. Surely you're rocking the most recent
I just,
stuff.
Yeah, I just changed my PC like 2 months ago. So I just want like the
Okay, nice.
latest like
Good,
graphic
good,
card
good,
or
good.
CPU.
The advanced video settings. Do you change anything here? I guess you're putting everything high.
I'm done.
So just as it is.
Yeah, I'm
just straight
like,
out the box.
To be honest with you, I changed that.
Yeah.
I'm looking. I do my kick.
So, but
my
with the video
bands.
settings, you like in there, it has the FPS capped, right? So FPS in game at 400. Is that how you leave it?
Yeah, like I'm not touching anything.
Okay, so let's go through it for the viewers, just so that they know what's going on here. So, 4 times high,
Yeah.
all high, 4 times high, high, medium, quality, disabled, highest quality. That's
I'm
it.
not changing anything.
Okay.
Actually, it's already my stuff.
So what do you use
I'm
for-
working with my mouse.
Yeah.
Mouse 5.
Wait, you're walking with mouse 5.
Yeah.
Okay, that's unusual. Do you still
That's-
have it on shift or no?
Yes.
Oh, you have crouch on shift.
Yeah. I'm
I
crashing on
see. Okay, so there's something that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
What are you jumping with?
space.
Not mouse wheel?
No, I'm not using mouse wheels. I'm
Okay.
not. Actually, this is my browser coughing. Like I used to play with that.
Yep.
And I keep follow that.
That is what it is. Okay.
Yeah, that's my brother. He used to play with the arrow of the keyboard, and he changed to that. So I was the little brother.
Yep.
I had nothing to say, you know.
You gotta do
so
what you do.
I had to do it with
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
So yeah, basically I reload with F.
You reload with F.
Uh,
Okay. So just a couple things a little bit different.
I drop with the mouse wheel, so I'll press it.
Okay.
After, like nothing crazy, I guess. It's back with the V. I don't have switch model by menu. I think mostly people are like a bit surprised when I see, like I told them I'm working with mouse 5 and
Sure. That's the most
scratching
interesting. Yeah, for sure. That's probably the most unusual
Yeah.
compared to normal binds there. Okay. Do you just leave all that on standard? Because I know there's some things in here, for example, people want to know if you scroll up, perspective correction or EQ profiles, like do you just leave those default?
I put everything default. I just obviously lower down the sound to 30 to 40 sometimes, depends of the environment. If the rapping in front of the crowd, I would put maybe more sound because
Sure.
it will be more tough to it. In the studio, I would maybe put less.
Okay.
So it depends which situation I am. All the sound I would put low, except the 10-second warning, because it's
Kind of
always,
important.
it's always good to
Yeah, yeah.
know if you have 10 seconds or not to,
Yeah.
to defuse the bomb. So all the other stuff I will not use that, only the bomb warning.
Okay. The radar stuff. Do you do anything with the radar? Like, do you use it centered? Do you use it rotating?
No, I just move that to 0 and this. That's it.
Okay.
To have the big one
Yeah.
and to see like the overview of the map, to see everything at the same time.
So you do the bind to make it bigger and smaller?
No.
No?
No, I just do the small one.
Okay,
That's
just
it.
the small one.
I don't need the big one.
Okay.
So-
What about first-person traces, on or off?
I don't know what to do.
When you shoot the traces out of the gun.
I think it's default. Actually,
Okay.
I never change it. to be
Okay.
honest. Like I'm really a newbie for that.
No, this is fine. But the people want me to ask, so I'm going to
Yeah,
ask.
it's perfect.
What about the damage prediction settings? You're just going to have that on default too, aren't you?
Default.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. We're not going to dig deep into any of those.
I didn't even know you can change that, to be honest.
Can we load into the CS stats map maybe?
Style 4, size, if I'm looking like size 1, gap -3, no dot, obviously.
Yep.
I think there's a gap outline thickness, so like to 0,
Yep.
no recoil, obviously. Alpha to 55, colors 3.
So the AWP, you said that you are using the new scope.
Yeah, but obviously I'm using the new setting with the small dot, I would say. Like in the middle.
Yeah. You like it?
I think I like it, yeah.
Alright.
I like the change like this, yeah.
All right. And to close, before I let you go, if there was someone at home and they want to start playing Counter-Strike and they want to start going to LANs, obviously they might not have everything that's available here at an event like this. What's the best piece of advice you received, or do you have a piece of advice that you could give to people at home if they come into a LAN environment and wanting to play?
A lot of fans, a lot of people are asking me like I want to be with like you, I need your settings or anything. it's not because you will have my settings that you will be better. I think you need to find your own way. We are all different. We all need to have our own way to play. So I think it's obviously you can find like a good thing about like a setup, but you need also to put your paw like
Sure.
like into your combat.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. All right, thank you very much, Zawi. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Making history, absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Stroll's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I find my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite!
Superman's kryptonite. Well, there were definitely some kryptonites in attendance yesterday. Some teams eliminated on their way home, probably as we speak. But I want to welcome you back properly to the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu 2025. My name's Trace. This is Josh. And we're here to walk you in through all of the things that got us up to this point. Yesterday we had everything from winning, losing, frustration, heartbreak. Anything I'm missing there?
Yeah, go through all the list of emotions that the humans can have, and basically you've got all of them because we saw Astralis go home, and we saw the Mongols go home. And I'm sure there's a lot of fans out there as well that are really heartbroken about some of the results, but I think we got to see the teams that meant to win in the end, and that's all that matters, because now it sets up probably the best teams in the semifinals.
Yeah, some of that frustration on display right here. Of course, for the Mongols, not necessarily what you were looking for.
No, I mean, the Mongols, of course, though, you have to look at it with the caveat that they bring in a substitute player for their best performer, and they kind of just... People didn't really expect them to make it all the way to the playoffs because of that change that they went in such last minute. But, I mean, they performed really well, and unfortunately, it was just the end of the line for them at the end of the day. And that's kind of what happens in Counter-Strike because, you know, you can only get away so far. I mean, they had some good results along the way. They had to play 2 best-of-3s as well on their final day of the groups just to be able to make it to the playoffs. But then once it came to playoffs, I mean, you're going up against a Fury that's looked locked in and improving gradually throughout the year since they made that high-risk move earlier in the year.
Yeah, and for Furia, definitely a ton of things to sort of digest as to what they're doing right, how they're doing it, how they've got the system as flush as they have. Now, inversely, there's a little team called Astralis, and they played this other team called Vitality. So how did that turn out, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw the better team win in the end, but it was a little sloppy. There were a lot of moments and opportunities for Astralis to be able to get way more rounds or maybe even make the first map go a little bit differently. And I think Vitality, they went through the range of emotions that we were discussing earlier. We saw them, you know, very hectic comms from them, just shouting all over the place. We got to see ZywOo getting a lot of entry kills, but you know, you see ZywOo normally having these like big standout heroic just single-handedly destroying the other team, but now we're seeing more of it's kind of on Flamesy. I would say a lot of the big impactful moments when it comes down to the clutching, the multi-frags. Flamesy was kind of pivotal for a lot of those moments, and then we didn't get to see a lot of like Mezzy or Apex, which, you know, Apex beginning of the year, they're on their huge like win streak, winning all the tournaments. He was the person you look to for all these clutches, but at the end of the day, when it came to Astralis, they had opportunities and they just fumbled them. They fed Flamesy the multi-kills by walking through smokes. They had countless opportunities to be able to stick tightly together, but they kind of spread apart and let Vitality work them by, you know, winning on these 4 spy rounds, which swung the game back into Vitality's favor. I think the Inferno game as well was a 3 versus 5 Vitality one to make it into the game. Astralis had a chance. They fumbled.
I mean, well, they might have had a chance within the first 2 maps. I don't think they had a chance going into map 3. I think Mirage, they were destined to lose anyway, statistically speaking, of course.
I mean, you even look at that and it's just like, okay, you're getting ecoed or like Tech 9 4 spot on. That was just like a continual trend throughout the entire series. But you also have to look at how dominant Vitality, I guess, looked on, I believe it was the first map that Astralis, they won the first 3 rounds of each half, and they only ended with 7 rounds in that map. So very dominant from how Vitality won all the gun rounds. But Astralis, I mean, again, they were in winning positions, and then they kind of let them slip one way or another, either like solo pushing or something in a man advantage situation, but they can't give Vitality any length of rope there.
Just kind of playing into that frustration, you know, not even playing into it, but rather highlighting a little bit. It has a quote from Device over to HLTV.org interview, and some of the highlights of this quote would be about Magisk being on loan, complaints about the playing schedule being too compact back to back, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of excuses there. I mean, obviously it doesn't feel good to not have a stable roster. It doesn't feel good to have people have to get substituted out during tournaments, but as an overall project, most of the core of the team's been together for a while, since they removed Cadian for Hooksy at the, you know, close to just before the Austin major, I believe. So they've had lots of time together as a main core, even if, you know, Magisk is only here on loan and it's not like a long-term thing. They still need to have something to find a little bit more progress and stability that, you know, that's just an excuse.
When you have progress, when you have stability, when you have accolades to kind of back all of that effort and stuff up that makes up for Triumph, you kind of get vibes that are kind of like the Vitality camp. I feel like every time I see these guys on camera, they're all feeling great. Everything looks good. Even if there are frustrating moments, even if we see, I guess, Mr. Apex over there with all of his different flair he throws around with his face, it's definitely
Mr. Bean, right?
Yeah, Mr. Bean. But from ZywOo's quote here, what do you take, Josh?
Yeah, he said it was a lot of trouble on Nuke. They also didn't play their best, but they recovered. I mean, that's kind of the most like boiled down summary of what happened. I think there were a lot of opportunities for ZywOo to open the rounds up on every map, especially Inferno and Nuke. He was very aggressive in Yard. He was using a rifle a lot of the times, but maybe he felt that something else was off in the team that he's not really pointing at, that we got to see as spectators, because ZywOo wasn't in his normal just like 30 bombing every map self. And then there were like these audio clips. You could see the frustration on Apex's face. You saw all of these moments, which makes you think like, okay, is he telling us everything? Because it feels like he's not.
Well, speaking of audio clips, Josh, there is testament to the vibes being starkly different between Astralis and Vitality. Let's take a listen.
I want to say newbie.
Now, you thought that was going to be a much longer clip. But really, Josh, do you know what newbie means? And I know that you've been called it a couple times, but this is different.
Does it mean the greatest?
No, it actually means, and I've written it down, quote, fucking awesome.
Actually?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
Which is why, he riled the crowd up there. Really well done, right?
Yeah.
And you can just see that, yes, that's what happens when you find
People love swearing.
People love swearing. People also love winning. I think they love both of the things in tandem. Speaking of winning, Furia continue to get a taste of that when it comes down to playing the Mongols.
Yeah, Furia, I mean, we've been seeing them kind of throughout the second half of this year so far, doing a great job of just putting on very spectacular performances, picking up a couple of trophies in the last couple of months, some head-to-head wins against Mongols before that, which comes down to, I guess, the match that we saw yesterday, where, again, in style, Furia is able to dismantle the Mongols, and it's basically Maladoy and Yakinder kind of show, since they've come into this team, there's been gradual progress, and their aggression, the different ideas that they come, and then they mesh it well with kind of how Fallen it treats the game as an in-game leader. You basically get some Fallen, like a young version of Fallen clone as an Opera on the team, but then you also have other version of Fallen, older Fallen, that's now a rifling like anchor support player. So lots of role changes that went in there, lots of language changes that went in there, but then you see Furia just coming out, and it's another head-to-head against Mongols, but the Mongols are also missing Senzu, their best performer, so you kind of knew out the gate that it was probably going to be a match that Furia was going to win without that much effort. I think it got close in the second map. I think it was 13-10 in the end of things, but near flawless T-sides throughout the entire series from the side of Furia, because I think they only dropped one round on CT side, on T side, unless I'm looking at it where
well,
it's like
now you've got us all confused.
Maybe it was like there's like a pistol round that they lost or something like that, but everything else was basically flawless.
Well, speaking of flawless, I mean, Maladoy is putting up a pretty good case for being, one of the torchbearers over at Furia. The numbers there, the impact is felt between him and K Serrato. That's the sort of firepower you're looking for if you're Furia.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that he's coming into the team and everyone at the beginning of the year was like, who? What? What's going on here? And then, he doesn't even know really much English when he comes into the team, and now he's kind of the spearhead of the team. He's very aggressive. He's very confident with his op. He's likes getting boosts and starting off the big, I think this was an ace or a monumental round of some sort. So, I mean, you look at him just re-peaking, just so confident in his ability to go very aggressive, but I wonder if when the going gets tough, if something's going to change, because he is still inexperienced. He is still relatively known as a rookie. So you kind of look at him and you're wondering, when they're put to the test against a more elite team, like a higher caliber team, is he going to start as strong as he did before, or is he going to start to lose his way and then need his team to bring him back into the mix?
Yeah, and that's just one of the question marks, right? How will this team of K Serrato and company, of Furia, how will it develop over time, given, how it's working right now? It seems to be pretty fluid. Seems to be pretty good motion going on for the Furia camp, as well as the Falcons. That's right. They've done it in just 6 maps. That would be a flawless, well, sort of flawless way to get them into the playoffs. And look at them go, Josh. Sing their praises.
sing their praise as well. They were able to dismantle Spirit fairly effortlessly on that Dust 2. Ancient got a little bit closer for comfort, but I mean, the other teams didn't even put up double digits against them. Monazy looks like he's been completely on point. So many rounds, especially with the rifle as well. So many clutch situations down to the wire. And the Falcons, yeah, they're looking great.
Yeah, Falcons, the whole project, exciting stuff. Like, honestly, I've been loving watching that. But also, I'm loving following along with the ESL Grand Slam. What is it exactly? How does it work? Don't worry, Josh. We're going to find out right now. And by that, Josh, tell us about it.
Well, you have a little flowchart here. You win an ESL Pro tournament, and a Masters tournament at that, and then you win more of them, and then you win more of them, and then you make money. And if you're about to win it, and then someone beats you at an event to stop you from winning the Grand Slam there, then they get a bonus for denying you it.
The giant killer bonus.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, inside of a span of 10 consecutive events, and you do have to win a Masters level event and, the subsequent 3 behind it to lock in that Grand Slam. So pretty crazy stuff. I mean, we've seen it done before. Hell, we've even seen Liquid win the ESL Grand Slam.
Well, we're just raising the dead now. But like more recent times, we've seen Team Vitality win it earlier this year. They were on track to be able to pick it up a second time if they had had a more flawless year. But unfortunately at, ESL Cologne, Vitality.
He personally, Apex, dropped the ball personally.
He fumbled it.
There was a chance for them to grab that trophy over there, and then that would put them to grab 4, locking it in here for Chengdu, but that's just not how history is told. That's just not going to be the story of the ESL Grand Slam in this season. So Vitality definitely a front runner. Obviously, you start to turn the page towards 2026. You see Krakow there, and that would potentially be a chance for them if they can lock it in here, of course.
Of course, yeah. I mean, a win here would be big. I think that they still have a lot of work to do because first, I mean, they have to play Maus in a rematch in the semis.
Oh, hold on, Josh. Hold your horses, bro.
I'm getting ahead of myself again. And look, I'm excited. Are you excited?
Of course I'm excited. But also, I know the realities of the situation, Josh.
What's that?
We got to go to break. When we come back from that, we're going to talk all things going into the semifinal day of the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu. It is 2025, and we are here with you. We're going to go to break. We come right back. We're going to do it all, I swear.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards EPL. Experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
We have been blessed with an abundance of fierce rivalries over the years in Counter-Strike. From NIP versus Fnatic over a decade ago, to Team Liquid versus Astralis during the Danes' reign of terror. Admittedly, some of those rivalries have been a little bit more one-sided than others, and with 2025 being the year of Vitality, only a select few names have even been able to take them down, and even fewer able to do so twice. One of those names on that very short list is Maus, who took the fast pass to the semi-finals here in Chengdu, helped out by their second victory versus Vitality in the group stage. With that all being said, though, they will once again clash today, the 11th head-to-head in 2025 alone. It's time to kick off semi-final Saturday at the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu 2025.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and Zowie.
Good afternoon, Jimmy. Can I bother you for a few quick words? When I spoke to you after the Falcons game, you wanted hot pot. Did you get your hot pot?
Yeah, we went twice actually, so it was kind of nice.
Okay, who's the best cook in the whole of Maus? Who's hitting up that grill?
I think it has to be me. Yeah. I don't think because daughters doesn't know really so much, and they don't know especially how to use the chopsticks and stuff, so I guess I'm the only one.
You're cultured. Can you give me a tier list of like who can handle spice in Maus? Who can handle it the most and who does not handle spice at all?
To be honest, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think no one in the team, maybe Cyclone, the coach, but besides that, I think I am the only one who eats the spicy stuff, and then the others are just going with the mild. They're like babies. They don't eat spice.
There's also a little bit of me as well. Okay, match about hand today. Vitality. Last time you played them, Spinks was popping off. Have you been, giving him a few reminders of how important he was last time?
Of course, we need him today as well, but I think most importantly, I think we just need to be as a team there, and everyone needs to step up when it's needed. So yeah, that's what we aim for, and hopefully it happens.
Love to hear it, Jimmy. I'll let you get off with your team. Good luck today.
Yeah, for Jimmy and company, this will be the 11th time they faced up against Vitality just this year, seemingly an everlasting rivalry, Josh. They're doing it in a semifinal at that. Usually it's the other way around. Maus having to battle through a quarter, and then Vitality's waiting there, and Vitality gets the better, and they end up in the grand final. But today could be a very different story, all things considered.
I feel like for a rivalry to exist, it needs to kind of have a back and forth, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case. For the most part, it's been Vitality just completely dumpstering Maus until more recent history when Maus was able to finally start getting some matches back against them and saying, hey, you know what? Enough's enough, okay? No more will you start beating us into the... Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about Spinks on this lineup and what he's bringing to the table.
Spinks, he's been the best performer for the team by far, but if we kind of look at like the history of this Maus Vitality, 8 maps to 20, and it's they just picked up their second BO3 win against Vitality. That was in the group stages just a few days ago, and before that, we saw them at one semifinal, okay? Every other time that they faced off, 3 best of 5 grand finals, Vitality denied them, and 3 semifinals as well. You look at Spinks, though, he has been the best performer for the team for basically since he joined the team. He left Vitality actually to come and win trophies with Maus. They won 1 trophy at the beginning of the year at an event Vitality wasn't even at. And then what happens after that? Just a bunch of second places, semi-final appearances. But he is absolutely crucial for their team to have success. And the multi-frags he was putting up, especially on Inferno against Team Vitality in the group stages, was pivotal for them to be able to pick up that series.
Yeah, for Spinks, what he's bringing to the table here, obviously against an old team, teammates rather, today, that's one element of this. But what he's bringing in terms of lethality in the server for the side of Maus is, it should be talked about, maybe even be studied at some point. But rather that, let's hear from him direct.
Now, Spinks, I'm sure you're obviously very well aware, but last time you played Vitality, you popped off a hell of a lot, particularly on Inferno, and whenever I'm speaking to them, they kind of cite you as the main problem that they faced. How does that feel versus your ex?
It always feels good against your ex, but popping off one game after losing so many games in a row, and it was also a group stage, so it's a nice feeling, but not much behind it, not too much behind it.
Yeah, you said in a HLTV interview that, okay, it's great to get over the line in the group stage, but the stage is where it matters the most. You want to be lifting trophies at Vitality's expense. Does that add any extra elements of pressure for you on the game today?
I don't think it adds extra element of pressure, but there is I would say in-game, how would I call it? Mind games. I think there is more mind games to the game instead of just against any enemy. The map pool is the same. We played recently. We played against each other so many times. There is some mind games to the game. I don't think it's extra pressure, and we'll see how it will be.
In terms of technically in-game, what are the small details that make a difference when you're in the double digits now in terms of how many times you face Vitality? What are the small things that you can do to really make a difference?
I think against Vitality, the kids are winning sometimes crazy rounds. They can win eco rounds, they can win 2v5. You need to close these rounds. You need to manage to win these rounds again and again and again. And also, like any other team, you need sometimes to win this 2v4 or 1v2 clutch and this type of stuff because they are going to do it. So you need to do it as well.
You mentioned it already, Map Veto, it's going to be the same. We will get to see that Inferno if we do go to 3 maps. But I want to ask about Train, because that was just super impressive last time we faced Vitality. How do you feel about your own Train, and why do you feel like you were able to really dominate them last time on that map?
I think we are a really good Train team. At the moment, we also managed to beat Furia, which I think are one of the best Train teams in the moment. I think we understand the map really good, all 5 of us. I think we understand our roles pretty good. And I guess we are just confident in our role and we know what we need to do. And when you know the map and you understand the map, you will be good.
Final question. It's the exact same question I posed to Mezzi at the end of his interview. Who is the pressure on more today, yourselves or Vitality?
When you face Vitality, the pressure is always on Vitality, I feel like. I think they handled it really good, but the pressure is on them. If we lose the, 10th semi-final. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. As always, Spinks, good luck in this matchup.
Thank you.
And I think you might be spot on right there with that pressure being on the other side of the coin. I mean, after you've played together or against each other or both for so long, yeah, it kind of puts them on the back foot if they're the ones always holding the upper hand.
Yeah, it feels like Maus maybe think that they've cracked the code a little bit. So Vitality, they have to switch something up to not allow that to happen. They need to come back into the form that put Maus basically in so many second place finishes this year. And there's something that Spinks said there about effectively it comes down to they need to win the rounds that they're supposed to win, because if they let Vitality win some stupid crazy clutch or some force buy with like Tech 9s or something, that's when Vitality get you. So this is something that I'm going to be looking at. Can they make sure that they minimize as many mistakes as possible and not give any room to Vitality to get back into this?
And in a game like this, constantly talking about mind games, but in a game where it's so how would I say this? So teetered, right? Like we're on the seesaw, and when you want to come in here and be better than your adversary, is there a lot of mind games in this?
I mean, obviously, there's always going to be mind games when you start playing against people that you've played against so often. You kind of get a feel for how they play. You know where people are. Some of the pros at this level know exactly like who it is based on like what gloves they're wearing or what like skin they have on their weapons. So you kind of look at what happened though with Maus against Vitality at IEM Cologne, because we looked at all the second place finishes that Maus got this year, and when they were actually able to beat Vitality in the semifinals, it was actually at IEM Cologne when they end up losing to Spirit in the finals. So Maus has a lot of work cut out for them. But when we talk about mind games, I mean, Spinks used to play with Vitality all of last year, so you have a lot of familiarity. You know the moves that your teammates are going to be making, so he's got like that edge on them.
Let's talk about maps.
Okay.
Best of 3.
Yes.
When you start thinking about it, where are we going?
I think it was alluded to in the interview that it's going to be a rematch. So basically what happened the last time in group stage is Maus picked Train. They won 13, I believe it was like 13-3. It was a blowout, completely dominated. Vitality, they've been going for their nuke picks this entire event since they dropped Overpass, Train, and almost lost to Dust 2. So all of these things combined, they are just focusing on what worked best for them. That's going to be nuke, and it's just going to be a complete rematch of what we saw in the group stage.
Yeah, well, it's exciting. Nuke, Train, and should we need it, Inferno? And I have a feeling we will need Inferno.
We'll probably need Inferno. The way that Maus was just abusing those lower drops on Inner on Train, unless Vitality figured out a way to control that Brown Hall area and deny that, we're probably going to be looking at 3 maps. That Inferno 22-19 last time they played it, deep into overtime. Lots of crazy moments there. Honestly, when you get an Inferno as a decider match against these types of teams,
you just know it.
It's just, those are the most fun. Everyone hates playing Inferno, but I love it. And I love watching these games because they're always close and they're always bangers.
Hell yeah. Well, sweet. Let's hear from the Vitality side. It's only about appropriate that we do hear from Mezzy. That's Mr. Merriman to y'all.
Vitality locked themselves into the semi-finals, having taken down Astralis yesterday. Just to touch upon that game yesterday, Mezzy, there was a couple of times we heard in some mic'd up moments where it was, we need to listen to each other, guys. Can you kind of give us an insight of what the comms were like during that game?
Yeah, I think on Nuke especially, we had some reads that we knew what they were doing, or we kind of had some plans at the beginning of the round and we didn't, maybe some individuals didn't listen to them, or maybe as the round progressed we kind of didn't stick to the same plan. So I think, yeah, it's about making sure that we listen to the plan at the start of the round, and if we need to adapt, that we all speak out and kind of adapt together instead of like individually. So I think especially on a map like Nuke as well, it's really important that we react as a team and not as individuals, and don't leave so many gaps.
Now, Maus, once again today, 11th time this year alone. Obviously, they did beat you in the group stage. Just kind of initially reviewing that game back, what were the key mistakes that stuck out to you?
I mean, to be honest, it was a pretty close game. I think Inferno was like, I've never seen so many rounds where they get so many multi-kills we couldn't trade. It's a game that I've never really experienced before, because usually we're really good on Banana getting trades and dominating outside the map, and this time it wasn't the case. So I think for us it's it's a group stage game. If they can beat us there, it's fine, but it's our turn to get revenge now, and we want to get back to winning ways against them.
It's always a different beast when we enter playoffs, although maps are going to be the same. If we get the distance, we will be seeing that Inferno. Train, however, it was the kind of only map that wasn't particularly close. What's been the conversations with the guys to make sure that same result isn't replicated today?
Yeah, I think it was a very scrappy start to game last time we played on Train. I think there was a lot of back and forth in the early stages where they kind of got a hang, like they got ahead in the economy situation, and yeah, they played a really good game. I think they kind of switched up well of how they usually play, and for us it's just about adapting to that now. I think it's a map that we've been trying to work on as a team. It's not been our strongest map, but we know we do have the capability to put up strong performances, and it's just about doing it on the day. And I think we have good plans. We know exactly what we want to pull out today, and hopefully can become a successful map for us.
Now, as we said, over 10 head-to-heads this year. Maus coming off the back of a victory versus you. Maus already talking about they want to be lifting a trophy here. Who's the pressure on more today, yourselves or Maus?
I mean, the pressure is always there for us as Vitality, but I think there's of course always pressure for them. I think when they beat us in the group stage, I think it's obviously in their heads that they need to do it when it matters on the stage, and for them, like you say, they want to be winning trophies, and they haven't been able to do that completely this year, and we've kind of been the team to stop them from doing that, and hopefully it's again today, because I think the pressure's definitely there for them, because they have to do it on the stage. They've spoken about it a lot, and I think kind of putting the pressure on themselves directly. So we're here, and we have the experience on the stage as a team and as individuals, and hopefully it brings us through today.
Always an absolute pleasure, Mezzy. Thank you so much for your insight. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mezzy gets it. I think he absolutely gets it, and kind of alluded to what we were saying right there.
Yeah, you hear them talking about the pressure being on Maus, and I do look at like the focus of the two things. It's like Maus, it made this roster move with Spinks at the beginning of the year because they want to win trophies, and all it's been is like second places, semifinal exits, and now they're just trying to chase that dream of getting a trophy, and the year is almost up. And the flip side for Team Vitality, they've basically won everything at the first half of the year, and then it's just like, okay, what do we want? Let's maybe go for 10 trophies this year, right? It's like the goals and the ambitions are very starkly contrasted there, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, it is kind of funny. We are just a few minutes away from getting that game underway. Josh, one last thing I can get right in front of our faces right here would be sort of like Rob's accomplishments in China. Just verbally speaking, if we talk about, is he the real Chinese star? Especially when you talk about, the Shanghai Major, you've got some CACs in there, the Chengdu finals. Is this one he wants to grab? Probably. I would imagine so.
I'm sure that every team that's here wants to grab another event for them. But we're talking about grabbing things. Let's talk about you good. Let's talk about, I mean, yeah, you're Rops, you won the last one, you come into this team, and Vitality is expected to be performing well. We're a couple of weeks away from the major at this point, and these teams, yes, there's all these mind games, but it's on Vitality to just put all the experience that they have together, winning through adversity and kind of getting to the top of, I guess, the ranking list. You look at, his performances have been wild, but do you know what Torzi's track record is in China?
No, do you?
I think it's 0, a big fat 0. So you're looking at Rob's here, and you're looking at him probably picking up another. You don't want it to be breaking the streak of firsts and seconds. You want it to be another first here. That would make things symmetrical, and symmetry is always nice.
Yeah, and for a Vitality to beat a Vitality to beat a Mouse here, it just kind of just seems like it fits the narrative of the year. Like, I'm not going to call a spade right away and be like, yo, Vitality about to shut Mouse down, because I don't think it's necessarily like it was before. These games are definitely closer. Mouse are definitely showing that they can go toe-to-toe with Vitality, that they have a response when necessary. But where's that damn aura? Where is it?
Everyone talks about their negative aura. There's something about Mouse where it's like I don't know where the aura is, but for some reason I still like them as a team for different reasons than I would like other teams that do have more aura. And I don't know if that's just because of their playstyle or for what reason. Maybe it's Torzi at the end of the day, and maybe that's why I suddenly brought him up just a minute ago as well, because I feel like we don't talk about him that much.
The word lethality definitely comes to mind when I think about playing like Torzi. I think he offers a course that's actually not entirely true at all. I made that up completely. What we do have in front of us is a semi-final day at the Intel Extreme Masters in Chengdu 2025. A day in which 2 of these teams will be going on into the grand finals. And before we can go any further, we need to get them on stage. So I think we do it right about now.
A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Round after round, fight after fight, trophy after trophy. But there always comes a time when the hunters become the hunted.
Guys, give me a good fist bump, okay? Let's have precise communication, give good direction.
This is our time now.
This game is in our fucking hand, okay? I want us to play the best D-sides we have ever played now, okay?
Inch by inch.
Let's be in unit here.
They claw their way closer.
Come on, please. Fucking give it your all, okay?
Hold the flashes, guys. Flash it out. Flash it pop. One more in bridge. Bridge and short. Left side.
The heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Intel Extreme Masters Semi-Finals! 亲爱的现场以及荧幕前的各位观众朋友们，欢迎来到英特尔极限大师赛 IEM 成都的半决赛舞台。我是你们的主持人 DX 电笑大师，再次欢迎各位！动物园大战即将打响，而第一场为我们带来的是 Mouse 对上 Team Vitality。我来听听支持帽子的声音，支持 Vitality 的声音。上一次把你托哥打哭的也是小蜜蜂，把你托哥打笑的也是小蜜蜂，而这一次在 IEM 成都，他们其实已经在小组赛碰面了，但是小蜜蜂赋予了 Mouse， 他们的状态太好了，也许这一次小蜜蜂想要复仇，他们能成功吗？让我们拭目以待。Please welcome on the stage, Mouse and Team Vitality. I give you Toshi and Apex. Exertion and Daewoo. Impact and Love. Sphinx and Flames. Roland and Mizzy. 10位选手已经全部登场，让我来听听支持帽子的声音，支持 Vitality 的声音。也许胜者会是 Mouse， 也许是 Vitality。Let's go, baby！
Well, it's a semifinal, Vitality and Mouse, and eat your heart out, OJ Borges. You could never be a DX master. However, what you can never do is get over the side of Vitality if you're Mouse. Seemingly. Sometimes it happens or not, Josh.
Well, as Alex said it best, heavy is the head that wears the crown, and right now Vitality are the crown wearers, and Mouse are trying to come and take the crown from them. They're trying to make the heads roll and everything, but Vitality right now are definitely feeling probably some of that pressure, and we hear it in their comms. It's hectic all the time, and we hear the contrast between these other teams as well. A lot more calm, and we hear that from Mezzy, who's talking about the issues and changing up the game plan.
Tell me about what looks like when we talk about a Torzy versus ZywOo game.
Yeah, Torzy, he's not really one of the top 5 oppers out there. You always have ZywOo in the list as, you know, one of the top 2 probably. And right now, Torzy, he needs to kind of step up to if he wants to go toe-to-toe against ZywOo. But Torzy brings other qualities to the team. He's bringing the composure, he's hyping them up, he is the energy, he is the glue of the team that keeps them all bound together, and I think ZywOo is just the star.
So, Josh, real quickly, real simply, who's winning this series?
Look, I think it's going to go 3 maps again. I think Mouse is in a prime position right now. Look, we talk about Sphinx all the time, about how he performs against Team Vitality. We talk about him being the best performer on the team. But one person we're not talking about right now is Exertion, who has changed up slightly how he plays and how he operates within the team to be more focusing on himself as a performer instead of being this secondary caller. And his performance has been looking better, and it was pivotal also in the last victory that they had in the group stage against Vitality.
Some of the guns that we've had in the server, Jimfat and Rops, well, they are just a delight to watch. We are ready to get this one underway. We're starting this whole semifinal on Nuke. It's Mouse versus Vitality for Lifeline here in the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu 2025. Let's get this action underway.
Yeah, a grudge match, absolutely. Sent to run the gauntlet in groups and an opportunity to serve up revenge here in the semi-finals of IEM Chengdu. On this wintry weekend, we find out if it will be served. Same maps, same environment, and same opponent, with very different stakes.
This will be the 7th playoff head-to-head of 2025 between these two teams. The 4th time they meet in a semi-final. Cologne, that's where the conversation started. The Vitality do bleed. Mouse toppling them and denying a chance for Vitality to continue the run that they started. In the first half of this year, it wasn't a rivalry, it was a beatdown. But the matchup has matured, and so has Mouse. This is no longer a sure thing for the reigning major champions. After 7 losses, it's not about the X's and O's, it's about the mentality.
First battle will be done on Nuke. CT start for Mouse, attack for Vitality. 4 sets of Kevlar, Apex to utilize and equip ZywOo with his signature P250.
Makes sense. Highest remaining T-side pistol player in the tournament. Number 2 overall, just behind Malbs. And he's been looking sharp with it.
Now surely Torji's aware of what he's looking for. In fact, sometimes he's equipped with the same plan. Doesn't want to give anything away early, and neither to Vitality, not really making too much of an early move.
Yeah, seeing if there's any aggressions as ZywOo will start the search now. Doesn't have the group around him, so he's on a solo mission to open up the account and hopefully draw those rotations. Gets to work on his own timer. As U2 is lobbed forward now for progression.
The one smoke, it's designed to enable this very angle from Torji to not get the info. Apex takes a fight, Torji's attention drawn, ZywOo edges closer to the edge of the smoke. Exertion has the perfect package, the dual Berettas and a double kill. 1 per pistol, Rops and Flamesy, pistol round cancelled by Exertion.
ZywOo's still alive and he's been able to get down to Secret. He isn't going to be able to finish the round 2 unless Mezzi and Apex can get down the vent.
They're going to give it a go. And successful. Descent to B, changing the dialogue. ZywOo on site, he's trying to catch that first rotator, and he does catch a whiff of the tip of the head. Exertion spotted, but not executed. He lives on. Jimmy, in fact, the whole Mouse squad are going to go for this ramp-centric retake.
Speaks with a late piece through vent. He's going to wait and see if anyone pokes up or late lurk. We know that's not the case. The rest of Mouse need to pounce first.
Especially considering it's a 10-second defuse. Time-sensitive mission here as ZywOo dipping away. Cheeky moves, keeps the doors closed for a moment. Exertion changes that. He's looking for his third. ZywOo does deliver his first, and suddenly a 5v3 goes awkward. It's Mezzi dancing between 2. Spinks finds him, and it will be Mouse just in time on that bomb.
Okay, that one you can't drop. With Exertion delivering you the double to ramp to start, the plant comes through. That is at least a boon for Vitality, but if Mouse dropped that one to kick off, it would have been a real nuisance going forward.
I mean, just in time. You saw the defuse, what was left of it.
Yeah, I think it's good. In fact, it's that they stayed together and they grouped up. They didn't get strung out one at a time and overplay their hand with the man advantage, so well done there. They won 4 out of 6 pistols in the group stage game, did Mouse, and only 2 for Vitality over the course of the best of 3. And last time, it was in Train first, where Mouse toppled them 13-3. Nuke up next, 13-8, where we find ourselves now. And then that third map, Inferno, the barn burner, triple OT, 22-19 in favor of Mouse. Now the bomb goes down. We know what that means. The force spy in. ZywOo gets a Galil Mezzi as well. Tech 9s for 2 and Rops on the dig. Util available for variations of the smoke wall. And this time the most direct version to get yourself down Secret. Torji, we've blown this one open. Needs to be careful, can't get pipped by a rifle at range.
That's what ZywOo was looking to punish, doesn't find anything initially. Bodies escorted down Secret and approaching Exertion's early rotation. This standoff in Yard as we do see battle raging on, again with Exertion's contributions. Kills coming in pairs. ZywOo, who's added to the naughty list. Good catch from Torji, wins it out. The rifle's not getting anything going. Mezzi and ZywOo with empty hands. Maybe Robs and Flamesy could get a little output.
It's going to be tough to find anything here. You'd hope to humble a couple of rifles. Rounds unwinnable at this point. You see lower as they've got down secret. A block smoke comes in and Apex tries to play ahead of it. So coming out of the gray screen, Exertion, this is great. And this is one of the names that has gone missing in stage matches previously. And who's a win condition alongside of Spinks in the initial head-to-head in Chengdu. So important that he is going and hot out the gates.
Well, talking of names and hot, I think it was interesting. Chinese nickname for Flames. He's been dubbed Flame Boy. Now, that's because Flame Man was taken. Flamey, of course, beat him to it. But when he's really performing, they like to call him something else.
Whoa.
Okay, he gets something, does Robs.
Yeah, time's the problem now. Brolin's low, but strong angle. Should be good for one.
Look at that, perfect from Spinks. And Robs at least getting something from that round. It didn't start like it was going to be anything.
All right.
More spy fail.
Well, I'm going to see the Deagles come out most likely in a bit of a search from Vitality into round number 3. So should be 3-0 start for Mouse. Vitality's labored win yesterday against Astralis. It confirmed their 13th consecutive top 4 tournament placing. It's been quite the year, but the second half has not looked like the first.
Yeah, the stark contrast. You were telling me about that head-to-head when we were first talking about this in the groups. Something ridiculous. Like Vitality 8, Mouse 2.
Now it's 2-1 for the season. So this is where we see if Mouse have truly turned a corner, because the stakes being semi-final matchup with the grand final around the corner. Mouse trophy cabinet, much more empty than that of Vitality's.
And of course, we cannot read their minds, but one can only assume that besting this team that's been so difficult for you to put away ahead of the major, ahead of the end of the season, would do wonders for the mental of Mouse.
Yeah, well, the thing is, in Cologne, they then went into the final and disappeared, right?
I mean, truly.
So this can't be your victory, right? Beating Vitality can't be the goal. It used to be for every team. But it has to be about continuing that form through and being competitive in the grand final. And that's if they can get there. Because I know Vitality were very unhappy with that group stage loss.
Yeah, Rob's actually giving a very brief interview, but the one quote I pulled from it was that the people are really hungry for revenge. Vitality, I believe he's referencing, really hungry, emphasizing just how much that loss bothered them.
Yeah, and understandably so, right? We'll get into some of the Inferno particulars if we need to get there. These first 2 maps were very one-sided for each team that picked. And right now, Mouse are off to a good one on their opponent's map choice. So 3-0, relatively unbothered, handling situations well, Exertion involved in openings, but now we have rifle round number 1. Looks like a heavy lean towards outside for the attack. Aggressive maneuver. This is going to be jarring to the defense. Exertion, Micro undetected.
Getting surrounded, yeah. Looks like he's going to try and maneuver back.
All right, well, hasn't heard an awful lot either. So being able to read the play behind the smoke will tough for Exertion. But with the reposition, can he find anything on the spam?
Oh, yes, he can. It's a bullet from Flamesy's AK. Confirmation of bodies. One less thanks to Spinks and the spam. And Spinks, he's getting cheeky with it. Is he walking the smoke? Oh, my goodness, that's fast. He's going to be going very quick, hot on their heels. That's if Jimmy doesn't beat him to the punch. Gets 2. And the surely Vitality left limping. Mezzy and Rob, sure, you've got Ramp. Mezzy just now starting to tend towards the yard side.
Might have this one, though.
He could catch Spinks on the transition back to main, just misses his window.
Torji in main, Spinks down secret to join Jimmy. And Rob's with the space. He's going to try and pressure B right now. This is to open a door for Mezzy to work, and there's a kill back in.
Okay, mission accomplished as far as that's concerned. Brolin, however, has really made life difficult for Rops.
Might be the save now for Rops. Might head towards CT spawn and just hold on to this. So 4-0. Vitality yet to get going.
Okay, so pistol, conversions, first gun. That typically is the start to most of those successful stories.
And with Spinks in the pre-game interview alongside of Freya saying, you know, the key to success is going to be causing chaos. And by pathing through that smoke, that's one way to cause some chaos. So you need to take risks. Whether those risks pay off or not is going to see if it was a good choice. But so far, so good. Fireworks yet to begin. But yesterday, if you missed it, during the Astralis matchup, we had a whole bunch of listens in of the Vitality camp. And Apex, time and time again, expressing the need to listen to one another. Mezzy also discussing the comms not being where they needed to be. And that's likely what led to a 3-map series, with a loss on Nuke.
Was that a bad Molotov? Jimmy punishing them over it. They were operating under the assumption he couldn't find that angle.
Looks like they opted for a vent Molotov as opposed to the stairwell Molotov, so maybe expecting a different start, but 4-0 not end of the world just yet. T-side Nuke, you're looking for 4, maybe 5 as Exertion. Peppered. Continuing to spam through. Apex looking for more damage as Exertion pumps back, and this one you know is against a light buy with a saved AK. Every moment that you find yourself in an advantage situation for Mouse, you need to sit, hold your breath, and hope that they get that conversion because you can't be giving away 5v3s against Vitality. So slow and steady wins the race. It's Mezzi. Now he's got the disease of the scout, but it's the top pop that's actually on the cards. A pre-aim from Rops towards Heaven. Getting real geeky with it as Spinks finds the opener yard.
Things you love to see. Mouse fans be very happy to see another opening. I think there's just one. Now Flamesy AK. The only Vitality opening we've seen. Mouse return us to regular scheduled programming. Into Brolin's sight, there is that, oh, Exertion support, but both of them go down in unison. ZywOo and Flamesy hitting with the sidearms, and it gets real uncomfortable real fast. Spinks from the main side, Flamesy, what have you got? He's got another. He's not ready for the side. Oh no, Jimmy squanders it! His first death, but it is a red face and hot under the collar. He's let that one go.
These are the rounds I was saying you cannot lose, and this one's been ripped away. Torji has been noted, looking like he was dipping back for the save. He's staying somewhat aggressive here, but we'll be just trying to retain this AWP, and these are the rounds you cannot be dropping. You've done the hard work, you won the first rifle round, they saved an AK, it was just pistols around it, and Exertion was even in the top side. The stack was there from Mouse, they just get deleted.
ZywOo and Flames just coming out hard. You're supposed to be at a massive disadvantage. You saw the angle Xertion's on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the first wobble we've seen out of Mouse.
Yeah, and look, pardon the pun, but Flames has been a real fire starter for Vitality throughout. Yesterday, some massive rounds. He had that ace on the M4, almost got another against Astralis, and here they come, just out hard. So wide pathing. Wow. ZywOo's able to get deep, and Flames just clearing Mustang. This one right here, sure, but it's the follow-up from Flames that is a gift from the gods. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Okay, well, money not broken just yet. But they know they've got them right where they want them. They've won the Hand of God round as we get back underway.
We saw a little whisper of Flamesy, just his hair clip poking out the top of Silo. And it is going to be Rops that wins this war of attrition. Exertion's forward position now noted.
Hard to trade.
Looks like Apex is going to give it a go. Does he mantle up? Yeah, the flash is good. No, it's not. No, it is not. Exertion had full vision there. Thought Apex was being set up for the trade instead. Vitality just disappear, and it looks like ZywOo's next. Thank you very much, says Brawl, and triple kill. Only one casualty. So, you know what? Sure, you did slip up. You made a mistake, but you're going to be feeling a whole lot better about it now.
Yeah, and tactical timeout will be called, so you can see the pressure on Vitality. Still, they know it's early stages, their map choice, but how long can this continue before you post a rifle rounds, right? Because you've won a light investment, but your gun rounds are not flowing, which also makes it harder to call down the stretch. We don't have patterns, we don't have conditioning, we don't have gaps that we're forcing, we're not pushing Mouse into anything. They're the ones dictating the tone right now. And talking with Cycron, and they lost to this team 7 consecutive times. Then they broke through in Cologne. He was talking about, hey, it's the development of the players, right? Not the way that they play the game, the way that they think, but the way that they approach the day, the way that they're in the server. Mentality, especially for a young team, right? This is one thing that we don't talk about too much. And when I say young, I don't mean in terms of time together. I mean in the players.
Yeah, you've certainly got a lot more veterancy on one side of the server, but I mean, that's changing, as you've highlighted. The more reps, the more losses. Are they losses or are they lessons? Cyclone prefers the latter. As Flamesy will once again start his default pathing. We've got 2 dispatched towards lobby this time. Early block smoke squeak, nothing to be concerned about, and they haven't necessarily got answers as to if they could have got down.
Yeah, but Spinks is already addressing this, right? Yeah, he's dropped down the van and he's coming up for reconnaissance. So just drop main, they will have heard that. Spinks will be informed, and with that smoke wall, he knows that he can get direct contact. Jimmy to be tested on ramp here.
Spinks' angle's perfect. Apex completely pantsed. Nice nade in response. Does Flamesy catch him here? It looks like he has the jump. Yeah, okay, so claws it back. Jimmy on ramp as discussed. Zaru seems aware. He's going to certainly consider it still as a possibility. That flash, who was it for? They ask. Jimmy doesn't choose to poke his nose. Instead, now spotted, and he catches Robs. He wins a battle of patience versus the most patient player in Counter-Strike. Zaru returns the favor. Puts us into an even keel.
Time's the problem right now. How does Flames connect with this? Can he try and make it down secret to restrict the vent rotation and the rest dip down ramp? Well, Exertion has beat him to the punch. So we'll need to win out that head-to-head or at least distract him. Has to be noisy now.
Okay, perfect positioning from Exertion and a good shot to combine it. Here's the confirmation that B-side is occupied. Single door draws attention. They know they've got them in the crossfire. It's just the Hurt Locker left and right from behind. There's nothing he can do. Zaru's surrounded. Mouse, this is a flying start.
Yeah, not giving Vitality any real room to breathe within that late round. That constant harassment once they had identified where the finish and they knew they had the number advantage. Right, can be risky to do so, but great to see some confidence, and opening kills are flying right now. We're 5-2 in that department in favor of Mouse, and in the important ones, they're able to pip them to the post, and the trade potential's not there. See Apex go down, there's nothing anybody else can do about it because of the round that's being called. And they are going to have to go into another partial. Loss bonus swelling, but rounds not. That's about continuing this and not letting Vitality in. At this
By
point,
winning a round like this, for example.
Slow start. Step up. We're sleeping right now, for real. Let's play as a team together. That's more of the sentiment we had yesterday. This hasn't been a clean tournament from Vitality at all. The lower bracket run being the statement of that, as they do set up for what is a top pop. Util at the ready. Spinks, Brolin here. Just these two.
How does he handle it? Spinks, so nonchalant about it. Just standing and banging, ready for more. Yeah, Robs, you're pushing out the door to your demise. It's so comfortable. 5 alive, not a point of damage. Mezzi puts a little blemish, but it's only 2. Only 2, right? Yeah, Mezzi still deadly on the Tech 9, but regardless, Mouse, they're laughing.
Okay, good defense right there. As soon as the Yutu comes in, they're able to block Hut with their own incendiary, stalls out the second prong, so it's just Squeaky. They're able to funnel through, and that's a gray screen. So handling business as the gun's out again. Now, in terms of the sleeping sentiment, it's either the comms aren't flowing to give ideas of what's happening within the round, like players aren't playing, the call gets made, and you just go and do your role to the bare minimum. You need players to be, oh, I'm sending you ramp for a reason, I'm sending you outside for a reason.
Right.
You have a job and you need to do it your way.
It's like that call and response Counter-Strike.
Yard control again right now, Exertion, aggressive.
Yeah, and Torji is positioned to catch the jump spot. Spinks has paid a heavy price, gets caught out early, down to 23.
They're going to mantle up and fight for this.
Yeah, on top of that blue bin. Exertion might have Apex dead to rights here. Oh, he doesn't finish his meal, gets punished for it, Apex. A valuable contribution to open up round 9.
Yeah, first success in an opening duel. Otherwise, he was 0-3 in that column.
Surely Spinks is prepared. Yeah, I was going to say, they're not going to fall for it twice in a row. Still sitting at the stairs, and Mezzi will finish him off.
No rotation down to B just yet, but that doesn't have to be the finish. Now, this would be a great round for Mouse to somehow stack their way into. Do Vitality overplay their hand? Brolin has a kill here.
He certainly does. Looks like Vitality do want to pivot.
It's the right call for now. Brolin and Jimmy are addressing the lower side. Torji staying connected by being at ramp with the AWP. They can smoke off Squeaky. Molly Heaven. That one's missed, but they'll still be in. Does Mouse go for this? Jimmy staying down at B. Brolin joining Torji. And it might just be the save. We've already got 7. We can add more on top. Brolin up Heaven now. Maybe just looking for damage. See if they can punish the economy going forward against Vitality. Take a couple casualties with you right now, and the drops are going to be harder to discuss into the next round of play.
Thinking big picture. Roland's hoping to catch them as he hears them on their exit. Here they go, and here he comes. Roland's going for it. You can't be serious, Roland! Robs can't quite believe the audacity. I mean, fair play, had a plan, and it does lead to 2 extra Vitality bodies falling.
Yeah, that's, I think, more than an acceptable trade right there.
Inspiring,
right?
yeah.
I'll just try and win the round with the defuse. They have to come back, and only 1 player survives right there.
I mean, he knows that finances are fragile. It's an inspired way to keep bodies close to the radius.
Just to highlight that for everybody, Rops goes into this round with just an AK and very light U2. He's been dropped the HE. So sure, it's an attempt. He's being cheeky with it, but back into it we go. Four outside with Apex. Rops over towards lobby. Exertion gonna break. Finds nothing. Second smoke wall deployed now.
Heals throws out a very well-timed incendiary. Perfect encapsulation of what that does. Will rot another 5 seconds on their cross.
Sphinx's window to get down the vent is now closed, at least safely. He's actually pushing into Squeaky as Sphinx, so this head-to-head against Rops will determine lobby pressure.
Cheeky from Sphinx. Nothing to report lobby side.
Exertion has joined Jimmy down towards B. Now, Exertion can tuck and be the Joker. Jimmy can play first, and Exertion might go overlooked. Clearing vent. Safety first. Now outside pressure. 30 seconds. Where's the finish?
Feels like top. Rollins screaming for backup as he hears multiple
Sphinx
boots.
is on silo.
Stampeding. He's on silo.
No, he's... Oh, yeah, he's T-Roof.
T-Roof, yeah. 20 seconds. They've got to find his finish here. The bomb is single. They're committed to this. Exertion could not be in a better position. What are they waiting for? Apex opens the door in unison. That's the bomb down. Good trade. Important one. Jimmy caught him, though. Zywo's got a plant. Zywo can't plant. The round is done. Surely Zywo gets the kills. How has he done that? How is this reality? He's got nothing left. No time. No time. Torji will win it by survival. Crazy attempt from Zywo. I reckon he was, what, 1 digit away from the plant?
More risks are being taken by Mouse, right? The fact that I've just looked to the radar and Sphinx, who pushed into Squeaky, is like almost on silent. Like, what, how, why, what's going on here? Everybody felt so disconnected from each other until this final moment. The flurry of frags come in. Zywo, miraculous with a double.
Guys, everyone, they are 1 step ahead of us because we don't clear things, we don't do stuff like that, okay? We are too naive right now, okay? So let's take everything in consideration, okay? It's really important, boys.
Take everything into consideration, says Apex, and feels like a necessity to at least see Vitality with more than 2 at the end of this half.
There'll be a pounce onto Jimmy. Torji could be there in time, but he's playing lockers right now. So smoke wall is what he's investigating. Now he's coming to ramp. Oh, no, he's not. He's
Jimmy's
flirting.
got this
2
incendiary
mines.
out. Okay, lots of bodies on his screen. Drops down, a significant damage done, and now Torji can catch you on the cross. Mezzi will flash it. Turns it, gets away. Torji, at least with his life, concedes the ramp space, but they've got bodies down there, Chad.
Yeah, I think Sphinx and Exertion have done such a great job of rotating into annoying positions consistently. Sphinx is on B with Jimmy. There's always multiple bodies, and they're constantly moving. Nows are definitely 1 step ahead, no doubt about that.
Yeah, even their opponent, their rival, acknowledging that fact. Continuing down to pressure Jimmy. Molly Dark. Smoke control, and Jimmy gets Mezzi just blind through a smoke. Dream start. Pressure amplified now. Will Vitality get this bomb down uncontested? Doesn't look like Sphinx is going to let them. They're constantly pestering. Swinging open the door, met by Zywo. Clock extended, fights found. Mouse progressing forward on the retake. Feels very hard for Flamesy to get anything going here. Yep, Messi couldn't find the instantaneous deletion. Apex is trapped in the corner. Brolin brings it. This is a Mouse at an all-new high.
Yeah, when you reflect on the head-to-head within the group stage, the first 2 maps were all about the T sides for both of these teams. Mouse were fantastic on their T-hole on train, and they're the same for Vitality. And right now, all Vitality can get is 3 rounds. They get the bomb down, the loss bonus there. They can get a serviceable buy for the final round of the first half before we head to the break. But you can see how much they need that third. Xtaz calling the second of 3 tactical timeouts, knowing that that buffer is required. They can reset mentally within the break. They're going to have a couple of minutes to do so. And after they lost that map to Train, ZywOo came into map number 2 in Nuke, just looking like a man possessed. Now, he's delivering in some moments. Flamesy also on that Tech 9 round. But all in all, the conversation is about Mao's looking comfy. The 3 opening kills so far in the T-side account for Vitality. A 4th on the final round could go a long way to a round conversion.
Just wanted to get anything going. Vitality. Last chance on this T-side. Alternative pathing from Apex. Making his move, slips through, and heard Spinks with a back turned. It's a nice opportunity. Oh, he's got 2! Brollan caught in transition, dropping off, and it just the fights keep coming. Exertion meeting Flames. 3 kills in the same amount of seconds, and Jimmy's next on the naughty list. Apex, that is a high-impact round from their captain. Was it too little, too late, though? I mean, this is just for the 3rd T round on Nuke.
Torch going to give it everything he's got, but in the 11th head-to-head, Mao's map number 1 put themselves in the driver's seat, at least so far. This is the T-side and Nuke. Vitality, you are going to have to match this output. We're going to a break. This is the semi-finals, Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu 2025.
Troubled waters in the Vitality camp, a team they had in their pocket for the entirety of the first start of the season. Coming into the second season of the year, we've got a different story. MOUZ, they've actually got the edge in the head-to-head. Now in the semi-final, used to be a conversation of disappearing in playoffs. And right now, it's quite the opposite. Vitality barely hanging on. 3 rounds all they have from their T side of Nuke.
No pistols.
We just need to do much better than that. Because we're not connected. You know, we're not connected. Like, simple things are not there, okay? So we will need to do even better than usual.
Flash is top. Mezzi's blind. Oh, he still gets someone finish him off. He gets so much done. Delays him, confirms presence, but the plant is in. MOUZ, they've come in with a game plan, and right now every single box being ticked. Flamesy will flash for the retake. Flash and go, dropping in. Nice find from Robs. Exertion's back was turned, flowing nicely for Vitality. Feels like a compulsory pistol. Baby Torji can do something. A 10-second defuse. He knows he's got time to play this game. Trying to find Zywu! Torji, no way! So close to brilliant. Apex just about in time.
This is going to be damn close. This is going to be damn close. Down to the wire.
Time! Vitality! Hold on!
Okay, well, Apex, we're hearing the listening there. I was going to say no pistols, no consecutive rounds, but it was Apex.
Bit of a late turn from Mezzi there.
Yeah, well, that first half, Apex, the 2 rounds where he did get opening kills, they were able to convert. And right now, he stepped up with Impact, having to beat this 1v1 conversion against Torji.
Bro,
what a great shot there on the Zywu.
Sensational, and his awareness of the 10-second potential could have been clutch at the tournament.
All right, well, the force buy out. Aggressions from Zywu. Saw this a lot yesterday against Astralis. He was happy to just take the rifle out to red. Apex would set him up. Zywu looking to transition back for the fade of the smoke, but needs to be careful. They're getting damn close.
See, there's a whole game plan around this early second wall. Apex, he spots him. Nice find. Opening kill for Apex. Short-lived success. Spinks just straight through the smoke. It's pulled it back even.
What's the response right now from the CT side? Because they know they've given out Secret. Flamesy's already down towards B, but only has an MP9. Jimmy the lobby lurk.
Yeah, it would be a different story if we saw Flamesy with an M4A4. Saw what he could do from this very position before.
Yeah, he's playing for info on the jump spot and doesn't have util to lob out to block or try and do some crowd control damage. Robs on a string, can drop down to ramp quite quickly to set up crossfires. Jimmy's gap on vent will need to be tended to by Mezzi. Now Flamesy's spotted. They spring to action. Robs rotates down. But it's all a ruse. Gonna try and pipe up this vent. So Mezzi, oh, are they? Back and forth they go. Never mind, vent cleared. Looks like single door wants to be the finish.
Yeah, Robs has managed to get himself tucked on Dark, so Flames will play first. And he's been found, but not without output. Nice trade again from Torji.
They limit the multis.
They certainly do, and he's got that bomb. He does need to get it down. Jimmy, so stubborn on this. Mezzi might get caught looking the wrong way. Jimmy's been here all round, and he does get the kill he needed. All onto the woo, can't get in. MOUZ, double digits and extended. It feels like this game's only just begun, but already it reads 10 to MOUZ.
Feels like it's already over.
Yep.
That round right there for Vitality to lose. They have the crossfire set up on the lower side, but Robs is extended in a position where he is exposed to the second. Flames does the best he can. They're clearly expected to come out double door with this crossfire. Great trade from Torji, and again, they're limiting the multi-kill potential. Every single one of those frags that came in Vitality was traded. So very, very well done from MOUZ, and that was the way back into this game for Vitality. Map 1 going down the gurgler right now.
Yeah, MOUZ definitely looking like a team with a fresh feeling in the ranks. Everyone truly on the same page. Look at the kill spread as testament to that. Robs has got some action here, and so does Mezzi. 257s, make it 3 of those pistols on the ramp side. Zywu even there as well with the scalp, but Spinks taking scalps.
Oh,
so yeah. Grab walk in, Robs has got nothing. Apex, nice find. Bomb as well drops down the ramp. Might make things a little uncomfortable.
It's more for me about Flames. right? He's going to have his back turned to exertion right now. He doesn't know that this timing is available. So it depends if he hits the break or if he keeps pushing forward. Apex can just allow this to simmer. There's no way Flames is ready for this, surely.
He's considered it. And what? Exertion! I think he just took a glance because of the crowd surge. He was worried about him getting flanked. He was the flanker.
50 seconds, bomb can be scooped up. Apex is allowing them to pick this up.
Makes sense, I suppose. Now you've managed to claw it into a 2-on-2.
The thing is, you don't really want to go back through lobby if you're Mouse. You may as well just try and finish B.
It really hinges off of Apex getting something. Oh, he does very well. Apex
1v1.
Removes the head of Brolan. Torji, heavy advantage in this 1v1. No Kev on Flames. He's slipping perfectly. Gets towards that ramp post plant, considering all of his options. Flames, he's got his work cut out for him now. Does have that Molotov.
Has to make a sound cue.
And he's already making one. Torji informed, spots the shadow, and gets the kill. Mouse, some of these rounds closer than others, but it seems consistent. Mouse coming out on top.
Well, this is the thing. Even in moments where it looks like Vitality should have an edge to be the ones converting, they're the ones fumbling, whereas usually it's the other way around. So Mouse, they looked dominant within the first half. Those 3 rounds that Vitality scraped together, they get the pistol. You're meant to get the conversion. Then the conversation's about the comeback. The fact that you drop the ball to the Force, extremely problematic now because it will have to be the eco. 12 is all but secure for Mouse. Looking to start the series once again with another blowout result. This time on Vitality's map pick. Remember, Train, it was a masterclass. Sure, it started with a couple of clutches last time round. What adjustments have Vitality made? Well, we'll find out pretty soon if this continues.
Certainly grounds for Flamesy getting something in that close corner. Never mind, he's been spotted. Have to try again. So pressure applied, Secret.
Yeah, they rerouted. It looked like they just wanted to go out ramp. But I guess the early detection. Oh,
hello.
Yeah, that is the...
oh, that was the B defender.
Completely removed now. So they want to pivot into a top split.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like anything they do will be the right call. Okay, Apex, he needed that one. Does catch Brolan swinging through from this red pole position. Bit of chip damage. Zyra only has a USP and a dink. Not to be celebrated in this current moment. Robs up and over, does catch Exertion.
May as well give it a go.
I mean, sure. As far as what you're going to get out of this, it doesn't seem likely to be around. Maybe the AK is the best of the bunch. 2 AKs, even better. But you know, that's when you really are.
Yeah, silver linings, right?
I mean, you're searching for something because this is a one-way street. This is the pick of Vitality in a semi-final up against a team that they have been farming at the start of this year.
Yeah, and look, you go back throughout the head-to-heads. Right? They've been 10, this is the 11th. 4 of them were in group stages, 6 of them in playoffs. Of those playoff matches, 3 semi-finals, 3 grand finals. This is the 4th semi. And it's gone back and forth this side of the season. Cologne, that went in favor of Mouse. Last open London semi went in favor of Vitality. And then the group stage game here, so playing twice within the tournament. It's not rare for these teams, considering how often we've seen them lock horns. And nor are these type of blowouts. If you go back and you look, there are some games that have just been single digits, and then they turn it around in the next map of play. So hope dies last, but just concerning signs for Vitality early. They'll need to wake themselves up. Round 17, this one already done and dusted. That nade suggests differently. Lots of damage done. Exertion brought down to 50. Torji chipped away at as well.
Torji could have spotted Apex on this oscillation of the smoke, but Apex, it goes both ways. Removes the AWP with that scavenged and saved AK. Okay, Apex, nice output, a double kill. Yard still plentiful for Maus, still 2 players trying to work Yard. It looks like they might have to scrap that plan. Jimmy trying to catch someone. It's Zybu towards the vent. Flamesy on top of the hut.
Oh, good output there from Jimmy. Unconfirmed damage, sure, but keeps Flames on notice. They're just waiting for some form of a CT. overstep of the mark right now, and Jimmy might get it.
They're coming for him. Oh, he just looked away. I mean, at least confirms flames. Never mind, confirms, deletes.
Round's on now.
Certainly is.
Starting to move.
30 seconds, they'll have to find this finish. Oh, he spots the leg.
Ammo.
Zaiwu, 5 bullets. Has to dip back. Spotted, trapped on Tetris. How does he play this? Oh, he plays it to perfection. Goes wide and delivers a double. Jimmy, last seen lobby, walking on down. Mezzi should have him, but no, looking the wrong way. So sure, Vitality perhaps delaying the inevitable, but it does seem that round 17 is their 5th.
Well, we'll mark this 12-4. If we do have a comeback, we'll return, right? This wasn't a poorly played round, but this is how much of the mountain that Vitality have had to climb, or will have to. Jimmy seeing if he can take another. Oh, gets the AWP, so that's going to be a nice little boon there, because right now their cash is pretty rough around the edges. So you save the AWP, you're likely forced by behind this, and this would be a good time to take a tactical timeout and get Cyclone on the mic. You got Torji, his weapon of choice, which was deleted here. Nice work from Apex. He's playing with the confidence necessary, and he's started to deliver more and more impact or opening kills, which have been converted into rounds. So at the moment, he's probably a bit disappointed in his players not giving him what he needs, whether that's through the comms, the plays they're making, the shots they're hitting, because they're being thrown around the server by that of Mouse. It is the timeout called.
Yeah, the first from Cyclone. That's how happy he has been, understandably.
And I think, you know, in a round like this where it is a bit more hodgepodge, right, you want to make sure that you're able to have a plan that works with what you've got. So we can see it's going to be 2 Galils, the saved AWP thanks to Jimmy, Tech 9 for Brolin. Jimmy's able to get an AK into his hands. It's the util that's the conversation point. Torji with a full belt, a couple of extra residual smokes. So whatever the opening move is for Mouse, if they can't navigate with the util, it's going to be how do they mid-round, what are they offered up, and who can find the frags to get them into this. They can still close it now before they have to go into the eco. Rollin stays at spawn for the smoke wall. Exertion escorted by Torji with the AWP. Torji might just want to go for some searches, right? They've been looking better individually, so why the hell not? It's been a team effort. Does Torji get blindsided by this secret push, or does Apex hit the brakes? Now the smoke wall's up, he probably hits those brakes.
Yeah, but Torji always clears. His pathing was perfect. Just professional excellence from Torji. Apex frustrated, watching as this could be the last round of nuke.
Rob needs something here.
Yeah, he can't have empty hands here. Jimmy on the clears. Rob gets confirmation and deletion gets 2. Roland will swing. Finds a response, but maybe too little too late with 45 points of health up against 3. Brolin readies himself for something special.
Yeah, a bit of an unorthodox approach there, wasn't it, to try and get that AWP to the one being taking the first contact. What does that even mean in terms of the round if you're Apex? Does Brolin just want to go for the save? He was in fine form when these two teams locked horns the other day. It was a massive win condition on Train. Don't forget about his calling. He is giving it a look. So Squeaky Door peers in as his first contact.
Yeah, and up on the heart, he will react in time. Doesn't take a single lick of damage. Zaiwu's nade will surely secure damage, though. Just like that. Well, you said they might be able to do it without another eco, but unable to do so. Vitality will edge closer to what would be the ridiculousness of OT.
Yeah, and actually stopping the bomb going down, stopping that extra $600 cash injection right there's quite nice. It will limit extra investments. So you're going to get your easiest round yet. That seems crazy to say, but that's the state of the nation at the moment. Great work with the shadow
away
here
from his
Rob.
monitor there as well, Apex. Part of the conversation.
This one will be a slow one. See if Brolin's Deagle can find them anything to work with. Might just juggle that around between each player as they give it a go. There's an exchange. So Apex put on notice. Tags, but a bit of damage done back the other way. Again, Apex is playing with some confidence. And he might want to try and do the same thing in a round like this. You know, exactly, right? You want to instill some confidence within your team, or you feel like you have to do it all yourself. Now, the latter could cause the trip up that is round 13 for Mouse. But right now, this should be easy as you like.
I was anticipated the potential for a boost. So confirmation that there were two there.
And while we got this lull in action, later today we will have Falcons taking on Furia, who got past Mongols yesterday within the quarterfinal. That'll be the second semi, and the winner of that will be meeting the winner of this in the grand final best of 5 to conclude IEM Chengdu. We'll also have a third place decider, so you will see the losers in action again. Probably been the slowest round yet, but understanding the circumstances, we all get it. They will have to die, so the last sprint on the 25 seconds. As he grabs one, Jimmy gets the M4, but Taiwu deals with that, and that will be that. 12-7, just 5 more rounds to tie things up.
Just 5.
It's about finding the solution, and I think you're happy to continue to play with confidence, a little bit more pep in the step and the risks, right? We saw certain pushes coming through from Maus within their first half of play that caused a real pain in the side for Vitality. And why not do the same? You've got a lot of chances, right? Instead of just trying to do it by the book, break the rules and get the W. Apex playing forward this time, investigates, nothing there. Great information from Apex.
Yeah, on the forward side of the box as well, which is a little more unorthodox.
Should put top and ramp on high alert. Bomb pathing towards ramp means Zywo needs to rotate to help Rops.
Roland throws out a perfect pop flash, but not so perfect. Rops was safe, has vision, and removes Jimmy. Zywo, the known response. Evades the HE, but here he is. This is very quick.
Risky against the crowd.
It certainly is, yeah. We'll check in on it intermittently. It's being considered. You can see Exertion glancing at the potential.
He's playing to contain, well restrained. Now there's action, he'll keep moving.
Rops managed to get himself a second as well. Confirmed Brolin was having a look towards B.
Is the time? Ooh.
Yeah, it's coming. 50 seconds, and yeah, back turn, perfect. Apex's aggressions have been rewarded, and how's his 20th round thwarted?
He's turned his frustrations into plays, and again, it's working so far, but he can't have a single foot fault. So he needs to play a near perfect game with the crazy moves that he's making to bring his team in. Zywo, 17 kills, he's chipping in. Rops and Mezzi a little bit quieter. Flames on 11 as well, but his impact, Tech 9 first half. 2v4. You'd love a plant out of this with the loss bonus starting to build.
Flamesy lingers. Not solely responsible. Mezzi's here too. Planting in that smoke. They will likely be uncontested. Doors are open. Flamesy, head removed. Torji tries as hard as he might. Some more damage. Look at Apex and Mezzi. They were susceptible.
That's 4 consecutive rounds now. So working into it. Probably one of the cleaner gun rounds of the bunch. And go back to how this half started. They won the pistol, they lost the force. So that's what put all the pressure on. If they had converted, it would likely be spotty rounds for Maus. Because once you win out the economy war early, they have to go for very weak forces. And if they don't win back, they have to go for the eco. That's how you're able to put 3 consecutive. Win your force, beat theirs, force onto eco. That's the hard work done. You just need 1 rifle round to take this. And I like those odds for Maus as they take their second tactical timeout. This is a matchup they're extremely familiar with and one they're more comfortable with than ever before.
Yeah, and this is where, as a coach, you need 1 round, 1 gun round. You call that timeout, and everyone starts looking at their sheets. Makes me think there is a bit of a page out of the strat book for this half investment.
Yeah, it looks like it's just gonna be more classic though, right? Door will be naded off. There'll be smoke walls available for outside. It's more about the placement of the mollies and the flash. Is this a vent dive?
Roland's going quick.
It's a vent dive. No,
straight
it's not
away. They have the anti-HE, and the spray from Flames in combination does the job. I mean, you understand them trying to test it, but Flamesy having no trouble. In fact, the bomb now arriving in vents.
All right, so the next must win, as they all are from this moment forward. 12-9, Torji will not be winning a 1v5 situation with a P250, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, we've seen the one for the decade.
Yeah. But had an impactful game. Torji was one of the lower rated players in the head-to-head last time rounds. It was the trio of Spinks, Exertion, and then Brolin.
Yeah, there still hasn't been that much of a, a deviation from this consistent kill spread. Miles, that is.
Similar for both teams, really, right? Obviously, there's a couple more players who are lacking a little bit behind, but that's because of the round count, right? You've been winning more rounds, you're getting more kills. Here we go again. Every round, the pressure's on. What's the opener?
Oh, ZywOo's done well. Exertion removed. Early doors, and so already going to be limited. Invested 4 smokes into that opening gambit.
And got no space for it. Hasn't even forced a rotation just yet.
And then you arrive to lobby and there's an AWP on the line.
Yeah, so you are going to have to contact through a lot of this. You're fortunate. Oh.
ZywOo's everywhere this round. He just started yard, immediately finds another towards the ramp side.
And now he addresses B. We know nobody rotated down, but he's got that certainty. Apex still here. Yeah, definitely heard something.
Ooh, wasn't expecting Brolan, but a pleasant surprise. This is getting a little uncomfortable for Mouse now. We're running out of chances rather fast. You said let's take note at, what, 12-4?
Yeah, indeed. About to be 12-10. This one ends as it is. It's going to be 9 kills within this run is all that Mouse have in 6 rounds. Now, round's not done yet. They have some space. They can get into the site. ZywOo's position is more as information. Torji over towards single. Can he pip him at the post here? Door swings open. ZywOo looks away.
Yeah, he did. Bizarre. Not going to cost them too much, just the perhaps a little bit of a shrug of the shoulders from ZywOo.
Well, it changes from a matter of time to pressure on now. We go back to those demons. 3rd tactical timeout. That illustrates exactly that. Vitality, no, you're still on the tightrope. You fall, it's over. But you're almost there now.
I mean, we've just watched Mouse's coach Cyclone call all 3 of their timeouts in what has essentially been 5-6 rounds. Burning through.
Yeah, as confidence starts to wane, it's growing on the other side. I'm sure Apex feels that his team are awake and present now. He was 0-3 in terms of opening kills. Now he's sitting at 5-4, and he's had some really impactful moments. But now ZywOo stepping up to the plate with the mobile AWP. This was a strange one. Doesn't cost him in the end because Drops comes through, mops them up, and it will just have to be another partial. So Mouse will guarantee 1 more gun round. Doesn't mean they can't get this one done, but they're saving for the rainy day. That would be round 24 of regulation after a 12-4 lead. ZywOo's not picked up the AWP. So he's had it as a statement piece in the last couple. He's gone back to the rifle.
Well, he knows after a round like that, they're going to be playing like he is AWPing anyway. Apex. Ooh, I think Xertion's got a little bit more info than Apex does. Oh, I say that. Never mind, actually. Spots him, confirms it, throws out Util, and hunts him down for 19. All that remains, spots the mantle up as well. ZywOo understands the reaction. Spinks, however, has taken down the anchor. That! What a quick transfer! Instantaneous adjustment to Brolan. Flames' back is turned. Jimmy couldn't finish it off. Okay, Flames against ZywOo. 5 kills between the 2 of them, and we will see that last round of regulation after all.
Yeah, right there, that ZywOo double, it just renders the Sphinx's kill obsolete and towards that top site, removes the pressure. So that was one of the scarier rounds. There was windows where things could have gone wrong for Vitality in that moment, and Mouse could have capitalized. ZywOo, from dropping the AWP, picks it back up for the final round of regulation. But your solutions have run dry. Remember, it's the force spy that got Mouse cooking in their second half. They do not have a single rifle round to their name.
Is it all for naught? All this hard work, all of this motivation. Vitality have got this far. Mouse set the bar. Head spotted and removed. Apex, an opening death. A missed shot from Zywoo. Is it starting to spiral? He doesn't think so. Second bullet this time connects. Exertion caught on the smoke. Torji actually playing forward into the warehouse and may very well start to wrap. He's got the one bomb on his back. Gets the info, does Mezzi. Zywoo dropped in. And that's for that fight in particular. Brolin did catch him, but just through the silo. And Zywoo's doing it all now on that AWP. 3 kills deep. He wants OT. Mezzi and Torji. I mean, Mezzi's been playing with Torji for 30 seconds. Quick reaction. A swing out of Robs goes punished.
Gotta move now,
Mezzi. Trying to force the fight, Mezzi. Gets hot and bothered. Torji saving Maus. Piece by piece, making this round a reality. 28 seconds, got to move, and he's punished by Flamesy.
That's the bomb loose.
Yeah, he's got it. Spinks has got to retrieve it. 20 seconds right in front of him. This one seems too much to ask. Vitality.
Gotta go ladder to A, have to.
Have done enough, and we see overtime. Didn't feel realistic at 12-4. 9-3 half. 12-4 down. Vitality. Bring us to the extra numbers.
Yeah, this is where you expect Maus's mental to crumble. Pressure off, right? One more round, not anymore. You need 4. They'll probably go, as the cliche goes, win the first here once we get into overtime, sure. But look at this, Cyclone on the mic. He is dealing with a mental collapse right now. That is what his role is in this moment. It's not to make a call, it's not to make a change, it's to settle everybody. We were 12-4 up. Bickering's probably started, the tilt's creeping in, the belief is waning. He needs to stop that. That is his role within this team in a moment like this.
I thought we had a different Maus today. That first half felt that way.
It's 25 for Zywoo within regulation.
The second round, they win the second round of that half after going up 9-3. It really did look like everything, the formula was there for Maus to slay their demons once more. Map 1 of this semi-final, but here we stand, still going, extra rounds. I think Zywoo really awoke, didn't he? Seeing that dynamic AWPing on display.
Change up at the start right now. Rops's ramp straight down. Going to start through Secret with Flames. They're going to play for yard control. The two of them will play forward for the fights. Now, the timing, the teammates will have called. They can have crossed.
Okay, Molotov quite early. Flames was just considering it.
Oh! Mezzi can't catch a break.
Exertion's done very well to catch an opening. Exertion, however, quickly cut out.
Gonna keep fighting.
Yeah, this is a bit too much to ask. It does adjust. Spinks is gone. Torji combat orbs to save himself.
Info on one more down towards B. They'll take the gaps.
Look at him surging forward. Jimmy and Brolan taking that top site.
This is the bomb.
Torji is in a bit of a pickle. Has to fight his way out of trouble. Crossing in, flank is there, they connect. Rops and Flames remove the bomb. And there's more where that came from. All of them gone. Vitality keeping the win streak flowing on this CT side.
9 consecutive rounds now. A flawless finish would remove Maus's mental going into their map choice. It's going to be hard to resuscitate hope if you lose in this fashion. You had them right where you wanted them. The hard work was done.
Usually, we turn to Torji, the talisman, to dig Maus out of the trenches, out of the mental void. Exertion and opening death. Quick find from Apex as well. Spinks not looking the right way. There's Torji, but hold on a second, it's all going wrong. Jimmy opens up the top site. Rob should have that bomb carry every day of the week. Back turn. What is going on? He's alive. Somehow he makes it into the top site.
Down the vent.
Quick pivot. On top of each other's heads. Here's the sound cue. Works it out. Robs is in hot pursuit. And Maus have got a need for speed. Getting that bomb punched. This is a big one. The fact that Brolin's still alive, only for a moment longer. Oh. Jimmy can't get it done either. Couple of awkward misses from Jimmy. Vitality keep that and go for 10 consecutive.
Yeah, right there, it felt like they just completely had them booked, right? Every single move that Mao's made, they got stalled before they could get any room. Then some wobbly aim gave a little bit of interest there. And the crowd like that, one of the fans.
Absolute favorite, isn't he?
Yep.
Slow start, but looking to be quite a vivacious finish.
Yeah, for me, I understand game's not done yet. It still can change. It's all about Apex for me. Just how stubborn he was, inserting himself in a lot of these fights and taking the duels, getting the openers. But you need something on this T-half, Mouse. You still do not have a single rifle round. That's from regulation into overtime.
You just can't stay that way. Torchy's trying to throw caution to the wind, try and play for an opener. Posts up on the door, smoked off and blocked. Flamesy tries to hunt him down and just finds a safe haven in time.
Smoke wall deployed now from Brolin.
This is very cheeky from Mezzy to be adopting such a forward position on the HUD.
He's had a tough go of things as Mezzy.
Certainly has. You can see they're heading over T-roof. Likely going to be util to set up these two. And Mezzy goes looking. How's he adjusted to that? Spinks. Opening death. Mezzy trying to keep this sheet clean. Keep this momentum flowing. Vitality, nothing but victory. In a run of 10. Flashes now, pivot to Zywoo. He's in the right place once more. Number 2, just as easy. Mauser getting picked apart, limb from limb. Player by player into the scope of Zywoo, and he's having fun with you. Takes them all! A massacre on the ramp room. Maus disintegrate before our very eyes. Missing on the milk cartons. Where did they go? And Chengdu absolutely loves it.
When you see conversation around Zywoo and the detractors, it's the big games where they question, where's the impact? Well, question it now. This guy is destroying Maus. 30 and 15, omnipresent, all over the shop. The game, getting it done.
One away from taking Nuke, their pick. Didn't feel like that.
Spotty in the first half of Vitality. But this is a different dialogue. They have all the momentum. They're running with the confidence. Maus have disappeared. An opening kill goes a long way in a moment like this.
Back to their winning ways to start off the CT, you'd hope. Apex and Flames have other plans. Spinks might have a lot of work cut out for him. His teammate sets up another block smoke. Will give him some freedoms to relocate. Where's the Vitality finish? You can see them all congregated back where they started. Early venture gets you an opening kill. And 16 around the corner.
Not taking those risks anymore, are they? Dynamic CT side's about to feel the full force of Vitality's finish.
It's the last of the replenishments for the squeaky smoke. Flamesy is on the warpath. Brolan just looks away as Flamesy profits. Need Heaven to do something big, and he has. Jimmy alive and kicking. Gets the double kill. Completely overlooked. Spinks' corner did Zywoo. Mao's trying to hold on. Apex going to get that bomb punched in. Flamesy 2 kills deep, needs a whole lot more. Nade looks like it could do damage, but he's fumbled it. Could have caught Jimmy if he nailed it. Flamesy still shooting hard though. 1v2 for Apex, doesn't have the health. From behind, Jimmy strikes.
Well, at least Maus get to remember what winning a round feels like. They break a streak of 11 to put something to their name. 2 more of those required to take us to double OT. This is where the series finished last time. That was the group stage. That was Inferno. This is map number 1. More of this, please.
Flamesy's nade could have very easily taken Jimmy out of the run there. Little bit too much height on it. Okay, so now you know how it feels. You remember.
Oh, she's aggression. Apex is quick.
Yeah. Gonna be right next to each other in the smoke if Torchy doesn't dip back, and he will.
Quick timing on this from Apex.
Yeah, he's making his moves. He's gonna beat the HE timing as well, so.
Just
just in time. And actually into warehouse, not secret. So Torji could be caught off by this.
Exertion too.
Yeah, his back is turned, and so quick deletion. Another nasty one for Exertion to stomach. Torji hoping to be able to catch that claw back, but instead extending their advantage as Apex. 2. Now a third from Flamesy. Only Brolin and Jilly left, and it's falling through their fingers. Mao's so close to starting off with a bang, but Vitality find their momentum, and find map 1. That's entertainment. That's Vitality's Counter-Strike.
Mouse can't drown their stage demon. They know how to swim, and Vitality, one map away from another grand final.
Hello, he's going top main fast.
Okay.
Maybe taking
reveal on timing. Reveal on timing.
Yes.
He's still silo. One still silo. He's still silo. He didn't know that.
Care secret. Care loads on secret.
It's on.
Okay.
Where are they done his main? Main. I got secret. That side. Take it dead. Careful.
Get the bomb.
Careful main. Careful level.
Care radio push.
One even. I'm picking. Wait a bit. I have even. Wait. Will I flash in front? Just chill. Even. Nice. Might be a ramp.
Your channel was
Nice
done. One crossing. All good. We'll double pick him. Ramp. 1, 2, 2.
Carrying it now. Carrying it now.
Carrying
it now. They know we're both left. You have to play aggro.
Ramp. One more down. Up. He's holding you. Robin, with the bomb.
KGB took in there.
He was ramp. He left? He can go back. One main. Wait.
You have the bomb. That's the bomb.
One more close. Careful. Nice! Take a kill. Son. 7-7. He was alone, I think. Could be main. Yeah. I'm picking main.
I'm holding secret a bit.
Careful secret.
I'm holding secret.
I'm holding secret from side, guys. Yeah, I'm
holding with you, Zom.
I'm jiggling. That's you one. Nice. No one secret then. One defuse. That I will. Defuse. No, take your time. I'm coming Evan now. Nice. Last one. I got Evan. I'm under Evan. I have lobby.
Oh, Molly have another.
Nice!
What a thriller of a map that turned out to be Nuke, going all the way and then some. We have to have just a few extra rounds, but for Mouse, my goodness, you're gonna be feeling that one in the morning. I do hate to say. Let me go ahead and welcome you all back properly to the Intel Extreme Masters 2025 out of Chengdu, China. And obviously, Josh Steele and Nassan here with me to talk a little about the collapse of Mouse and what looked like a lock-in, Josh.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there. I was looking at the score line, and it just looked like, 12 to, I don't even know, like 3 at one point. Like, surely you're going to pick up one of these rounds. And
surely.
Somehow, just round after round after round, Vitality just staying in it. And when we heard that audio clip even from Vitality, they sounded a lot less frantic and hectic than they did when we heard them in a listen-in yesterday. So, calming things down, realizing that they're in it for like the long haul. I think they were trailing 9-2 at one of the points that I heard one of these clips. And when you are able to kind of like calm the situation down and just feel the game out a little bit, I think that's when you play your best. And I think we got to see that from Vitality. That was a monumental comeback there.
Yeah, well, I think it was 10, 11, something like that, unanswered rounds from the side of Mouse. As Jacob Pimp Vinicky would say, that's simply unacceptable.
It's not good enough. No, not at all. Not even close. Look, when I look at kind of how that second half played out, I feel like Mao's, for only needing one more round to win, once they hit, I think they won both pistols, so they got to their 12th round win fairly early on into the game. I feel like they grief their economy a little bit. Too many like half partial buys and too many like pistol armors, and just do the full eco and get as many gun rounds as possible. What is this like half foot in, half foot out? Just commit to one thing, because I saw, I think it was around like 12-8. They're just still doing like P250s in Kevlar. It's like, bro, just save and then get as many gun rounds as possible. What's the point? And I think that's how Apex was also able to get back into the game a little bit. All those, P250 armors.
That's the word I'm looking for. Apex.
Apex.
It's Apex Predator types in the server. And if you think about what he brought to the game today, what was it?
Well, I think he brought not a lot of consistency, because you can see that first half of the game, basically the first like 8 rounds of the game, 0 and 8, just wasn't getting anything done. And then you look at kind of like the second, I guess, 60% of the game, he just goes 16 and 8. He's got 5 and 2 for opening duels. Now, having said that, he is outside, and these guys are contesting him with like pistols and armor, so some of those opening duels might be a little bit skewed there. There's also situations where like ZywOo would get the first kill or something, and then Apex would die right after, or Apex would get the opening kill against Eco and then wide swing across with an HE grenade in his hands and just die in the open. It's just like, what's going on here?
You didn't like that?
No, some of these decisions are a little bit questionable. In the moment, he probably had a sick idea about it, but then like when it happened, he's probably like,
Yeah, and that's most of the fun of watching Apex on Nuke, specifically towards the outside area, is him running around doing, I guess, whatever he can, whatever he wants to.
He's hashtag getting info.
Speaking of getting and then also giving that info, and I do mean on both sides of the server, ZywOo, a force to be reckoned with right here. He ends up on some outrageous scoreline statistically, but the impact is more than felt in what was all of the rounds unanswered.
Well, we were talking about how ZywOo was kind of in that last head-to-head against Maus in the group stage. He was getting some entry kills, but kind of that was his contribution to the round. It wasn't multi-kills, it wasn't clutches. It was just like he would go in, he would get an opening kill, maybe a second one, and he was ending up with a fairly even kill distribution with the rest of his team. But here, we talked about where the 30 bomb's at. Well, here's a 30 bomb here, right? So this is the ZywOo that you come to expect to be the guy that is the star, that is kind of single-handedly dragging these guys across the finish line. You still have that, constant thread of Flamesy being kind of one of those key players on this team right now in this event so far, and he was kind of just trailing behind ZywOo there. But yeah, I mean, some of these moments here were just fantastic from ZywOo. Just very required from him.
And absolutely necessary, too.
Yes.
I mean, they were back against the wall there for a hot minute. Let's start in that first half. Let's jump into round 5.
Okay, yeah, round 5. I believe this is one of the first rounds that Vitality put up on the board. You can see this mixed by Mezzy, of all people, has the scout, and usually you see Apex running around with that thing. So 4 versus 5, and then you see this this upper just pop here with Tech 9s. You see an AK in the mix, you see Galil in the mix, and you see kind of just like how this plays out for the side of Maus, because it's just not looking that great here. This is how Vitality gets you. It starts with that one round where they just pop with this like mixed buy. It's kind of, they even lose the first kill, Vitality that is, and somehow they're able to pull it through, and those are the rounds Maus cannot afford to lose.
But then we go ahead just one more round 6.
Round 6. If we're going to talk about round 6, this is when there's like a little bit of a lobby push. Exertion's pushed up outside, so we didn't get to see these moments at lobby. We just saw the Exertion kills and that fight outside going on here. But what happened at lobby was at the same time this was going down, there was actually a push into lobby. Spinks was assisting with some flashbangs for Brawlin to push in there. So that coordinated push from ramp and from hut all at the same time, when Exertion's getting the info about one silo and one on the floor outside, and kind of how that chaotic stuff came together. And that's why Maus had such a commanding lead in that first half.
And would that build us into round 10 then? Because that is still the first half, technically speaking.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at round 10 here, because before the match, you asked me about the mind games where, these teams have played against each other so often over the last year, and how are people going to change when you're playing the same maps that you played in the group stage. So this is a round where it kind of mind gamed me a little bit, because you'll see kind of how this round develops. It looks like a normal round with normal yard smokes, and then you're going to see kind of of just like spam from exertion on outside and
trying to keep him from crossing, obviously.
Yeah, he's just trying to get chip damage, layer the molly on top of the nade breaks and everything, and Vitality is going to wait all this out, and that's not really what I'm focused on, because what's going to happen is what comes next, right? So the spam comes, and Mouse has no idea what's going on and if Vitality is lower or not. So here's a couple of things that are happening. One thing that's happening is that we see Spinks has actually pushed in through the door, and he's got lobby info. So right now, Spinks knows, hey, there's nothing at lobby. I think they're all outside. They're going secret probably. So what that's going to do is it's going to tell Exertion, who was just spamming from big garage area, he's going to rotate around and he's going to go into lower, okay? This is a full buy-in from Mouse, assuming that it's going to be some sort of lower play, that Vitality's crossed with 4 players. Spinks sees nobody in lobby. What's going on here? And now, so what the idea from Vitality is going to be is you can see right now how they're grouping up, right? So we see, if we look over at this mini-map, we see Rops is over here. He's coming back from lobby. He's got his teammate here. And they're going to do some sort of play to fake like they're actually going upper, like they're doing a mini split, that the lower portion was just a fake, and they're going to get a flashbang from secret stairs into mini as well. They want Mouse to believe it's an upper hit. They want Mouse to rotate to upper and abandon lower. But because Spinks already had all that lobby space, we see Exertion, how he's set up now in lower. We see that Jimmy's actually come to help him. We see that Torzy has gone over to pick up this ramp rotation. You can see that he's going to move over here in a second, completely understanding that, wait, there's nobody lobby. It can't be an upper split. Why is nobody lobby? Careful, I think it's still lower. So you keep both Exertion here and you keep Jimmy as well on the rotate. You can see on the mini map at the same time. So they are able to get the bomb down, spot that bomb. A rotation comes down the vents. They're going to come fight here, and it's just all out mayhem. So it was a mind game in the sense that Vitality were trying to set up this like elaborate fake thing, because it's like, okay, well, they know our plays. We're going to do this. We know how they rotate. But because Spinks had pushed through the lobby at the start of the round and got all the info, Mouse didn't bite. And so Vitality, they thought this fake's going to work, but it didn't in the end because of that information, that crucial information, because Mouse kept being active.
Yeah, and that's because Counter-Strike is a beautiful game for that, right? That micro decision.
5D chess.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot to unpack when it comes to Counter-Strike. Speaking of unpacking, check out what we did with these Colex cards.
And here we are, Colex Zodiac Edition. Hugo, I got one question for you. Should we open it or should we keep it sealed?
Let's open it.
All right, then. Let's get into this bad boy. I'm hoping for some rare pulls today,
I got a good feeling about
I'm talking big money pulls. Let's get into this. Ooh, we're starting off weak. It's a 1-star bit, but only ways up. Ooh, little Hooks E. Now, he's pretty big. He's pretty successful. That's a 3-star. Oh, all right, a little bit of a rare Senzu there.
Hey, straight off the press.
He's gone, so that's his kind of extra rare in my eyes.
99's a nice number.
Oh, yo,
4-star
it's
shiny.
a Giga Rare PR. Let's get this bread.
Look at the background.
Oh no, Mattis has just ruined my day. I wanted a mythic. I wanted something big. And if you think you could do better, head on over to colex.gg to get yours.
Yeah, you can do that. Thank you, Harry and Hugo. For us, we're going to tune our attention right back to where it needs to be. On a semifinal for the Intel Extreme Masters in Chengdu 2025, we will be moving over to Train, the pick of Miles, after Miles just fumbled hard on Nuke. Either way, you're not going to know the results of that unless you stick around. After this break, we're jumping right into Train. We'll be right back.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
Hey guys, I'm Torji, and this is Play Like Torji. Okay guys, so here we are playing versus Cloud9 and it's 5-0. We are leading pretty good. And now here, you know, you always have to respect your teammates' communication and trust it. And of course, they are saying he's in con and everything, like bullshitting. And I'm just getting knifed by Exile. I was really annoyed here. Obviously, it's not my fault, giving fake informations. We are here on Nuke versus Falcons at the moment. It's 12-2. And yeah, it's like 2 versus 3. And I was pretty tilted here on Sertion because he was trash talking to me before the game, you know. And I was like, I will just kill him and try to clash this 1-on-3 because why is he trash talking to me, you know? Like, I wanted to show him that I am the doggy in the house, you know. But basically, Magic scared me. I still think it was a good play. Like, this is how we should have played it. I think he deserved what he deserved here. We're gonna learn here a pretty important lesson. Like on Inferno, you know, you have this chicken lover, and actually if you put a gravity here, then the chickens will come around you, and now you can pick them up, really important. Like if you wanna rush B, you know, you can just collect your teammates like here in the spawn, then you just go to B with them and rush them instantly with the chickens, you know. It's like 9 guys are rushing B. It's a good tip, good tip. Okay, so here's a pretty important clip. It's 14-14. We play this in Cologne, and again we end up in a clash situation with Sertion. He's always baiting me, as you could see on the new clip as well. And now, obviously, he should have go to the box and make a crossfire with me, but now he's just sitting behind the other box, basically doing nothing and letting me die. Like, I think he played it pretty bad. I don't know what is he doing. Okay, so let's see. Shuri obviously is one of the best IGLs now in CS2, you know, like young upcoming IGL. I really like him. He's always have good comms, good calls. He's insane individually, so I'm just interested what is he doing in this clip. He's pushing short. Then he just what? What are you doing? What are you doing, Shuha? What is this round? Oh my god. Yeah, he just dies like a chicken. I don't know. Whatever, guys.
Hey Future Pros, back on train, this time with the smoke you can throw to lurk out of upper on B. To throw the smoke, make sure you've at least cleared close to the corner. Stand with your back to the opening and aim at this point. Then simply throw the smoke. This blooms in a way that it makes it possible to sneak out and take some angles onto the B side.
Time for the semi-final second map. The first one, a bit of an eyebrow raiser. For Mouse, they had 8 map points on Nuke. An opportunity to take Vitality down a peg, to slay your demons on their map pick. Is there any hope? Because the self-doubt, it crept in. And that inner critic became a prophet, a self-fulfilling prophecy of misery for Mouse. Trade. In the group stage, this was a dominant win for Mouse. But is there any hope? Can they compose themselves? Can they truly reset? Or is it too far gone? Nuke still lingers in their minds. There's a must-win map before them. Second map, first semi-final, the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu. But a CT start for Vitality.
We've touched upon this. Same maps, same matchup, different order. They're rushing B, restricting rotations. Just Apex here.
Yeah, let's see what he can get done. The HE might find damage. It certainly does. Zertian catches the most flak and progressions towards the connector as well. Spinks throws out the smoke. This seems like a well thought out, calculated T-pistol. Leads to a bomb plant and a 5-on-5. Flash to get him out. Flames is, just missed his window onto Brolan, but it does lead to a quick tap to the back of the skull. Spinks is gone. Jimmy tracking ZywOo around the smoke. Hectic on the retake. Still a flash from Brolan as well. Could prove useful. Two Frenchmen coming out of connector, and they're both removed by Jimmy. Quick shots. Robs, what have you got? Mezzi's only got 1 point of health, so
gotta get on it.
He's got to get on that defuse, and he's lost his bodyguard. A 1v1 for Jimmy. 3 kills deep. He's done the hard part. Now he's just confirming it. No time for the defuse. Mezzi a couple of extra kills, but Mouse will start as they mean to go on T-side train.
Mezzi is going to get away from the bomb. 3 kills equals an M4 into the next round, so it's going to be a pretty strap force buy immediately out of Vitality. But another pistol, 2 out of 3 for Mouse so far. And there's some key indicators. Last time they went toe-to-toe in the 13-3 scoreline, it was clutches in the early stages. Brolan had one, Jimmy had one. 1v2s. Can't let that happen again, and we'll get into the details of the lurk smoke and how that played in later. Now Mezzi, he's going to actually set ZywOo up with the M4. Now, he was dropping bombs on Nuke, so you can understand why you give it to the superstar. A couple of MP9s, a Famus, and a nade for Spinks. Flames has actually joined Robs over towards B, and it was usually Apex, and it didn't work last time round. ZywOo searching pop against Spinks head-to-head, and opening incision found. Easy as you like.
Doesn't get easier than that.
Now they can rotate. Round walls is called completely clear. Brolan takes space through that lurk smoke.
Yeah, but Mezzi, cognizant of the possibility. ZywOo to lend a hand. Confirms presence on off, and the Deagle not going to connect from Mezzi, having a tough time. Missed shots, sure, 1 bullet connected, but supported by ZywOo. Finds a nice one on the headshot. Removing them piece by piece. 3 again, this time from ZywOo. Individuals from Vitality have not let off the gas. There's exertion, a contribution to try and get themselves stable. Okay, cost him a lot, and he lost a teammate. Jimmy would have loved to have found that one cleanly.
Remember clutches, I know he's low. 40 seconds, this one would be huge from the Finn.
It would be. The bomb's loose in the middle of nowhere. And he's only got 30 seconds, so to find these cleanly seems like it's too much of an ask. In the dark as to where Robs and Flames have gotten off to. Robs responsible to curtail bomb retrieval. Jimmy making his play now. Robs is good for it, and in a second round conversion from Vitality, so short-lived celebrations for Mouse.
Yeah, going to taste their own medicine right there. Now this is where the game is either truly on or off. If the force spike comes through and they can't make it competitive, I fear that the mental collapse plays into this massively, because not only do you have the side of things that is Mouse doubting themselves, now on the T side of a very difficult map to accrue rounds, you have the confident surge of Vitality. You saw what that win meant to Apex post-game. That celebration was like he just lifted the damn trophy. To come back from 12-4 down in a series that you lost last time, a grudge that you want settled in your favor.
Robs is definitely keeping that energy flowing.
Yeah, you can't execute if you're losing bodies early.
Spinks has had a tough start. First ZywOo, now Robs just cutting him down before he even gets started in the halls. Here's another little twist of the knife, but the flash, he was ahead of it. So Torji will punish Robs' push. Exertion, he knows he's got Flames potentially trapped, but evasive maneuvers adopted and he gets away.
They keep throwing this lurk smoke out main, and in this round we don't get to see it come into play, but it was causing some real issues for Vitality. I'm sure they've done a whole lot more theory on how to deal with that, so we'll see it play in with more gun rounds in future rounds. But win the 4v4, they can set up for this B execute. Apex is essentially playing retake, just jumping back here towards Z. So I was clearing main, Flamesy joins him, Mezzi has to deal with Ivy. It's just Apex here. There is a kit on Mezzi, but a retake of the B bomb site, especially if these pistols push forward and get space, it'll be tough. Apex blocks lower.
Should enable him to play close to it and hold this upper push. There's Mezzi to try and lend a hand. He does find that initial headshot. Exertion traded by Jimmy.
Apex in the smoke, waiting for the activation.
Yeah, it will come soon, come momentarily. Hiding out on that low ramp, you're not ready for this. Oh, Brolan catches a whiff. Hits the shot, removes Apex and Jimmy in combination, flank from ZywOo. Traded out, Torji secures it, okay. A game after all.
This is good grit, right? This shows that Mouse just aren't going to collapse, and frustrations from Apex, it's Definitely been some trials and tribulations throughout Chengdu. It hasn't been easy, even with Rops, the man who seems to win every time he heads on down to China on your team. It's been a tough road. The first time they found themselves having to battle through a lower bracket, thanks to Mouse. That's the last match, well, not that long ago. And that's where we thought Mouse might have turned a corner. The mental edge, but sure, same environment, same opponent, same maps, different stakes, and the mental.
I think that's frustration himself there. He knows he had the position to really win the round.
Yeah, didn't wait for the sound cue of the plant. Tried to take some space. So their force is 2 scouts, one for Zaiwu, one for Mezi.
Seeing this pixel Zaiwu's working with. Might catch Spinks on his progression. They've managed to keep a lid on him so far.
You have to put respect on the name of Mouse, though, if they do reset into this. Right, you know this map was oh so good for you last time. And sure, you lost in a generational fashion. But the series is far from over, and you get to determine if it goes to Inferno again. Again, another layering of this lurk smoke, so it's just such a nuisance. You play through, you're segregated. In my mind, I feel like the solution, at least in rifle rounds, is going to have to come through finding pressure points elsewhere. They will be doing an outside piece. Pop's been smoked at 40 seconds, well blocked. Just Spinks to play through. The rest are going to come out main.
Looks like they're running this clock down. Flamesy in the smoke. Spinks, I think he knows he's been blocked. Surely he's worked it out now. Makes his way in. Flamesy likely overlooked it. Spinks is going to find you. Catches him on the fade. It's a double from the Spinks Mac 10. Still, time is of the essence. You must get that bomb planted. Zaiwu's being pushed on. Should be a dead man. Brolin secures it. No cover, no support, no problem for Mouse. Spinks, I think he worked it out just in time there on the exit pop.
Yeah, well done. First 2 contributions, and they're big ones because it'll force Vitality down to an eco now. So off to another great start. Should be reading 4-1 in a moment's time. And that is already par for the course on the T side. Now Apex started last game 0-8. He's currently 0-4. But the plays that he started to make are the ones that, in my opinion, with a win condition for Vitality. Sure, Zaiwu and Flames were better in the stat department. I think Apex had an awful lot of impact.
I think Brolin knows what's coming. He's got the angle. How many is he going to get? Between him and Jimmy, they will nullify the threat. Oh, wow, that felt like a deagle in Apex's hands. Does remove Jimmy, so at least it's not a completely clean sheet, but regardless, Mouse get through the eco comfortably.
No Zaiwu AWP available right now for the CT side. It's going to be very rifle-centric. And I think that if Vitality are giving the space over towards Brown Walls and Mouse can get away with the B executes, Vitality will be having a tough time unless Rops is able to mow down the multis. So is there a gun round approach that Vitality have worked on? Once they knew this was going to be the matchup after they took down Astralis yesterday, I'm sure even in the off day they're thinking, oh, with the way the bracket shaped up, we are the favorites to meet Mouse again. You're already thinking about it. You're already working on it.
Late
ahead of this.
Yeah, this might catch Spinks off guard. Oh, he gets the info, getting run out by Flamesy. That Rops HE is constantly a real thorn in Spinks' side. Can't get a round started with full HP. Ivy attention drawn. You can see Mezi responsible, and his block smoke won't last forever. In fact, fading now. Pressure on both extremities simultaneously. Flash catches Spinks. Sorry, it's Jimmy. Makes his move.
Look at this.
Oh, he's got the gap. Yeah, this is what players like Jimmy dream of.
Now, they've noted this. Mezi said it's a possibility, but it's the timing. Jimmy took this immediately. They will expect it, but not this early.
It looks like it's actually changed the call. They were all gathered pop.
Apex back turn to this.
Backstab, yeah, it's surely going to be the end of the oil train IGL. Jump scare imminent. Synchronizing with his teammates, waiting for that smoke to fade towards upper. Now taps the back of the head. Rops can't react in time, but he still gets 2. Oh my God, he gets 3! Rops is keeping Vitality in it despite Jimmy's flank. Awkward for Jimmy. Choice between two, chases him down. Rob's still somehow alive, and he's actually got flames in time. Supports him through Z. Mao's had it right there for the taking, but Robs finds output.
So I was already cutting off this save. He doesn't want Torji to hold on to the AWP and might want it for himself.
Exceptional.
If this comes in after time, that's going to sting.
Round the block.
Zywoo might catch him here.
He will, losing it all as well.
Okay, Zywoo couldn't get to the AWP in time. And Robs bails them out in a big way.
In a very big way.
Massive multi from him. Jimmy's had some impactful moments, right? The kills on the pistol round, there, the flank frag that should open that B bomb site, but it's not to be.
I mean, that round is over if it isn't 3. Robs gets away as well from the attempted trade.
Yeah, so knowing they got away with one there, it's actually Mouse to call the timeout. So Cyclone on the mic before the money is obsolete. We'll be able to get another full buy. AWP, AKs for everybody, full sets of nades. Pressure still on Vitality, having to work into this CT side. They're in pursuit of their 10th grand final of 2025. Looking for their 9th trophy. And then their 11th head-to-head against Mouse. It's a lot of numbers, but either way, it's a lot of mind games. This matchup goes deep. And this man on your screen is one that can't go missing in a moment like this.
Didn't feel like he was at the start of Nuke. The end, perhaps a little.
They're coming in, Alex.
They are. Zywoo's going to flash them in. They're boosted on this box, and they overlook it completely. Ooh, he nearly got the double up, did Mezzi.
Mezzi's the Ivy player. Does Jimmy react off of that to find the gap? He found it last time, but it was through util. There's no immediate reaction. They know that Rob's the B defender. Zywoo and Apex, 2 of the yard riflers, also on the yo-yo of the rotate. Do they just play out the number advantage and execute together, or do they try and find a gap? Well, Jimmy still parked towards Ivy. Brolin now joining Torji and Spinks over towards the halls. Rob's rotating out right now. Vitality are gambling on the CT side. Brolin with the bomb is the indicator of this finish. Now, if Robs finds a timing push through Pop, not only is it information, it's a quick backstab to his site. Looks like they're gambling that it will be an A play. 50 seconds. Silence falls over Train. Now heading into Pop. Could the gamble really work out? Main blocked. So we're pivoting. Might just have to play towards new box or red. This is looking good.
Positionally sound from the remaining 3 of Vitality. Spinks will come through. Zywoo mantles up and does remove the first. More required though. It's Robs with 2. Ouch! Mouse just disappear. Not only on Nuke, but in this round 7, completely squandered the man advantage.
Yeah, right. The 2 opening fights came your way and you just knock them off early. Right, that was a move from Vitality into main that just gets snuffed out. It's 2 rounds in a row where there's been a clear advantage in favor of Mouse, in rifle rounds, mind you, that they have faltered. Now, normally we talk about not shoving all in a situation like this, having options on the way out. There was no lurk, there was no gap, there was no way to rotate. That was literally all in, and now they're on the pistols. So they had some grit, they had some fight, but that was in the early stages with the back and forth ebb and flow of the Force by Wars. Flames here to mow them down. Robs goes low ramp to join him. The blender set up. Just got to press that button.
Oh, you know what? They gave it a good go. Flames, he still gets 3 despite Brolin's best efforts to just keep it to 1. Oh, that face, that's almost a 1,000-yard stare from Cyclone. Feels like he's just watching helplessly.
If I'm going to be fair, where we talk about the bare minimum amount of rounds, I think Mouse already have that, if not 1 extra. And Vitality were able to mount a massive comeback when the chips were down. Now, it was pure domination in the first stages of Nuke, and then the comeback, it felt like it was just going as planned, right? This is Nuke. This is how the CT side goes. Oh, they're missing util now, so those are the wobbles you don't want to see.
If Apex is throwing the nade that Robs usually does, that means where is Robs? He's throwing out his own version. Doesn't quite dunk on, bit deep. Trying to punish them on the pop line.
Could just be into a B execute right now. They've got enough util. It's going to be quick, Alex.
Yeah, this is going to be really quick. Maybe Apex and Robs have got some tricks up their sleeve, but Robs up the up and upper. He's done very well. Okay, Spink 3 HP, goes in for a triple dip.
Apex.
Ooh, where's he going? That's Flames. What is that? The Emperor of Flame decrees this one's done.
Jimmy, you're left in another tough situation. Apex, too busy thinking of how can I set up my teammates as opposed to how can I keep myself alive. But the alley-oop, the slam dunk, and now the 1v3. The bomb can get planted. The loss bonus, 2,900 going into the next. We'll get a $600 cash injection at a minimum. Jimmy, can you win a massive clutch for your team?
Feels like he might have to. Keep the hopes alive. Extinguish confirms his position and whereabouts. Zaiwu jump spot, spots him out and executes. Feel like Flamesy's multi was just miraculous. How's he got all three there? And yeah, Xtad's gonna give him a firm pat on the back. Apex looking at him lovingly.
Yeah, admiration. I think the level of expectation that Apex has of a player like Flames is high. He knows, hey, I've seen an aggressive rifler like that in my time. I was you.
Yeah, right. It is. It's like your generational gap.
Hey, know what he's capable of. You know what he can deliver.
And now it's him, Apex, setting him up for the conductor of chaos to do what he does. I feel like over the last couple of days, we've seen just an endless amount of Flamesy impact multis coming out of Flames, flashes, smokes, doesn't matter. Flames finds output.
Yeah, and they really need it, right? Because Zaiwu can be an opening force, but normally these AWPers, they go for openers, but then they're rotation pieces. Flames is going to be more aggressive. And this is on the way in. Perfect flash, everybody blinded. That's probably why Apex saying they were blind, right? It's like, yeah, everyone was blind. Yeah, that was sick. Give me a couple more of those, boss man.
The third was madness, completely through the smoke, just finds Brolin's head immediately. Does this buy from Maus have? I mean, whatever this is from Maus, what does it have? Not the full investment.
No, and they all had about 3.6. So they want to bring out the Torch Orb, which appears like they do. Zaiwu's Orb, however, going to pick through high ramp.
Yeah, Rops this time throwing out that first HE, and he's making a play.
Oh.
He's trying, and he's succeeding. Yeah, leg shot was hit. Robs is low. Are they going to try and like accelerate?
You have to know there was 3 players here, right? Because Robs pushed lower, Zaiwu got the leg shot through high ramp, and there was a flash. But Torji didn't have to buy an AWP. He'll get one back either way. And Maus, they've already won low buy rounds. Why not another?
Something that we've also seen in that previous head-to-head was Brolin's impact late out main.
Vitality have already managed 2 more rounds than they did in the last head-to-head. But still, you'd be loving to get 8. That feels necessary after what was the start to this. You won the force buy, but couldn't keep them down.
This always feels like such an audacious call, doesn't it? When you've been stampeding around brown halls, you go...
It's a long rotation.
Fully to Ivy, Barb Roland.
Now, there's util and exertion, but do they want to use
has he
it?
still got a smoke? If he, for any reason he was to block them here, it gets awkward fast.
Apex coming over as well.
Is he looking the wrong way? Slips away, enough of a distraction, and it falls apart. Exertion can't get going. Flamesy finds a double up. Make it 3. Okay, the multis keep on flowing. He's having a fantastic start to the CT side, and as you set the line at 8, it will be guns this time in that AWP on Torji.
Yeah, I'm sure that 12-4 to 13-16 scoreline is still rattling around their brains. They've used 2 tactical timeouts within this first half already. I don't think Cyclone's going to want to call one more.
Frustrating way for it to end on Ivy.
And the timing there, right? Mezzi moving away as Apex just gets there.
Do you reckon they saw Mezzi?
Must have just called the tail of it.
Yeah, because all eyes were on that side camera.
And Zaiwu having to sit and watch. He was the only death for them in that one.
Oh, he can't get away with that again.
But this is the change. They've been so much more active towards brown walls. Rops is constantly either being flashed in, there's multiple bodies that they're trying to snuff out the defaults, removing the room.
Oh, that interview you gave with Apex. That's my main takeaway, was how important Apex has concluded denying this space is. Ooh, missed shot between the wickets. Flamesy swinging in. Surely now another double. Miss from Torji and Flamesy's not scared. An AWP fires 2 bullets and you walk towards it. Moth to flame, Flamesy to violence.
No gaps in this one. If you go back, those early clutches, the ramifications of those against Vitality. And Zaiwu just going to poke into main. He's got Jimmy to find.
Gets away. Mildly scathed, but
Rops
give me
is
an
pushing Brown
exertion.
again.
Yeah, he's got full info.
Just constantly being jarring.
Hello, Xertion finds him. There's a difference maker.
The orb? Are you playing to save?
Maybe you are.
I think you have to be.
So that kill, that contribution, all it nets you is an AWP into the next. We've talked about how head-to-heads can, differ when you get to the same maps again. But this is a complete contrast with that previous train head-to-head.
And Nuke too, right?
Yeah.
So both teams making some necessary adjustments. It's just Vitality showing their class and showing their ability. After what we heard was listening again, there was more of the same. We're not connecting, we're not communicating, we're not listening to each other. That was the conversation yesterday against Astralis. More of that within the first 12 or so rounds of Nuke, and then they completely changed the dialogue, and they're the ones throwing out the pain. So Torji gets the AWP brought through. There's going to be Galils behind what was a saved AK as well.
Yeah, juggling a AWP and M4 is Robs.
Yeah, so an extra piece of this puzzle. Another thorn in the side. One more.
Oh, here's a mix-up. Here's a change-up. Not only is Brollan finding flames early elsewhere, but it's Jimmy playing passive on the Ivy side as Mezzi contact walks it in. Will it be a diligent clear? He's walking in. Oh, Jimmy! Felt like he could have had that one.
Rops is the AWP close here. This will be combat AWPing.
Especially if they go ahead of the smoke. It's unlikely. Spinks will be pathing into the scope.
They're rotating B. Mezzi's coming over to join Apex as well.
How have they got such conviction that A's open?
I think they're just playing for the timing of the reaction. Now Exertion investigates Pop Zywoo.
Can you believe it?
That was a rifle that was aggressive there. Now it's the AWP.
I was looking for Mezzi. I found Zywoo's AWP.
Now you have to go B.
And now Robs is AWP. Oh, it's just lined up perfectly for Vitality. An 8th imminent. Torji cops heavy damage. He's trying as hard as he might. Still has vision on the line. Working down the low ramp is Exertion. His shot. Apex does not make that mistake. Controls the spray. Torji's gone. Robs with the 2. 8 rounds to 4. Is this where it ends in Chengdu for Maus? Is there anything to be said as we swap sides? Intel Extreme Masters, Chengdu, China. It is the southwestern Sichuan province. It's the capital. Sichuan known for its spice. We've got plenty of spice here in the server. 2 semi-finals for you. We started with 16, and it's soon to be 3. A grand final spot up for grabs. Vitality leading by example with an 8-4 half. We swap sides.
Our city side is best in the world, and the T side is not good. Promise me that, okay? I promise.
Roland's made a promise. Vitality's T side's not good. We'll see if the pistol changes that.
B-rush.
It is, keeping it direct. And already, ooh, ouch, goosh for Spinks. No output from Spinks could be problematic. Oh! Never mind! 4 in quick succession. Robs doesn't get a chance to start.
Add another pistol round to the tally there for Mouse. 3 out of 4 so far, and a necessary one to kick off this campaign. Capitulation not on the menu just yet. Nothing to sink your teeth into if you're Vitality. You might just have to stomach the eco. That rotation time on point, and everybody dies in the blink of an eye. Beautiful. Yeah, you think you're rushing B. There should be maybe 1, 2 players there. If they've done a stack 3, and there was 4. Everybody from Mouse had responded to that with speed. Might be the back and forth of the economy this time because of the eye pattern that Vitality have opted for. Rops just going to try and get straight down low ramp and punish. Spinks is here on his lonesome for now. Brolin investigates main. Torji jiggling pop. Jimmy Ivan, Exertion floating between here, there, and everywhere. So a chance to make it just a 2-round game.
Got to be taking it easy there, Torji.
Yeah, he had a pretty good map number 1, but when you lose the map, I don't think anybody really cares. Spinks has support now of Exertion, so should deal with this one.
Yeah, he's got the perfect free aim for the double kill. There's the Rob Steeg with output. Might lead to a plant as well, you know. Exertion, he's been distracted. And that bomb does go down.
Okay.
Mission accomplished as far as Vitality are concerned. You buy 1 Deagle, you get $600 per player.
So it was going to be the buy either way, but now you get a whole lot extra in the tank. So an injection of 600 plus for everybody once this defuse comes in, and the loss bonus sees Zaiwu in the 5K mark. 5.3 for Mezzi. They can just go for full AKs with full util. What that allows is Apex to call the full smorgasbord of the strat book. Brolin saying they got the best CT side in the world. What a time to prove it. Last time you did the heavy lifting on your T half. So this would be another great comeback, but maybe not in the same fashion.
I mean, this would really be the most legitimate. In the playoffs, squandered advantage on map 1, and then you bounce back, and then you shrug it off. That would change the conversation. That would be a turning of the corner for Maus. You made light work of Vitality on this very map. Now an advantage accrued in that first half. Maus look to respond.
Yeah, so main control early. They played forward and won multiple fights right now. Rop searching pop. Spinks knows that Boxholes is clear, so Torji will have to acknowledge this. Brolin also, when he comes back on his clears, yeah, Rops is noted now. Brolin needs to get out of there. He's stuck. He'll be going down.
Oh, trying to bail him out.
2 smokes to help with this. Emergency.
Yeah, but it's worked out. I mean, if I'm Apex, I'm a little concerned. Torji trying to lend a hand as well. Brolin stubborn him in this forward position. He hears that reload of Apex just for the other side of the container. Robs, ooh, it's a standoff versus Spinks. The two of them, they know the angles well. Doesn't find him. Missed shot. Overlooked Apex. Okay, now a 3-on-3. Gets weird now. Torji on that red trade. Jimmy doesn't get a chance. Mezzi was ready. Torji forward position. Spinks was B. Has to play forward. Has to make a play. Unfortunate now. Apex knows exactly where you are. He's swinging. He's shooting. And Spinks is thrust into a clutch. How is he playing this? Through the smoke, perhaps?
They know it's the B defender, so they will be worried about this, even though it is smoked. He might not even give it a go. They will be able to buy into the next, especially if he holds on to this, if he can.
Apex. Ooh, nice tracking. Spinks gets that first. Turn of the flash. Understands Mezzi likely towards the camera side. He is having a look. Realizes maybe the venture a lost cause.
Especially with no kit. He's going to have to drop a gun to one of his teammates in the next round, likely Exertion. I like that from Rops, right? He gets noted towards Pop, and then he just reroutes the whole way back. And if his teammates go down in main, it looks silly. It looks like he can't help. But by rotating all the way back, they're still worried about that Pop linger. So it's another avenue that they have to consider.
Well, especially when you know it's Rob's. Rob's known for his late arrivals, his timely arrivals.
This was huge, though.
Right, I thought Brodin heard the reload, perhaps just assumed he would have repositioned.
Yeah, exactly right, because behind those smokes, you really don't know what resides. But some great shooting from Apex, and that right there is a 4v3 that they accrued extremely early. Another man advantage situation on Train added to the tally that's fallen against Mouse.
Okay, well, with Flames' forward positioning, that has me thinking we might have something a bit quicker. Spinks is going to be once again trying his luck behind the smoke on the halls. Brawland, what is that? Just a brazen head-to-head duel with Flamesy.
I think they thought they cleared it out a little bit more diligently than that. Hanging around, they want one back. Exertion, desperate to find a frag to level it into the 4v4. Flamesy can rescind now and play his life. Spinks playing this same angle, just trying to be cheeky and catch a bit of a gap as they scale up. You can see highlighted there. So Jimmy's playing Ivy to block. Exertion and Torgia looking to stuff main. But Romps is on the cusp of Pop. Aid in. Flamesy, lucky to be alive.
Yeah, his restraint has actually kept him in it with 2 HP.
They just need to trade him out, but block, so it's going to have to be Pop to play first, surely.
Yeah, and they're starting to make their moves. Mezzi drawing attention, lots of steps from main. Torgi, Exertion, Jimmy, all focused on this. A side, nice find. Torgi gets some Exertion in combination. Pop do not play first. Fumble the flash and flank from Spinks could end it right here, just like that. Clunky from Vitality and Mal's Profit.
Okay, one where they drew back, the man disadvantaged there. Very well done. Apex is just going to look for anything on the way out the door, but we make it a 2-round game again. That's nice.
Tell you what else is nice is retrieving 4 AKs at the end of the round.
Yeah, and the buy on the other side is lacking. Yeah, Flames with 4K, 3.6 for Zywoo, everyone else wanting. See what they opt in with, 2,400 into the next, so they can definitely equip themselves with something.
Roland must have really enjoyed watching this one go down.
Yeah, good work staying stubborn around the main fights as well. So they go Hero AK on Flames.
Is he just going to go out? Surely Mouse's util. Yeah, we'll make that difficult. Oh, he's so blind. 30 HP and dead.
Spoke to Cycron, mate. They have a thing called No Rats, where they try and clear out exactly that. So that's what's been run to make sure Flames has no room.
No rats, no room, no retrieval.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, isn't it? So you're hoping to make a play.
I mean, the Zywoo Desert Eagle may very well find Brawland here. Not able to hit his shot.
Plays ahead of the lurk smoke. Now they're just going to be barraged by more nades. Big one down the back pocket. Mezzi brought to 40.
He's had a quiet series so far.
Good with the Tech 9, though. Let's see. I feel like Rops needs to, be active.
And Brawland, he's managed to finish the job clean. 4 kills in the round for their captain. Mal's making a 1-round game.
Might be time for a tactical timeout.
Yeah, maybe it is time to get Xtaz on that microphone. Doesn't look like he's calling it immediately.
It's just interesting with the buy that they went for there. They're still a little bit light on with some of their players, so it's a bit more investment than I originally gleaned. So that's a odd one there from Vitality to go so heavy-handed. It's going to be another round that is essentially the same. 1 hero AK and pistols on the rest. Maybe there's buy pattern catches Mouse off guard because of how much of investment has gone into the previous. I was just going to search, maybe just walk out high ramp, see if you catch them on a timing. Exertion up to device. Spinks playing Thomas. The 2 of them set and ready.
Apex swallows that HE. Still will be throwing out the flashbangs.
So quiet, isn't it, across the rest of the map?
Feels like the Exertion Spinks duo, it's unlikely they don't have any output. That's the fight, that's the trade. Okay, Flames goes, but info on Exertion. And they're into the site, through the low ramp. Rops his Desert Eagle, removing Torji. Gets weird if Jimmy goes down. Important fight. One out by Exertion. Sure, you get the bomb plant. Couple of nice shots out of Rops' Deeg, but it will be a tied game.
Yeah,
maybe for Mouse's mental, Chad, they have to start on the downside.
Yeah, look, Rops has got 20 kills so far. He had a fantastic first half of play. ZywOo hasn't been the menace the same way he was on Nuke. He's at 11, Flames with 13, some impactful moments. Apex with 6, Mezzy with 7. It's just Torji who seems to be missing on the Mouse side, and this is the first tactical timeout. So Xtaz saving this for a rainy day. I guess where he saw where the cash was at in those rounds, he was just happy to let him slide. But that feels like, I don't want to say 2 wasted rounds, but 2 rounds where maybe some financial decisions could have got them into buys earlier. Still no T-side ZywOo AWP. And the only round you have in your T-Hall so far, Vitality, is the first rifle round that was immediately responded to. That rifle round as well, you had one-man advantage in a 4v3. It was Apex, man on your screen, who has been putting in a big performance, captain, caller, and motivator of this team. Thanks to him, they had a chance on Nuke. Can he stir them into action again? They have been very quiet. What was a 7-round run into the halftime break has been 1 round since.
Now you've got every bell and whistle you could possibly desire.
They want to condition Ivy a bit more this round. Look at Apex as that loose piece, right? When you see him, it's going to show what's premeditated. And right now, looking to force Yuto out of Jimmy. Flashed off, greeting his nades. Internal clock there, understanding the scaling. He's the Ivy Lurk himself. He knows these games well. Him and Mezzy, it's a curious head-to-head. It's not always an active head-to-head. It's definitely one that they both consider.
Are they going to progress here?
Yeah, they are. Taking room because of the Ivy pressure.
And Robs is rather isolated in his responsibility to curtail any CT aggressions here.
They're playing to give it over, so this is known, and Robs is ready for any type of aggression. So if you're Vitality, you're aware of the room. Now, Torji's Molodoing right here. How deep does he go?
Feels like it's likely Flames just walks into this line. A little bit of a jiggle, but easy pick off. Nice from Torji to start Mouse off on the right foot.
And he's away.
Jimmy responsible for this late arrival of Apex. And in the meantime, his team's getting picked apart. Apex does manage to win 1 duel. 2 on 4. Rob, what have you got? Nothing more.
Yeah, if he could have dealt with that, there's a chance for ZywOo to join, but the rotation was pretty swift from Mouse. Looks like ZywOo is just going to have to save this, and Mouse putting that best CT side in the world on display, as Brolin said.
Well, he also was very critical of Vitality's T, and it's starting to certainly be reinforced by result.
Good work from Torji. I understand he doesn't have a lot of kills so far, but those ones are really impactful. You find the first, you fall back, you find another incision. That's great work. That's what you want, right? It's not all about the combat or being the flicks. It's about making map control difficult, and if Spinks takes this one away... Oh dear, that's after time. $100 for ZywOo. In trouble now. Inferno looms.
Third map decider, Inferno semi-final. Could be fun.
Yeah, well, for me, it's more about Mouse piecing their mental back together. I thought they were done like a dog's dinner after the way that they capitulated on map number 1. This is great. This is what you want to see. This team that has struggled against Vitality for the entire first season has come into the second with a score to settle. They're currently 2-1 the second half of 2025. They don't want to go down without a fight. They don't want to be the whipping boy anymore.
We're into round 20.
Alex, we've had 3 rounds that are so similar in terms of the buy. It just feels desperate. It lacks an idea, and sure, the money means it's tough to do anything. But how are you meant to win with this?
Exertion. Inquisitive towards that pop smoke.
It's too telegraphed. The map's so quiet. No pressure anywhere.
Lurk smoke. Second wave. Exertion once again will start to work on the flank, gets the gun out, Spinks, empty hands, great shot, Flames his Tech 9, now Jimmy's on notice, the flank has been revealed, he missed his shots, they know about you, you lost your element of surprise and now you've lost your head. We saw Mouse do that on Nuke as well. Vitality, third time's the charm on these wiggly buys. Just a rifle, a couple of Tech 9s, and that's how it goes down. Flamesy leaves with an AWP. He came in with just a pistol. 3 kills later, he's changed the narrative.
I guess it doesn't matter how telegraphed the round is if you hit your shots like that. Mals don't hear anything across the rest of the map. There's no pressure anywhere. The BXQ comes in and they lose the opening exchange. It just falls apart, crumbles like a house of cards. Here it is again. So fumbling with the nades, they jumped out. Great shot. And the amount of these rounds, if you go back and look at the matches Vitality have had and the ones of these that are won, they just shift the game. That's a gimme. It should have been 11. Now we're all tied up. Can't replicate that. What's the call? Zywoo's AWP probes out mid, pushed away by the early nades. Torji's AWP in pop. Great weapon for the job. Lurk smoke main, draws Brolin closer. Spinks has Brown Wall's control, but still wants Exertion alongside. It's pressure towards Jimmy on Ivy. Just playing smoke molly defense. Surely Torji just has another if Rops rounds this corner without any util.
Robs has got that flash lineup though. Saw him lining it up previously. Just one flash, all he has.
Block smoke towards lower ramp makes you feel that there shouldn't be a player postured forward at high ramp. So let's see if they clear Spinks if they want to finish B.
We have yet to see Spinks' little pixel gap here pay off.
No sound cues giving off that flash.
The whole squad. I think they've got into a bit of a false sense of security, some passing glances at the potential. Flamesy now responsible, Mezzy too. It's Zywoo working Ivy solo AWP. We've seen Mouse do this before. Oh! And that's because the AWP's gone. Rops has just wallbanged him out of the round. That will change him.
There you go, Yard. The AWP's gone. The long range is gone.
Crazy. Brolin Olof, Jimmy Hell. Rob's trying to sell something. Has Exertion confirming nothing down the ramp in the Z connector. He's done well. Jimmy, Brolin, everyone from Mouse taking it in turns.
Safe.
Picks apart Vitality and 11 is there, secured.
There's got to be something in the prep there that tells Rops there's an AWP in pop. Right, because he hasn't peeked around the corner. He's gone back, he's just wallbanged, right? So there's something in the setup there that Mouse do. And that was a free opener. It doesn't come freer than a wallbang kill. Right, you have a hope and a prayer to get that one done. Torchi's going to be feeling pretty hard done by. But Vitality are the ones under pressure. They take their second tactical timeout. Both of them used so far on this T half. So Xtaz was happy with the CT distribution of rounds, but you've won a rifle round the first of the half, and you've won a pistol pounce into B. So the blue wall of Mouse.
I mean, you know the round's gone badly when it's just over like that.
Yeah, and there was you're coming out of pop, so we'll catch it again here. People should be pretty familiar with these lineups now. And Vitality are one of the teams that they were doing it against Falcons at EPL, right? They were spamming Kisuke at E-Box. They were spamming Nico top red. I said Kisuke as well when he would play a little bit more dynamic. It's like, okay, we know where he's going to be most of the time. Right. So, okay, well, almost out of opportunities here, Vitality.
Big round.
The game looking to go the distance.
Same routine for Jimmy. This time AWP catches a glimpse of him. Reads the nades, exchange with Mezzy. Same story. Brolin confirms main is still under their control.
Need to force the gap, force some rotations. Mouse feel like they have a lot of map control a lot of the time. Exertion supports Jimmy on Ivy. Torji and Brolin hold main. They can also watch pop from there. So this is looking like a pretty strong setup. The biggest weakness would be a B execute. They're ahead of the lurk smoke.
Yeah, feels destined for glory. Does Torji? Flashed off. And frag anyway. Flamesy down. Two-man main setup. Break that. Oh, jumping over the AWP shot's one way to do it. Messi, he finds it. Gets him going. Good nade. Solid connection. 2 players worse for wear as Rob slips out. Does he spot the player on back of bomb? He's getting across. Back of bomb is Exertion. Robs is sneaking. He's creeping and he should have the flag. Books him. Awkward now. Spinks, they know he's the B player. Jimmy, Ivy. Keeping this within 1 round.
Might have to save. Just hold on to these guns. There's not much cash on Torji. Everyone else has residuals, so maybe we'll just give this one over. The 2 extremity players, Spinks and Jimmy, just going to float around, see what they can find.
Messi is making, you know, Neo.
This is the thing,
moves.
right? If you look at one moment within a round that changes the outcome, it's that right there. Just jumping over that shot, putting under pressure. Because the initial flash was great from Flames. The problem was he was unable to put himself in a position to go for that hard clear. Because even though you throw that lurk smoke, they can be on top of red to look over it. So he was worried about players deeper than they were. That'll be the 3rd T-side round for Vitality now. And this is another game where it's felt the entire time like it was going to go the distance. Like, this is no surprise. The level of intensity, it's been here the entire series. Unfortunately, we got that factor. There it is. That right there.
What's crazy is if you'd have shown me that setup and said, how do Vitality end up winning this round, I wouldn't have said he baits the AWP shot, jumps over it, actually.
Well, you've heard of a Flying Dutchman. That's a jumping Brit.
Yeah, lesser seen, but just as effective. Timeout called. Cyclone, that's his last opportunity to get on the mic pre-overtime.
Do you want to hear the worst case scenario?
Go on then.
You lose this round, you have 1,900 loss bonus going into the next. Vitality hunt you to the hills, wipe the board, and that's all the cash you have to splash.
Compromised.
And that's only to push it to overtime. So Vitality, you've got them right where you want them to close this in regulation and book your 10th grand final of the year.
Opening salvo, opening spams. Robson Exertion, perhaps the first point of friction.
They're changing it up, the flow now. It's going to go straight into a B execute.
Okay, yeah, so he will throw out block util. Spinks spotted them on the cross.
As he dropped that lurk smoke, Roland playing over it. Spinks is on his own right now.
Apex catches nade damage.
The timing on this will be the difference maker. Torji's rotating in now, but will he get there in time?
Looks like he will. Responsible for upper, swinging it deeper into the line. Zaiwu has an AWP as well on the T side. And Exertion going to try and lend a hand on the flank. AWP v AWP surely favors Torji on this one. Actually, no, reacts, flashed off the line. Losing vision. Flashes have connected, but there's Spinks. Apex gone, Exertion in combination, puts Vitality on the back foot, heavy. Nice shot from Spinks. Makes light work of the situation. They test his bomb site, and he passes in pursuit at 12. Mouse avert disaster. And coming into the last round of regulation will be well equipped. Not only guns, but T-guns. 3 Kalashnikovs finding their way onto the defensive side.
And that was a good response there from Mouse, right? They weren't worried about having to rotate back through the choke points. They snuffed them out. I thought Exertion sticking around maybe a little bit too long, but he's significant in this. You see there, catching Mezzi back turned. And that actually alleviates so much pressure, right? Because Torji was flashed off the line. They had removed a lot of key positions. Mouse, this is your chance again. On Nuke, you had 8 of these. On Train, you've got 1. Level this up, 1-1, take us to Inferno. We all remember those fireworks. Again,
Feels
straight in for the B execute.
Feels a little bit suspicious. No nades early. There it is, that's a nade right on the face. Zaiwu and Apex looking a little wonky. Is it just going to be that direct finish? Look at the damage inflicted. Spinks working with just 16 points of health. There's an Exertion find down the ramp. Mal's looking good. Flamesy a disruptor. As always, keeps Vitality in it just a little bit. They're all there though. Exertion dipping behind the smoke as Flamesy tries to catch Jimmy, ascending towards Device. Fade of the smoke, fight found. Flamesy keeps them in it. Mouse holding on. Reload found, but so are the bullets connecting Jimmy and Torji in unison. Flamesy has to do it all. An ace clutch demanded of him. He's been doing so much work, but Torji takes us to Inferno. Mouse, every single round required, but they will not go down. Their spirit should have been broken after Nuke, but this is a new Mouse, a corner turned, Inferno awaits.
I'm playing your box. Yeah, say what contact you got. Yeah, half pop. Anti-mid. Pop out. Do it, pop. Do. Pop. Nice! Sick boys!
Sick boys.
Nice boys. Sick one.
No.
Nothing go.
Many.
Russian go.
Flank above you. Street dead. What do dead?
Nice. One more side.
RT side. Upper guys.
Nice flash.
I can come with you.
Yeah, you can.
Main attack.
One more. I got.
Just wait.
Then it's not ready, Robin.
Nice.
Just keep chilling. You guys, you have 20 seconds. You have full set of nades. Yeah. Use your nades. Smoke 5 after win. I smoke corner for you.
Flash them right side, Robin after. Robin.
Flashing. Boom.
Nice. Careful backside.
Money backside.
I do it. Careful on that planting.
Pop. I have pop for you.
Come and resmoke him.
I didn't smoke.
The nade against me. Nice, economy got. Did I kill? Yeah, one pop.
Going behind pop, guys.
One main, one pop on maybe. One main,
pop out.
You got me.
One pop, one main.
I'm hiding all of Jory.
That pop.
Maybe gate.
Last one.
Last one. He flash. I don't see that side.
I'm just shooting at him.
Nice,
guys. Good job.
Fast.
In the open.
Side slow. Default attack.
Right. Chilling con, guys.
Right. That's maybe con. No score. No.
Chill. I'm telling you, play first. I'm coming short.
Nice!
Sometimes you got to be careful what you ask for. You'll end up on a third map of the series. Inferno is what we're going to need to determine the victor here in this semifinal at the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu 2025. Pretty simply put, this almost took us an OT again. 2 maps in a row. 2 teams that are seemingly inseparable at a certain degree. Josh Nissan on the case. What do you prescribe, Doc?
Yeah, I mean, you had us in the first half. Basically, both games, you had the Nuke 12-4 lead for the side of Mouse, and then now you come into the game, you're thinking, okay, Vitality, they have this one in the bag. There's no way Mouse is going to recover from this. They are mentally boomed from the first map, the fact that they couldn't even close that one out, and then suddenly you blink, you miss it. Mouse, they're just crawling it back. Seemingly, their CT sides are so much stronger than their T sides at the moment, and then you also have to just wonder if it's like the rounds are also kind of flawless. Yanko pointed that out as well. It's just like you get 1 kill if you're Vitality, and if you don't get like 2 or 3 kills in a round, it's just you just get shut out completely. It's just 4 kills from the side of Mao's, all within like 3 seconds of each other, and the round's just over, and then you're going next, thinking maybe it's going to be another OT, but nope. At the end of it, 13-11.
Yeah, 13-11 does speak volumes, but I do think that you guys are onto something there. There were a lot of rounds that were determined within a matter of, blink your eye and you'll miss it almost. So does it feel like the majority of Train gave that vibe?
Well, you say blink and you'll miss it. That's not the only thing that we'll miss, because there was a lot of missed opportunities and missed shots, especially when it was like Vitality on these like Tech 9s and stuff, just running around, getting all these eco frags and everything. It's I don't understand kind of like how the teams play to such a high level and then also to such a low level kind of at the same time. We talked briefly about mind games and everything, but like you look at this round here, for example, down lower ramp. Apex has the AK, ZywOo has a Glock, man, and then it's just like these are the rounds. Just whiffs. You have like players on inner that just get instantly deleted, and it's just like, come on, like what is going on? So even like at this moment here, you saw the score was 10-9. You think, oh, maybe Vitality is gonna actually close it out in the end. You never really know which way it's gonna go, but then Mouse is like, you know what? No, we're just gonna win the game here from this point on. When you think like they're shaken up and everything's just going against them, somehow they just pull out clean round wins after that.
Well, even that round we just watched was a ridiculous round. On the inside with the Tech 9s running rampant. We're talking about, I think ZywOo was on a Glock.
ZywOo had the Glock and Apex had the AK, yeah. So, I mean, it reminded me of like one of the rounds that happened in the first half. It was when Jimmy kind of like walked all the way through Ivy. He's through CT spawn, lining them up in the back, and then you just have 3 players from Mao's just sitting behind a smoke. And then it's just like they're grouping upper, and then Jimmy finally taps out the back of the head, and then Robs is sitting behind a smoke on upper and just beams 3 through a smoke. It's like you have these moments which are a little bit unfortunate, but also a little bit just you can't predict what's going to happen next.
And that is also the beauty of Counter-Strike. I feel like I said that already.
You said that about the braininess of it, the 5D chessiness.
Yeah, of course. Like the different nanoseconds almost. I don't even know if nanoseconds are real. What I do know is real is ZywOo on map 1 versus map 2. What is the difference of output here, Josh?
Well, you see on map 1, he had 30 kills and 16 deaths, and on map 2, he had 14 kills and 16 deaths. He had less than half the amount of kills. Granted, first map did go into a single overtime, so there's a little bit of a buffer, but you look at that ratio, you look at the multi-kills. He had 9 multi-kills in map 1. Map 2, he was nowhere to be found. He was non-existent effectively, and like even ZywOo putting up some like mid-tier game like this, it's like not the worst thing in the world when you also have all the other pieces of the puzzle. But when you've had like an Apex and a Mezzi that have been not really performing all that well this event so far, that's when things stack up. Like you need to make up for that slack, and Robs was trying it in this map of Train. You had Flamesy again. I'm just pointing him out because all event he's been on point for Vitality, but they alone can't do it. They need someone else to step up. And you know, you look back at earlier in the year, you had Apex winning these 1v2 clutches consistently. You had Mezzi winning like 1v4s, getting these ridiculous spray downs and smoke spray transfers and all this just crazy crap. And now he's just like completely non-existent in the server as well. So you're missing too many pieces right now from Vitality, and I think that's what's leading to such just inconsistent, just whatever the hell is happening. Winning the ecos that you shouldn't win, and then losing like the rounds that you're set up to win.
Yeah, that's just for ZywOo. And he's not even one of the only pieces we can kind of focus on. I mean, there's the idea that Mezzi might not be perhaps putting up the performance that they need.
Yeah, I mean, you look at how he's performing so far at this event compared to the totality of 2025, and he is severely underperforming. That's a 0.16 difference. If you want to, you know, filter to recent 3 months or 6 months, maybe it's a little bit better, but it's still a drastic fall off. And of course, like you look at his role on the team and what positions he plays, and you understand that he's not really set up to be successful. But at the same time, you look at what he was able to do, you know, in the same role when his team needed him. He was like that rock that would bail you out and give you a round win out of thin air, and now he's not there to provide that. And I think that's just creating this issue within Team Vitality where maybe they're not able to call their way out of it, or maybe Apex has less to work with. You know, if you get a random miracle round that someone delivers to you, then it's easier to use that momentum forwards. But if you don't have that momentum from winning these just BS rounds, then like what do you do? And maybe Apex isn't used to that situation. Maybe that sends them back to where they were at, you know, a year before the start of this year.
And it sends us right back to where we started this series. Like this semifinal itself does need a third map. It does need Inferno. And in doing so, it is back to even keel across the scoreline. When we look at Inferno, anything that's poking out right off the top, or is there an idea here to have a conversation about perhaps Vitality and frustrations, and where can that lead?
Well, I think the first issue that they had on Inferno was that on Banana, especially on Vitality's T side especially, was that they were getting these multi-kill spray downs, delivered to them by Spinks, for example. And I think that they had talked about a couple different times how that they can change things up so that they are in better positions to trade, or just in better positions in general to not get multi-killed in general. So if they're going to lose a player, maybe it's just one guy, not 3 or 4 people within the span of half a second. Now, if we look at how this happened on Train, didn't really pan out for them there. So that's kind of what I want to see, if that's changed up at all. Because if that hasn't, then these explosive rounds from some of these key pivotal players are going to be the difference in this game. Having said that, Spinks didn't really have a great Train there, so if he's not there to deliver all the pain on Banana, what's going to happen?
Where does Exertion fit into this puzzle?
Yeah, I mean, Exertion was someone I had pointed out before. It's that he was performing super well throughout the event so far, and he was a pivotal piece for that, and played really well in that first series against them as well, but wasn't really anywhere on Train. Actually, I know where he was. He was hiding back bomb when his teammates fighting like a huge battle outside. He's just hiding there, doesn't even jiggle, doesn't peek, doesn't, I guess he's being set up, and Rops literally just walks all the way down from Pop Dog all the way and gets him in the back, just like a 20-second just leisurely walk. And so it's just not good enough when you are this player that your team relies upon to kind of be that playmaker, to open up rounds, to call all these mid-round situations. I'm getting this kill, get ready to do this. If you're not present in the server, then everything else becomes so much more difficult for the team to recover from.
Yeah, there's just one question left at the end of this semifinal.
Who's taking it?
Yep, who wins?
Mao's had them on the ropes. I thought that their mental was going to be shot and that they were going to lose Train. The fact that they were able to bring it back and win Train, sure, they've won 3 out of 4 pistols so far. I feel like that means that Mao's is probably overall in a better position. And I was thinking maybe for a second mental was going to be the issue.
Spit it out, Josh.
I think Mao's.
Thank you.
I'm just going to say, I'm going to take Mao's.
Fair. Thank you very much for that. We are also going to take a little bit of a break so that we can come back. We can go into Inferno. We can determine who's going into the grand finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu 2025. We go to a quick break. We come right back, and we're going to see who wants it more. Vitality versus Mouse. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
Our prize piece, a one-of-one original, James Starr from Lord of the Rings.
It's nice, but I was just looking to add to my Colex collection.
How about this? Mattis mousepad, untouched with the original staining.
Yeah, you're telling me you're not onto these?
Zontix Eastern Riz tutorial, Telegram invites, 50 a pop. Tom Cruise jacket? Device.
Bro.
Vintage 2018 simple. Cologne confessional priest gown?
Mate, I'm just looking for Colex.
Then why are you here? They're available online with no limits.
No queues, no limits, no reprints.
The scalpers. Won't somebody think of the scalpers?
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
Hello, I'm Exertion, this is Brolan, and we play Inferno B-side together.
I played this position for 4 or 5 years easily, so it was definitely my main position.
It's not permanently, but I started play around 21, I think, in the end, so I played it for a while, like 4 years, but before I played the apps also. I'm more of the support role now on City side, besides I was maybe more of the control guy before.
Well, I think there's a couple of things. It's first of all, it's the way they play, if they play fast or slow. Second of all, it's how much util we have, how much util they have, and the most important is the plan, obviously. We should always try to have a plan from the beginning of the round, and then when the mid-round comes, we have to come up with another plan, and I think on Inferno it's really important that you're connected also with the A side, so it's a task we have to do.
It's a long rotation, so you need to be maybe more in unreadable areas and try to read the opponent more. But yeah, obviously not only stay on one position. I feel like, especially on B side, you are rotating a lot, so yeah.
It has to be between two for me. It's either the D-banana smoke, if you want to fight, and the retake smoke for wall. I think it's super important that you know those two nades, so that you can actually contest some up control and you can make the T slow down.
As well, I mean, of course, you're maybe not smoking deep banana as a B-side player. It's mostly the A-side guys who is doing it, so yeah.
Obviously, I think shotguns can be pretty interesting if you know how to use them, and MP9s is the easiest choice. I think FAMAS is not that good on banana. It's not that important to have, at least.
No.
I think MP9 is always the better choice, almost, on this bomb side. I think the most challenging thing at the current meta is to hold it, like in the late rounds, to hold the B execute. I think if the Ts manage their utility a little bit better than you, you are kind of forced to either play with information, if you want to push one of the sides, or to gamble, because I think playing 2B against a full B execute is really, really difficult. I think that's, for me, the most difficult part about it.
Just going straight to a side setup is will be tough for sure.
Hello guys! Crazy summer, right? How you doing, bro?
Yo, brother.
Couldn't go anywhere without people asking for pictures.
Yeah, same.
Wait, you guys have fans?
First major win and I'm even more motivated. I don't know what Jail was talking about.
Same, brother.
Boys, not gonna lie, it feels we can do no wrong. We're blessed. We're unstoppable. On t'avait dit quoi? Qu'est-ce que t'avais dit, Robin? Voiture de merde.
So what do you guys think?
No, done.
It's a Porsche 911.
Done.
T'es vraiment...
Done.
Ah.
First semi-final here in Chengdu for the Intel Extreme Masters, a third map that not many expected to see after a capitulation and a catastrophe on Nuke. The Maos have turned a corner and picked up map 2 of Train. We head over to Inferno, a triple overtime affair in that previous group stage clash between these two. In the first half of the year, we couldn't call it a rivalry. But Maos, in the second season of 2025, now have that 2-1 record. A win here not only secures a 6th grand final for the year, but also undoubtedly confirms Maos have their former nemesis they can now call a rival. If anything, they have their number as we get ready. Deciding map, a spot in the grand finals at stake. As we head into Inferno, will it meet that same intensity we saw across not only this series, but the prior? Somewhat of an iconic battleground to separate the good from the great.
Last time around was all about Banana and the traps that Maos laid. Maos won the knife, decided to start on the CT side, and a clash towards Banana looking likely. Jewel Beretta's sandbag, Spinks playing deep, and on the line, Brolin. Jimmy patrols middle, and Torji alongside for support. There'll be a clash Banana, no doubt about that.
It's actually Flames' pathing, doesn't work out for him. It's a good one back, but overwhelmed. Zaiwu can't get more than one. Maos win it out. The early battle for top Banana control, flying the Maos flag.
Rops is parked towards the base of Apps, so I'm not sure if he's waiting for a push or looking to activate for a late round pivot, but they charge up Banana. They make no secret of it. Exertion will be hearing this. See him triple box back of the site. It keeps Brolin close by. Looks like Robs is going to have to activate for something. Apex with the util. Juggling it so he has 2 smokes to work with. Can smoke Long and Moto. First one falls. As he now partners up with Robs, Apex heads back to B, continues to be noisy, wants to keep the 2-2 split, and it's better than that. Torji bites down, it's all on Jimmy.
Just one man responsible for an entire bomb site. Vitality flooding in, Jimmy's overlooked it. Okay, they worked it out, Jimmy's not dead yet. Somehow a second Lisa life does revolve around Jimmy, gets Robs, and a clean one from Torji. Beheads Mezzi all onto Apex. He'd love a plant. Maybe he can still get one. I don't think Torji's going to allow it. Oh, he will. Just enough time. Apex gets his team some extra cash, but Mao's take another pistol.
4 out of 5. They just keep coming. One of the win conditions we talk about alongside of opening kills. So that one doesn't go their way with the top Banana fight. Another B trap, and there's going to be more of that with the guns.
Fair play to Jimmy getting one there. Thought he'd like completely not registered that they'd dropped out. A bit late to react, but it works out for him. You can see Mezzi was just a moment too late.
And a good shot from Torji. Just peels the head back. Bomb goes down, so the force buy follows. Galil's 2, Tech9's 3, and there were some of the rounds that Vitality were running yesterday against Astralis that was more direct and poppy towards A. They had this pop flash top mid to blind the Porch player, and then just a rally of Yuta that would follow. So they weren't just having the default spread and Banana control battles. That was essentially Exertion and Spinks, your A rotator, constantly being set up by Brolin. And this is going to affect the pathing that Vitality used for Banana control, as well as the layering of Util. So I'm curious to see, do they go for more half-wall boost on the T side to give an extra elevation? Do they use more utility? Do they go log boost to make sure that there's a second prong to be able to help the Banana control that's being taken? But right now, no Banana space at all for Vitality as we settle into a standard round. Spinks rotates back to the A site. Jimmy and Torji partnered up on the Porch side. Vitality in absolutely no rush, allowing this early utility that held them at bay to be siphoned through. Nade lands, does no damage. Spinks brought back across, so back and forth they go. It looks like it will be an A finish. 50 seconds on the clock as we settle into this one.
Making their move. Just Jimmy and Torji, and Jimmy, ooh, doesn't hit that first headshot he so desperately sought, but does better. Finds 2 in the single magazine. He's reloaded as well. Rob thinks twice about it. Good decision making, as now Spinks is low as well. They've got the sight, Vitality in it to win it for the second round force.
Doubling up in pit with these rifles is going to be very, very strong.
Oh, especially, yeah. They're the healthy members. Even a Molotov finds its way into Apex's grasp.
Now, I don't see a kit, but I do see Brolin late in through apps. He could be the difference maker, spring into action with the MP9.
Yeah, it's just an MP9 though, and he's up against Robs. Robs on that fight.
They're going back, they're saving. Just looking for damage. Exertion's giving it up, Spinks the same. Brolin is just making sure they don't get to carry things through for free.
How Zywoo alive there. Wow, the wall doing a lot of work. Only delays the inevitable. Zywoo will not exit with that Galil, but the M4s, they're actually heading in for a collision. Chasing Exertion.
Won't be the first, and probably won't be the last as well, with these force buys back in between the two after the pistol round. So we've had quite a few of these within the series. Sure that they can both get it done with less. So retaining those M4s is big. Torji and Jimmy can operate with MP9s. Inferno to allow those closer corridors set up depending.
Yeah, Torji's flash ensuring that double kill came through. Jimmy had a lot of hang time on that spray. Got through the full magazine.
And this is where Mind Games conversation is huge because of what I was discussing about the top Banana setups for Mouse. So not only do you have to call their bluff of are they even going to run the same game plan, it's if they do, what adjustments do we have, and what adjustments to the adjustments have Mouse already figured out.
They watch the same demo.
Exactly, right? So it's just that constant, and this is the thing where the adjustments can be made, and the adjustments do make the difference at the end of the day, but your players need to be in the right state of mind, and I think we can put that conversation to bed after a 12-4 capitulation on map 1 to turn it around, to get past in all 24 rounds on map 2. That shows that MOUZ are not the MOUZ they once were.
Not mice, but men.
Here's what I'm talking about. Banana thrown, util, now back to A4 waiting.
Yeah, they're all in the right place. It feels like Spinks is destined for glory here, especially when they get softened up. Spinks has got backsturned, a multi-kill available. Cherry on top is Brolan finishing off the job. Rops alone. Oh. And a lot of damage. You'd have loved the conversion. Brolan gets away with just 3 points of health. The smoke will raise some questions about that bomb's retrieval.
Time is the bigger issue right now for Rops.
He's managed to kind of manufacture a... Oh, he's so close to catching Brolan. That would have made it a whole lot more interesting on the A side.
Good move from Exertion, closing the door on this. Rops might just be looking for the save now, and that's going to be tougher, thanks to Exertion, making sure he can't exit T stairs. 11 seconds, and Rops will grab another. So the Force by Wars will rage on, as we do go 2-1 for MOUZ.
Just running into the Lion's Den there, didn't they?
But that's it, right? This is exactly as I'm bringing it up. Now, they had 3 players longside, right? You had 1 Arch, 1 Moto, 1 Trash, and they walked into it. So, in terms of playing ahead of Apex and his calls, Brolan is doing a good job.
And his dink there onto Flamesy just completely sold Spinks' corner. It really set him up for success there against that double kill. Shaking the head from ZywOo.
Yeah, and they know that they've just walked into another trap. 2 AKs, 3 Tech 9s.
All right.
Yeah, it's just going to be back and forth of this until someone breaks serve.
Jimmy times his utility and forcing Robs forward. Robs takes this as an invitation for a brawl.
Jimmy's heard that, has to pass backwards.
Brolan just lost half of his health, braving the flame, but they still have full banana info as Torji spotted out. ZywOo's presence noted, AK's in their hands. Look at the reaction.
The thing is, MOUZ know their timings quite well, so they've blocked for the Apps pop, they've rotated back, and then Exertion left over towards B has just smoked off logs. You're not going to push through that if you're Vitality. You don't want to call the bluff in a round like this.
You wouldn't dare. So once again, it's going to be Vitality walking into a very well-stacked site.
It's a stalemate at the moment, but at least the positive is they have brackets. So if they can get Banana control back, there's still enough time to pivot, but playing for info is Spinks now.
Yeah, as he's swinging over the flames. There's Rob Spoiler. They're coming for him. This is the fight he was waiting for. Jimmy beats him to the punch. Flamesy lingers mid. Apex to try and lend a hand. He's actually maneuvering the bomb forward. As Flamesy, presents his back to Jimmy. A nice one back from Apex, but maybe too little. Torji and Jimmy in position to deal with this. Only 25 seconds for Vitality to try and break in. Even Brolan's on his way. Oldzera at the clear. And he finds it cleanly. He overlooked the second. Jimmy down. A 2-on-2 emerges. Apex doing everything right. Oh, careful now. Mezzi cannot give his life up.
Smoke comes in. Blocked. They might have to go short side.
Apex's first 3 contributions, and it is to continue to this arm wrestle for economic control. Doubled up and walking. Mezzi on Graveyard. Brolan's clear. Looks good. Mezzi's quick up. Just an MP9 flies into the side. Oh, an exertion! Finds the kit in time. That means an awful lot to MOUZ. No longer will the Force by Wars rage on. They come out on top despite Apex's best efforts.
Yeah, that right there was another captain's round from Apex. He does some massive work to channel them into the side. He's doing it all, showing the old entry fragging ways. It's the second one I love, just so direct with the clear. Knows that the fight has to be won, and then the trade work. ZywOo goes down, he swoops in. Confirms that the bomb gets planted. He smokes off towards Moto, but Mezzi, who's been having a tough tournament, can't take care of Exertion, who is one of those players you want to see showing up in the big games for MOUZ. There is an AK for ZywOo. There's still something to keep this round interesting. Will not just be a walkover, but it will be more of the same slow crawl pace. We haven't even been able to see what the banana timing spacings.
Oh, you might not get any of that either. ZywOo somehow actually responds to Exertion's damage.
Well, Robs does have Kevlar, so he could donate this elsewhere, but right now Robs is in Boiler.
I think they want to try and run down that B player, or at least that's what they're threatening. You can see Torji, big reaction as well. Rob's still in apartments as Jimmy and Spinks vacate the A-bomb site.
No smokes, and they will trade out those guns. So there is, no head armor, but at least Robs has something to equip himself with as they group up and head through halls. Now, massive gap, mid-blocked.
Okay, that's
but this is where you have to call the bluff and around this. Now, they don't know, but because you got these players end of halls, Apex can flash, they can go.
It might be too little, too late. Spinks is arriving in library. Jimmy tries to puff up his chest a little more. They don't have the sight, and now they've got 3 on the A site. Brolin just arrives on library. Good flash for 1. ZywOo does fly in, gets output out of that Tech 9. Where's that Rob's rifle? Spinks is doing everything he can. Back of the site, a third on the USP. Finally felled. Torji in a 1 versus 2. ZywOo responsible for that bomb plant.
He's got nades.
Oh, yeah, not going to be easy to stop that, but could catch ZywOo if he places it correctly.
Missed throw.
Completely. ZywOo crouching out behind the box. Missed shot. Torji may have seen enough.
Oh, just as we thought, the Force by Wars would come to their natural conclusion. They get it done with a hero AK. You think Spinks on the side delivering 3. It's that spam through the smoke. ZywOo gets brought down to 7 HP at the start of the round, but still finds the opener, and they're able to convert from there. That rotation, sure, is on the way, but whatever the kill is that ZywOo got, jumping out of apps, that was huge, right? He gets the opener, and in my mind, the decision maker. They had to deal with Spinks. He was starting to rack up bodies, but he was under a lot of pressure and should have been dealt with eventually.
Yeah,
good one from ZywOo.
That third flying Tech 9. This is this, so he gets brought
down through onto Brolin.
Actually returns the favor.
Excuse me, and then this is the one jumping at, yeah, what's that bullshit? That's massive, right? Like the fact he's getting more output.
And especially considering we said, they've got the bodies there in time. Spinks gets all of this. If Jimmy didn't get 1 banged in pit, different round.
And not in the standard anchor position of Bike either, right? He's open to be able to set up that crossfire.
I mean, those are ZywOo rounds. We've heard it multiple times from opponents facing this team is that you will have to just shrug one of those off.
Well, what becomes the problem at this point is that the loss bonus hasn't started to build for either team. So we're going to be offset by quite a lot of rounds. We're going to be deep within the first half before we get the regular flow. And we might not get there at all if saves keep coming through. There's no reason Mouse can't win around with the saved AWP and the upgrades behind it.
As he looks like he's got a bit of a quicker pep in his step. Yeah, Exertion, you're going to be under scrutiny. Throws out an extinguish. They know they've got him trapped. Support is there. Oh, and the frags come through for Mouse. Just one back. The nade actually finds the trade. Exertion gets it now. Brolin alone, just in time. He throws out the block smoke.
But look at Robs. He's got this massive gap. They can settle into the round right now. Jimmy and Torji are going to have to push. They know that they've left this open, so they can't really head back into the unknown. As Robs flanks onto B.
He's quick on this.
And the timing is going to be ahead of the possible banana flank for sure. Does he go all the way around ruins? That's the safe bet. But remember, you're on a stage. The crown surge could cost you.
Ooh, it doesn't this time. Robs' long lurk has opened up the B site for a comfortable finish.
Did just punch, bomb goes down. Jimmy, long rotation, might want to try and grab a rifle dropped over towards Banana if he can. So we'll stay on board with him because for Torji's sake, he's just going to be holding the line to make sure that they're not exiting in through CT. And that fight went their way in the early stages. It was the nade that came through to level it out into the 3v3, and then it was Rob's proactivity that made the difference. He had a tough time on Inferno being able to get that room. Felt like they had a good leash on him. Jimmy with a defensive smoke trying to channel them into Torji's AWP over towards Spawn. They will need to find a safe haven on the exit. Apex with some good moves as Jimmy trying to just batter them away, but they will be able to escape. So Jimmy gets to keep the dig. Torji keeps the orb. Well, they are going to have to take the save right now and relinquish control. We're tied up 3-3. reflect on the last time we found ourselves on Inferno, the third and the start of the triple OT. The first two maps, Train and Nuke, were about the proficiency of the T sides for teams on their own map choice. The series today has played out much differently. But Inferno, where the change came in, was it was the CT sides, 2 8-4 halves, where we're seeing 7-5s, T-side leans. It was about those traps. Now, that's why the Torji Orb has a look, scampers back, needs a pick. Because of the stall out of not getting the rifles, they're probably not able to go with the game plan of how they wanted, right? These are more impromptu rounds because you're dealing with weirder buys, lesser util, saved guns. So you're settling into the gun rounds that were discussed going into the next.
Torji, uncharacteristic, even a flick like that. We've grown to expect him to hit him.
Well, you know where the AWP is, so do you want to try and take some room while he's in rotation?
I suspect Jimmy's life will be short-lived here. That armored Deagle actually will have some support from Torji, so his apartment's angle held before Rops gets set up. Okay, now you know where the AWP is.
Yeah, might just execute B with the current complexion.
It makes sense. It really is it's a 3 USP defense of B.
And Flamesy can break that. Torji's going to be here. They're coming in.
God Flash eaten, Flamesy blind. Could be covered. Yes, he is. Zywu's there. Spinks' USP gets going. Temporarily.
More of the same for the last round. Just Jimmy and Torji looking to hold on to what they brought into this round. Zywu with a triple. Was great on map 1, a little bit quieter on map 2, but back alive here on Inferno. Flames is the one yet to get going, 0 and 6.
You said it already, but Inferno, last time in this head-to-head, it was that Spinks and Exertion just pop-off performances.
And if you look at that from Vitality's perspective, every time they went to get top banana / half wall control, they were lining up. And that for them, they probably dismiss as, oh, they got the luckiest timings in the world.
Right. Again and again.
But if you're Mouse, you manufactured that. You were hanging around with 3 players top banana for 50 seconds.
Right.
You knew the patterns of utility, and that's why it needs to be different out of Vitality. Now, I think Vitality are more than happy that this game has been dragged into the mud, into this force-buy, back-and-forth style of game. That's 3 consecutive rounds, the most anyone's posted yet within these 7. And that's because they broke serve, but in an unlikely fashion. Zywu's impacted this one.
Well, yeah, really.
Very minimal because it's the USPs. It's the previous one with the Flying Tech 9 and the Hero AK. That's the one that caused the big dent. Right now, Mouse have got a B in their bonnet. This is where that game plan I was talking about starts to mature, but it's the AWP starting top banana, not the 3 rifles.
Battle on 2 fronts simultaneously. Flamesy and Robs pressuring abs, and Zywu's going to have to make a move. Oh, Torji doesn't find him. Zywu only for a moment, there's Exertion. Waiting to scream his name and hold a banana. A double kill that could be the end of him. Hang on, the flash is through. There's Torji to ensure it doesn't spiral.
Just Flames wants to get off the goose egg right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's his primary objective in round 8. Just get something. Peeking into Spinks, though, no guarantee. Look at this off angle. You're not ready for it.
Yeah, Exertion is going to be feeling it because based off what I just said, that was deep banana. That wasn't half wall. So Maus are prepared with different waves, and they know that the mind games play into this. It'll be a different flow. So instead of waiting for them to get half wall, this time they stall them out before they can get there. And the channeling of Yuto is a thing of beauty.
You see that double incendiary?
Yeah, right. The Logs one flushes them over towards Broom. Then the Broom lands. Now they're in the wide, and they just get spammed down. How did there miss long smoke? You can see that as likely pressure, but here we go. We got pace.
Yeah, Zywu just wants to take a fight.
Team flash.
Flash in his face. Hello, Exertion versus Zywu. Headshot provided. Goes wide as well. He's not playing scared. And neither are Vitality. We've got a double smoke. They just want to run in. Oh, this pace change. It's awkward for Brolan. He just can't hold on to it. Loses his grip. Jimmy should have Robs. Still can't win it out. Wow. Well, it's definitely not the textbook approach.
Yeah, brute force will remove the layering, won't it? Whatever plan you had coming into that is completely negated by that fast and furious nature. Zywoo with the crowbar. Sure, he's the quote-unquote AWPer for this team, but he can do it all and has done. It's 10 kills now. It was Apex the follow-through. The Frenchmen combined to get the 5th. Rops' death has given over the position of Torji. This AWP feels like it's eternal. Moving it.
Will he get away with it?
I don't think so. Zywoo says no. Openers and closers from the Woo. Second tactical timeout, Cycrant not liking the way that one tastes. It's 5K on Brolin, 4.9 Torji. Spinks is already straightened with the buy. Exertion and Jimmy can operate with Famis's or MP9, so they would be all good in the hood for a purchase. This is when you look at a game and you say we haven't even been able to settle into rifle rounds because of the flow, but that's it. You're on the receiving end of some tough losses, but you also had some cheeky wins. That's the nature of the beast if you're going to fight fire with fire in the 4 spies. Even with the team flash there onto Zywoo, still able to make through and delete that of Exertion. You can see his frustration starting to brew. The MP9 round from him was one of those key pieces to keep them in the early exchange. Now what's the frustration? Cyclone there to try and...
I'm no lip reader, but I think he ended his sentence with the word help.
Okay, yeah, well, it's not what we want to see.
Retake util lined up. It's Exertion. Not overcommitted on sandbags this time. Oh, wait, Rops out of nowhere just takes the fight onto Torji. Sideline, quick swipe. Here comes Exertion. Finds it through the Molotov entirely, and he's going for more. Oh, he's feeling himself. He's taking out his frustrations on Vitality. Massive from Exertion. Finds himself his 10th kill. Flamesy working on this one, perfectly timed, but doesn't control the spray. Good work from Jimmy, massive! A and B passing the test simultaneously.
Yeah, Flames right now is really struggling. He was a key factor in the last head-to-head on Inferno, and right now 0 and 8. A chance or two for a kill as Zywoo. He's heard that. Oh, good round from Jimmy.
Yeah, incredible output.
I was going to say, it feels like Rops has definitely been tasked with making sure he's applying more pressure over towards A. And the same was on Train. Yeah, well, happens to the best of us.
I mean, Flamesy has been the best of them.
He's definitely been extremely influential, and this is tough right now. He doesn't strike me as the type of kid who's going to get in his own head about the scoreline. He knows where his impact can come from.
Yeah, he had a 34 frag total in their triple overtime affair on that 3rd map Inferno in that group stage head-to-head. Feels like that's not going to be met. But still, I mean, we're dead even. 3rd map semi-final. I'm still, in reflection, looking at this mouse and I'm impressed. Exertion is doing it again.
It's a chessboard game with players having must-win multis like this.
Didn't need to see much, did Jimmy?
I'm loving the detail on this, but Flames in with the Tech 9. AKs for the rest, and problem is, util lacking for Vitality, so it might have to be a direct finish or a very slow round. Oh, they got the slow part covered, don't they?
Trying to find any gap he can to punish his Exertion's forward position, and the flash has really done wonders. In combination with the HE puts Mezzy 50. Spinks on the way over.
Another big nade.
Roland coffins, Exertion blocks.
Okay, so they bait out the util. They only have smokes to finish with.
Yeah, but an abundance of them.
Yeah, the problem is, though, pushing players off angles is going to be the hard part. So 4 smokes is cool. What's the plan?
If it's Arch side, Spinks is here. Okay, there's a smoke considering that. Checking all the boxes, jumping over his spray. They are accelerating. Torji tucked, Jimmy spotted out. ZywOo brought a little lower. There's Torji's position now. Whereabouts noted. Robson Mezzi spinning around. Apex is ready. Catches the push of Roland. Both trapped behind those smokes. So well utilized. Every single one of those smokes put to good use and now picking up extras.
Oh, this is classic Inferno, isn't it? But you understand. They want to tie things up 6-6 at the half. And the setup, they did thread the needle. They get the weaker of the sights. They isolate the rotation player. Flames makes the space. That's likely what the pat on the shoulder is about. Who's able to draw the crosshairs. Someone's got to do it. But he would love to get himself on the board. Spinks and Exertion hold on to these. And this is setting ourselves up for what will be a dash to the finish. The second half, it will change. Teams will have to start playing for the rounds, and it will be Vitality on the CT side. They're not going to be able to go for the saves time and time again. Now they're attempting to min-max. For the last flow of 7 rounds, Vitality have been able to win 5. And it felt like Mals were the ones who won out the Force by Wars. They were the first to break serve, get consecutive, but we return to that hero AK of ZywOo. That's where things have really spilled over, because then that meant there's the saved AWP from Torji, they force by behind it, they get the same situation, then they have to eco behind it, and that's waylaid things as Flames the man who is receiving the attention right now in the technical timeout. So I want to get things sorted.
Turns out he played the first 10 rounds with his mono roll.
No sound. Do have Furia taking on Falcons coming up next. That should be another banger of a matchup.
I'm just intrigued to see if this, Falcons form stays consistent for an entire playoff.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? EPL, they made the final, they get blown out 3-0 by Vitality. If they get into the final again and they're up against Vitality again, it needs to be more resistance, it needs to be more like Melbourne.
And that's an if.
Yeah, exactly.
Given the current state of affairs, not one I'm ready to commit to.
I think Fury have been in some nice form, and Molodoy on the AWP.
He's the Kazakh, and you're the Stans.
Yeah, great line from Harry.
Out to Harry Russell one time.
All right, take your shoot sorted. Final round and more of the same. Just these stringy buys for either team has been the conversation of the first half. AK, 2 M4s, Famous, MP9.
Exertion. Oh. What is that? Little fadeaway, one tap on Apex's jump spot. Can't be serious. He gets the advantage and then takes this risk as 3 AK-47s unload. He sticks around. He gave it a go. Spinks will hoover up and just take that space right back. You wouldn't expect another, would you? You'd feel like you dealt with that forward position, that car player. And then Spinks on the flash comes on out for one more. Flames is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. 12 rounds deep, Flamesy finds it. It's an important one as well. Dorji rotates over, just an MP9 to his name, drops a couple of nades. Jimmy under scrutiny mid. Robs asks questions of the long side. Final round of this half.
Can execute B with these 2 mollies. Smoke CT, potential molly for Coffins, one for backside, or it looks like they're just going to hit the go through this.
They're across from the first spam. Roland has the incendiary, could throw it out. Stop their progressions. Flamesy pushing through. Torji overlooked. Double kill. Massive from Torji. Awkward for Robs. Nothing left. Just him, and it's found by Roland. Dead even. 6-6, Vitality and Mouse, 3 maps deep, and they are inseparable. separate Mouse and Vitality. Certainly not in 2 maps, and here in the third, it's dead even as well. Mouse both 6, coming into the T side of Inferno. It is make or break. A grand final awaits. The first semi-final here at the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu. Falcons Furia to look forward to later in the day. But we've got to conclude this one first. 4 teams remain, only 3 by the end of Inferno.
4 out of 5 pistols so far for Mouse. Will this be 5 out of 6?
It's certainly going to feel like it's an all-in B, and it really is. Flamesy on the angle, supportive flash, backs are turned, and there's a flurry. Flamesy and Apex in unison, double kill. Messi getting an assist on every single one with his flashbang. Brawlan, hold on!
2v2.
How's it gone wrong? Flamesy nosing at the back of the site, does well, dips into Jimmy, and that's a lovely finish. Flamesy's here. A quiet first half, but we know he's a monster on that B-bomb site, and he starts as he means to go on. A statement of intent in the pistol.
Yeah, massive one as well, denying the bomb going down there. That is huge for second pistol Vitality across the course of the series. That one is going to send echoes.
Valiant attempt on the clawback, pushing through that CT smoke. Roland gets way more than he's worth.
I love watching these alley-oop setups, right? Messi, the hero of that, with some great flash work. Segregating the push, denying vision, causing chaos. They're going to force regardless here, Mouse.
Interesting, okay.
I think that there's been a shift in the mentality, and you're seeing that from Exertion, especially with the surges down Banana with the fights. He clearly wants to fight, right? He wants to take the jewels. He does not respect Vitality, or at least that's the way that he wants to.
He cannot afford to respect
Exactly,
Vitality.
right? Because this is a guy who does get put under the microscope, is going missing in some of the bigger matches. Now that dialogue is shifting.
Good time for it to shift ahead of the major.
There's no secret now of the force play. You hear those Tech 9s, you start to understand that maybe there is a bit more investment behind this. Oh, timing, Exertion playing in the fade.
Apex been setting up his boy though. This time nothing to report. Flamesy does get the info. Acceleration, block.
And exactly what they were looking for. All about pulling out these nades, so when you do go for the round finish, you have an open runway. Smokes and flashes, as assembling now in Banana. Messi called top mid clear. Does that inform Apex to call him over to help this B defense? 30 seconds, Util lined up.
Scuttles at HE for some significant damage. They've got to make a move, chat. 20 seconds. It has to be that B finish. More chip damage from Apex's FAMAS. Flamesy, what have you got? Okay! He's definitely comfortable. 2 kills from the MP9. Messi from Apex. They might get that bomb down after all. Up and over from Exertion. Has
Jimmy's
to
low.
call his jets. Jimmy on the flank. This is cheeky. Robs might flank him. No! Easy frag. Reveals his position. Exertion doesn't win out versus Flamesy. Coming to life is Flames. Long range from the woo. Sprays him down.
Okay. And
Wow.
great understanding of the situation here from Zaiwu. Drops that M4 straight across to his teammates, goes and picks up Ropsters off of the corpse of Jimmy. And you can see they're dialed in now, Vitality. You're right, the bomb does go down. This was a great double.
What is that?
Yeah, absolute bullshit right there. So Flames has got 6 rounds. 6 kills in 2 rounds, excuse me. Zaiwu going to be the Bash brother of that one.
So many players, and I mean a lot of the fans, but even some professionals have a bad half like Flamesy and disappear for the rest. The fact he's just immediately pulled up his socks, said, this is my half. And now he's got the same amount of kills as Robs. Easy Brawlan, easy Flamesy. Gets actually away with just 25 points of health. Could have been awkward.
Yeah, that plan did allow them to go for Tech 9s and armor. So they can keep the pressure on, and that's what you're hoping to do. Even if the round win isn't a guarantee, removing some rifles, maybe getting another plant, keeping the stress high for Vitality. Now they are gambling away. Flames and Messi leaving Apex to his own devices on this site, who has a full belt of nades, but he has read the situation poorly. Do get over, and from long and short, they clear brackets. I know that Jimmy could be lurking in Boiler or Hall somewhere, but they might even start piping down mid.
Yeah, this is all onto Jimmy's Tech 9, though. Not the weapon you'd want at range. Confirms multiple bodies in middle. Quick reaction. Look at this. Instantaneous. awareness shift from Vitality. They got the answers they needed. Apex has been throwing nades from different trajectories. It's hard for them to track.
They don't believe it. They don't think it's B.
Okay, this is actually going to come down to Apex having to do an awful lot here. Apex could be a one hell of a HE. Big damage is ringing. Mouse, however, committing into the site. Apex in trouble, in jeopardy. Still gets some output. By removing exertion, the retake will be on.
It's going to be a tough retake.
Especially now, and M4 has found its way into Jimmy's hands. Got low HP on Flamesy from the start. HE pull, big damage. Brawlin worse for wear. Congregated towards the ruins. Looks like they want to fight here. Triple swing. Who wins? Jimmy shoots out Brawlin. That's awkward, but still gets output from more. Down at the last by Robs.
Both teams opting to channel through CT there, and that was just a quadrant of death. That could have gone either way, right? Stray bullets landed in either way, and that one could have been a great pickup for Mouse.
Yeah, not really a fault from Jimmy either, with considering 8 HP on Brawlin after that barrage of HEs. He's just trying to put bullets down range.
And mission accomplished. I said you want to keep the stress high. You get into the site, you get the bomb down, and you force what is a pretty tough retake. So well done there for Mouse. I understand it's not a conversion, but this next rifle round can mean an awful lot.
Let's get into it then, shall we? Round 16, map 3. Double digits or a very close game. Ouch, not how Spinks would have liked to have started. And a 3B start from Vitality.
Vision.
Flash, swing, frag. Exertion provides it. Flamesy's gone. Brawlin doubles up. Surely there's only one man there. He's been throwing flashbangs. Hunting for him, and he walks into the crosshairs of Exertion.
They need to get the bomb, but this one, unless Zywo does something unheard of, should be over. Bomb's been picked up now. They will be able to return to that B bomb site. They have more smokes to lay in towards CT spawn, and that was way too easy. Going to do the half-wall smoke. It's nice to be able to get the one that lands on the tippy top of the wall to make sure that a player like Exertion doesn't have that level of vision. Jimmy's got a dud, but the bomb will go down. And that's a nice round to fill you with confidence. You're getting into B. Did it with the Tech-9s. I understand that they gamble stacked elsewhere. But this time, you dealt with 3. And you're right. As soon as they take down Mezzy and Flames, they know that Apex has to be lying in wait. These two stay alive. They can equip Apex and Mezzy with guns. Flames he can buy himself, and they can be back off to the races with the rifles. But positive signs for Mouse. They get their first round on the T-half. Still liking what we're seeing from Exertion. He has been involved in 8 opening exchanges. He's only won 3, but that's not having backed down. Here he gets an opening incision. Brawlin follows up, and then Exertion clears the site. So the fact that he has continued to do that is what's necessary of your entry fragger, of your playmaker. Okay. Interesting decision from Apex in this one. Alex is going to inform the setup immediately as we do get that rally of kills. But Apex could have been dropped an M4 from Robs. He's decided to play with the Mag 7. Now, he's had some moments with it, but it feels more missed than hit.
There must be a reason he's so stubborn with it. He must be working well for him in the practice realms.
Zywo brings out the AWP on the other hand.
Exertion tries a different elevation, throws a couple of bullets over that half wall to no avail.
That's the thing, Apex does have to stay at close range.
Kind of determines how they're going to contribute to this one. Flamesy will extinguish. Oh, okay. Apex does choose to turn tail.
So they had a plan of how to get out of there, but how do you get back into it with giving over banana control? Do you search for mid?
Jimmy will smoke out. Robs is just going to chase him. Nearly lost control of that. Oof. Okay, Jimmy's gone. Lurk removed. Is it just going to be a B finish here?
They can see over this.
Yeah, mantles up, finds 2 on his screen. Messi spray. Brawlin finds it, profits. Mouse should have access to the site now. Mezzy detached. Way back in CT. He just wants to try and maintain some control. Look at the angle here from Exertion. Oh, fumbled his util, still serves some purpose. Mag 7 on the retake, huh?
Robs to smoke banana, there's flashes to get in. These need to be picture perfect.
Exertion ready for the fight. Messi's lining up. Hey, that's the exertion guarantee. There he is! Exerts his will on the B-bomb site and takes us one round closer to a tied game.
Finally, the Counter-Strike world has been asking for this man to do it when it matters. And that one has massive ramifications in this second half. In the third and deciding map, he just decided, I'm going to shoot them all in the head. Watch this. That's what we want to see. That's what we need to see. If Maus are a true contender, with the major, with the conclusion of 2025 around the corner, they've been the bridesmaid. No one's scared of them when you get deep in a tournament. Oh, you beat Vitality, but you're missing in a grand final. You need your balls. And Exertion is dragging them through this one.
It used to be one of the shortest jokes you could tell in Counter-Strike. You say Maus and playoffs.
Ha.
Not anymore.
Oh, what a sequence. What a calm sequence.
Stunning, huh? Robs throws a little spanner into the works. That M4 finds immediate output. That's where that extra 2,900 has gone.
Was it just a gimmick?
I don't see a wild 3 USPs versus an entire Maus unit. Working their way in, Exertion still on that warpath. Warbangs are connecting, everything's working. We got a 9-9 scoreline.
There's been a shift in this matchup, and that's based off of the head-to-head in the groups. And especially the Train mental reversal in this semi-final. These games just feel like they're going to go the distance, that you're going to get this level of Counter-Strike, and it's great from the top down, the macro, the chessboard. Then you get the micro, like that Exertion moment right there, and you go, okay, wind them up, let them go. And they are the rounds that change the course of a game.
And those are the rounds that get under your skin if you're Messi. Teammates are asking for nades, you start to provide them. Exertion just swings in with a Ferrari peak. (9-9). Over at Maus HQ, however, it's quite the opposite. They're watching this one through their fingers, as it could very well be another grand final for Maus. Nice move from Brolan, satisfying output.
This B-bomb site is a problem now.
How many times have they got in? Every time they wanted it.
It feels like almost every round.
Apart from the pistol, you know, Flamesy did do damage at the start of things. He's cooled off now.
But even with the light Tech 9 buys, or the Force Tech 9 buy, the lighter one that followed, they were able to get in and plant, right? And that's how the pressure stayed on. So whenever they want to try and get into the site, they have been able to. And you can send the combo of Zywoo and Rops to be aggressive in apartments to deal with the Lurker Jimmy, but they have done that before, but they just can't hold on to the site. So showing some weakness.
They are just ready to fight, and they are succeeding. Flamesy flounders. Swings in for an early death. Maus might just try and twist the knife here. Apex is completely alone, and he's playing like this. The audacity from Dan Mattersclair. Down he goes, and Maus surely have an open runway now. The B-bomb site's calling their name. No block smoke thrown. And yet no commitment despite that across smoke thrown.
This would be a fumble and a half if they do waltz into a site, into a gamble stack. They did it on Train.
No, we can see that Exertion and Spinks will they be making any move? This is where, you know, you don't want Maus to kind of overthink.
Yeah, and I think with Brolan, he'll search A. So he'll give them at least a way out or answers. They have plenty of time, so you're not overly concerned, and especially because they're about to knock on the door of the under-fortified site. Like if Brolan walked around and said, oh, it's clear, come back, guys, you might have an issue. But use your util. Strong execute. Secures you the 10th, so they will have to hold on to these. Lost bonus 2,900 into the next, and Xtaz just took a timeout. The conversation was, let's fight fire with fire, let's fight them in banana and not allow them to have this control, and you were snuffed out immediately.
Yeah,
now,
Bolland's been waiting for that.
Yeah, and he's been good alongside of Exertion in banana. The two of them, nice wombo combo as the hunt is on. Look at this. They have so much residual cash. They do not want to allow Vitality to get a cheap buy off the back of this, right? If these three stay alive, they can drop 2 M4s and they're all good in the hood. You got to defend your honor right now, Vitality, if you want to gun round into the next.
Yeah, Jimmy's got a nade if they want to nade the smoke.
Oh, this is crazy.
Thrown. This is a round within the round. Trying to hold on to their guns. Vitality are vulnerable, susceptible. A wrap on the short side. Time sensitive from Mouse on this hunt. Spotted now. Good one from Zywood. Back turn from Graveyard. 2 on the short side. They will remove his gun. Another to fall. Oh, no. It's all going wrong. Rob's trying as hard as he might just to have something into the next, and Torchy's spray does not connect. Okay.
You might have to give over 11 here, right? If you kept those 3 alive, or even 2, then you could have justified the full buy. I think in this situation, you are going to have to just take the safe for the 2 options, but I can see them already starting to equip. This is how it started. Roland has ball of vision. That's easy. And then Apex hanging around. This is to bail out. He needs a kill or 2 to stall this round. They're just straight back underway. They bought in. They've gotten Zai with the AWP. He's going to be the man over towards B.
Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, send Zywu to work it out.
Yeah, but you 2 will deal with this.
Yeah, he's going to have to work out the safety. And he peeks into Exertion! Zywu put down. Necessary trade. Flames, what can you do?
He needs to get out.
Dips away just about with 17 points of health to his name.
He's found the AWP. Now, this is not a weapon we often see in his hands, but because he's low on HP, Bogdan's Law would have done this on the T side. I don't know about the CT.
Just has to hold his line and be that canary in the coal mine.
You have to hope you have the read of the round right now. You have to hope that Mezzi and Rops can give you something. Mezzi has had a tough tournament. Normally we talk about him as being the safe man when the chips are down. He's had a couple of Tech 9 rounds, but not that usual output. And from B site, hits after hit, you would think that maybe Vitality would want to lean, they'd want to gamble, they'd want to cheat, but no. They've kept this defense heavy over towards A for now. Again, at that 45-second mark, it does look like it will be the A finish. Apex is going to need to get ahead of this util. Rops and Mezzi need to combine.
You need to see output out of the duo. Apex the third piece. Sping starts his crawl, 30 seconds. How does Robs fare? Multiple bodies now out on the bow. And there's a nice distraction. Profit! That's the duo in action! Vitality make mincemeat of Mouse.
Feels nice as well. You've just called the bluff. You've lost to so many B hits that you've stacked A. Right at this moment, it's the mind. Mouse are thinking to themselves, surely they're going to gamble B. No, that's not the case. The money's there. We're tied up again. And this is beautiful, right? It's all about just the smallest of margins there. Imagine Mezzi's on his way in as opposed to the way out. Robs gets caught, and the kills cascade the other way. Zywood gets that AWP back. We go again. He sounded off down middle early, so they know the AWP has started A. Can't believe these rifles on B again. 2 mollies, and you are stuffed.
Oh, there they are in the sky. What does he have to do now? Flamesy has to stick around. Apex tries to bail out. A secondary block smoke just to ensure. No funny business on the half wall.
Take a look at the radar. Zywood's position is early in the round. He's playing Speedway, so fast rotation available, but spam through Exertion almost again.
20 frags deep from Exertion. He is matching, if not exceeding our expectations.
You have to, you can't brave that. You feel that Mouse have to finish B.
It's worked so often.
And that's it. But they've gotten a player up mid. Spinks has slipped for the lurk.
Yeah, this is actually where he does some of his very best work from this very position. Jimmy now abandons, knows the job is done. Spinks is parked. Zywood considering that as an option, even considering the boost, but a very well-placed flashbang.
They have to go B, and now. There's no question, you have to go.
Yeah, but it's Flamesy's sight. Has he got it? Loses vision, loses sight. One drops through, still only the one.
Apex is low.
Important from Exertion. I think the bomb will go down. Zywood has just about now arrived on the site. He has got a nade. Jimmy, just enough health to survive this. Oh! Denied! Apex bowls him over. Chaos reigns. Bomb retrieved. Smoke fades. ZywOo spots out the other piece. Knows Exertion's at the back of the side towards the dark side. It's now a Torji head-to-head with ZywOo. Swaps out to the rifle and spots out Exertion. Has he got a clutch in him? Too many bodies, too little time. A 1 versus 3. They're closing in, and that's a wicked 6 shot out of Robs. Real quick round in the corner.
Team Ace. Yeah. Vitality. These are touch and go moments. Those nades landing perfectly denied the plan. At that moment, the smokes are starting to fade, and it just falls into disrepute.
I can't believe it. 59. 59 damage. It could not have been placed any better. It lands in the top pocket of Jimmy's Mao's jersey.
Third tactical timeout, final tactical timeout. An opportunity to keep Vitality away from 12.
We got a rivalry. I mean, and right at the tail end of the season, you know what, Major weeks away. We thought this tournament would be an opportunity, a dress rehearsal, see who is going to be really a contender at the Major.
Yeah, perfect. Look at that. Call out the double nades.
Oh, they doubled him. Perfect.
A great shot here from Robs as well. All right, well, timeout taken. Money is there. Both teams fully invested for this one. But it'll still be a conversation down the stretch if Mouse can scoop up another. ZywOo Zorp starting B again. Bit more of a tempered pace from Mouse this time round. Want to avoid any early damage. And saying that, Brolin and Exertion have had a lick done to either. It's been high octane, the intensity throughout, even though some of them have been 45, 30-second finishes on the rounds. It's been the skirmishes back and forth like this, where the pressure has been high.
Yeah, they're actually really going quite fast on that. Exertion leading the pack. But dear! You've got to get past ZywOo Zorp! Buy one, get one free with the AWP. Bang on, that's an overextension from Robs. Rare, Mezzy and Apex, they thought they had that 3A setup sound. Spinks catches Robs' forward momentum, and now Weird. Good block util thrown out by Mezzy. Still, walking in on Apex's position. Jimmy progressing. Trying to link up with Spinks on abs. Crosses through, backward turn. Apex gets something. Mezzy, though, not so lucky. He gets away with his life at least. Flamesy found Spinks on abs. A Torji 1v3. He's got no time for this. This is for 12. Vitality, they just need to put this man down, and they'll be one away from equalizing the head-to-head. There we have it. 12, it reads first in this semi-final for Vitality Map 3. How bad is the economic situation, Chad? How desperate are Maus?
That plant goes a long way. That extra bit of cash is going to help them out with a couple of rifles here.
2.
It's going to be the choice right there. That's the stunner. That's the showstopper. That's the ZywOo moment. 18 kills.
Whoa, and Flamesy even chipping in.
Yeah, top of the scoreboard for Vitality. Trying to track down Exertion's 22. But that's impact written all over it. Just one more. Galil's, AK's, Tech9.
ZywOo all over the shop. This time starts out mid. Early two-man push. Oh my God, ZywOo's playing a dangerous game up against Tech9's in the smoke. He hides out. Will they find him? Weird one. He's surrounded next to Torji in the smoke. Backs a turn. ZywOo strikes, gets away. 5-7 ready for the Torji trade. It's still an equal affair. Mezzy gets caught. There's ZywOo caught. Brolan's finding the frags. Everything's necessary. Everything lines up. Robs arrives. The backstab connects, a 2-on-2.
Bombs in graveyard.
This is Counter-Strike. Flamesy's trapped. Jimmy's got him booked. Full belt of util. Could bail himself out of trouble. Doesn't even know he's in trouble. They're waiting for Rops to play, but this is Rops we're talking about. Moto smoked. Flamesy reacts. Knows that came from the graveyard side. Robs goes looking for him and he finds them both! That's game! Oh my goodness! Apex kept us on tenterhooks throughout. Mouse brought their A game, Vitality found theirs eventually.
This head-to-head, it rages on all year long. This was their 7th playoff head-to-head, but that record reads 6-1. And this is revenge. A dish best served in front of 10,000 people. A grand final. Another one awaits Vitality. This has been their year. And what a comeback it was. Nuke, 12-4 down. 16-13 victory. Train. All the rounds required. But Mouse, it's not the same team it was in the first half of 2025. They're a rival to this Vitality squad. But showing their class. The world #1 with the target still on their back. Inspired into map #1 by their captain and closed on down by the heroics of Zaiwu and Robs.
Team Vitality! Wow! Grand final! How do you feel right here?
I feel good!
Wow! That's an amazing match! Can we talk about the map 1 in Nuke? And I think it seemed like IEM Melbourne. Same map, same halftime, and you win.
It was the plan to come back before the game.
Okay, and maybe in Inferno, you do it. You take them down. How do you say that in Inferno?
Inferno was back and forth. I think it's been a struggle against the force buys. I think we lost a couple of force buys, and yeah, I just had to bounce back on Inferno, and I think we did that good. Obviously, chain was tough, but we had to reset for Inferno, and we felt good coming into Inferno. We wanted revenge, and we got it.
Yes, 他们复仇成功了。And Apex say 1 year, 10 trophy, and this time maybe you can take this.
Hopefully.
好的，那么我们也祝福他们在总决赛能有更好的表现。再次掌声给到 Team Vitality and Rose！
An absolute marathon affair once again between Mouse and Vitality, but Vitality do get it over the line. Just initial emotions going through your head right now. How's it feeling?
Well, I'm very happy with the win. I had a really bad T-side individual in Inferno, but my team carried through and kept the emotions up and the energy really high, and that's really good from them. That's exactly what you would want if you have an off game, and they full hyped me up. I think obviously we lost that train, and I think we could have played it a bit better. But we are getting to a really good place with the team that we, even though we're not maybe on our A game or we're not individually like full shining, we can still play around what we got and play with the tools we have, and it goes quite well. I think also Matu, Zaiwu is playing really everywhere, and he kind of like takes a lot of initiative, and that helps a lot. But I think overall, yeah, we worked a lot to beat them. We wanted to beat them because of the revenge, because of the group stage. And now for them, this wins. The win in the group stage means quite nothing. So it makes us happy.
I love how you're smiling a little bit through that as well. I've got to ask, I know it feels like a lifetime ago, but the comeback on Nuke, that was remarkable from you guys. Do you remember a particular turning point where you kind of got back into gear and it was yours for the taking?
Well, we said to each other that once we got the buy round, first buy round, guys, it's 12-3, but let's just play competitive, fuck it, right? And when it went to 12-6, everybody said in TeamSpeak, guys, now it's the Falcons game back again. Now we can get the comeback. And I think we just focused, after we said this sentence, we just focused round by round, and we to some extent played perfect CS. I felt like everybody understood everything, everybody played on each other, and it put us in a really good situation most of the rounds. I don't think we needed that many clutches and these kind of things. And then obviously once we got into overtime, we knew that, we woke up, we're ready to play this game way more, on the T side at least. And that was something that we just needed. We just needed some rounds to get us back in the game, and on City we just focused on Counter-Strike. We didn't care about winning or losing this. I think to some extent we focused on train, like just play competitive few rounds just to get a good train. And then the opportunity to get overtime is presented, and you won't let it go.
Yeah, grab it with both hands, indeed. Just one final question, because yesterday we heard some mic'd up moments of your team comms saying, the comms aren't great. We're not listening to each other, guys. Did you feel any of those moments today, or was there, a vast improvement from yesterday?
I think there was way better comms today. I think it's obviously. I think every team and every group of people, you'll have some miscommunications and misunderstanding. And today we had some on Nuke T side. When we started, we didn't have a smooth way of talking, kind of, and that causes some rounds to go their way. On the other end, we were way more initiating, and that's something that we looked for in the other game that we played that we didn't do. But there was definitely moments that we could have talked more and could have done better, and that's the moments that are always going to happen in CS. You need to reset, get better, and wake up and go next, because you cannot be perfect.
That reset perfectly paid off. That is Vitality through to the grand finals. Mouse eliminated.
Into the grand finals for Vitality. Not the first time we've seen that. For damn sure, doesn't seem like it's going to be the last either. They had a response today for the side of Mouse that would make you wonder as to what the heck, how did you lose it, Mouse? Yada, yada, yada. Either way, for the side of Vitality and company, they punched that ticket, Josh.
Yeah, and you see Exertion topping the scoreboard there for his team and for the map. And honestly, he was trying his best. We criticized him on Train for not being able. He was just hiding in some situations. Here, he just peaked and over-peaked, and 16 HP. It doesn't matter. He's going to peak again, but it wasn't enough, because between Rops and Zywoo showing up both together this map, and then Flamesy, I guess the rest of the tournament except for that map, you just have Team Vitality, the better team, just pushing it through. Mouse had their chance on Nuke. It could have been a 2-0 for them, but nope, they couldn't close out that 12-4, and here we are.
Yeah, and I do think it just gives a little bit of a testament there towards the end of the game, with Exertion running out, trying to meet head-on with Zywoo, winning the duel, gets traded, but then you start to think, at this point, you're kind of trying to take this game into your hands.
Yeah, when you saw the fights that Exertion was constantly doing, you could see that they weren't afraid of going for these fights, but there were so many moments that game that could have gone kind of like either way. You had, the 2v2, first of all, there was only one, I think, clutch that game. And there was the Exertion 1 versus 2 when he had the MP9s. It was against a Force by Vitality, but so many of these rounds, these Force buys with Tech 9s and Hero AKs got so close that it could have gone either direction. We saw Mao's, doing a Tech 9 buy twice in a row, going B, getting the post plant and fumbling it. We saw Vitality getting, I think it was maybe their second round off the back of a Zywoo Hero AK into a Halls pop with Glocks and Tech 9s and everything. And it's just honestly, they should just ban Jimmy from wide swinging pit. Please just stop. You've said
the word there that I'm looking for, Jimmy. We will get the opportunity to hear from him sooner rather than later. So if you do want to hear from that Mouse side, make sure to stick around. All in all, though, for the Vitality side, it's another grand final.
Yep.
It's another adverse situation that they've, kind of clawed and dug themselves out of.
Yep.
And a bracket that's shaped up like this, it's going to be a good one no matter what.
Look, Vitality versus Falcons grand finals would be pretty epic. I think Falcons wants revenge on them the same way Vitality wanted revenge on MOUZ. So we'll see how that, I guess, Furia versus Falcons game shapes out, because it could be exciting either way. There's always a story to tell, no matter what. You want to hear the story?
Yeah, I mean, I guess go for it.
Well, Falcons has been a team that we're looking at. Maybe they're going to pick up their first trophy after they've, put this roster together. They've been kind of inching their way forwards towards that finish line. They fumbled the grand finals earlier in the year. I think they had a 2-0 map lead against Team Vitality. Were winning on the third map and got, I think it was a reverse sweep, but maybe I could be misremembering the specifics of how that went. And I mean, Furia, they picked up a couple first places. Let's see if they can do another.
Yeah, that will be what we have to sit back and watch at some point. But first, DHL MVP vote.
Who will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
Have your say, Josh, because it's not Burger King. You can't have your way. I can tell you right now that our first candidate, ZywOo, does pack a punch.
For the camera that is not on, I am cringing at that comment, but ZywOo was not cringing when he was just destroying everybody on Nuke. He had so many multi-frag situations there, just very pivotal for these guys.
And really and truly, that sets us up for our next candidate here, which has to be, it has to be Big Flamesy.
Flamesy, not really the best player on Inferno, but the rest of the series and the rest of the event so far, he's been crucial for these guys. So many rounds that he was able to make big impact with multi-frags. You can see on the highlights here, man, he's just been something this event.
He most certainly has. Of course, this is the DHL MVP vote. We've got just one more candidate for you all at home, but use those Twitch channel points to get activated. That last candidate is Rops. Mr. Robin Cool.
He is so cool. A cool cat.
Okay, yeah, go on.
He's just a cool cat. Look, he had a few different moments here with his lurks. They've been on point this series to be able to get these guys. The isolated duels that he was able to find, and some of these multi-kill situations as well. Whenever things went his way, that's when things started going well for Vitality. I mean, MOUZ, they should avoid him.
Yeah, and that's solid advice. That's advice you can take in your next major. With Josh, Steele, and Hassan, I would tell them where to find you, but this is more about the DHL MVP. Josh, where do you put your vote? Like, who was that standout guy, and why is it ZywOo?
If we're talking about just this series, I think it's ZywOo, because that nuke comeback never happens without him, and I think if without that nuke map, it's just a 2-0 for MOUZ. They wouldn't, Train wouldn't have been as close. It would have been a blowout. MOUZ could have walked away here with a 2-0, finally getting over that mental hurdle. But no, they decided...
prolong it just a little bit longer.
ZywOo was just going to be unleashed.
Yes. Yes, they will. Unleashed to go home. Speaking of which, we are going to give commiserations to the MOUZ side of things. Let's go ahead and hear from their camp.
After what was indeed such a hard-fought battle, unfortunately, MOUZ do fall to Vitality. Jimmy, I can only just imagine what you're feeling in this moment, but can you describe what's going through your head after such a marathon series doesn't go your way?
I mean, yeah, it was such a tight game. Really long battle, as it was like last time as well. Last time we managed to beat them, but this time we fell short, and it was so close again. So yeah, at the moment I'm just really disappointed and frustrated because it was so close, and especially after the nuke. Now that I think about it, because we choked the nuke kind of, so yeah, it just hurts a little bit.
I do want to ask a little bit about that nuke, if you don't mind. I'm just curious what the conversations were after, you had so many map points, so many opportunities to close it out, and you let it slip away. What were the conversations after that map one?
I mean, we just said that after all, it was their map pick. And last time we also beat them on we lost them on the nuke and we still beat them. So we kind of went with the same mentality, to be honest, even though, of course, we should have won it from the 12-4 or something like this. So I think that kept us pushing forward. And even on train, we managed to play good. Mentally, we didn't lose the game even after the nuke, which could have happened, So yeah, I just think we had really good mental after the nuke even and managed to fight back.
Was there any specific or distinct differences in this Inferno today? Because last time around, as you obviously said, going into overtime, you guys managed to close it out. How did Vitality feel different today?
I think, of course, they came with some good preparation, with some fights against us. Like, they had some good calls, especially on their T side. I think individually, maybe today we were not as sharp as last time, I would say. I think, like, Exertion, he was really popping off, though. Like, he had really good, he was really vocal in the game, and he was really feeling it as well. So I think he was doing good, but I think the rest, I think we fell off short a little bit, and it also, of course, one player cannot win the game. So I think we we should have stepped it up when it mattered, but we did not, and I think that was the key maker in this game.
Just one final question, because you won't be heading to Blast Rivals. It's just going to be the major for you guys. What is going to be the schedule between now and obviously the Budapest major, which everybody is gunning towards?
Now we will just, we will go home after this tournament, of course, have some rest a little bit, and then I think we just go straight to boot camp, some quality boot camp before the major, and hopefully it will make us stronger. And then in the major we want to peak, of course, because it's the biggest tournament, especially in the Budapest, big thing for Torsi, of course. So yeah, I think that's the plan, and hopefully we'll meet the major then.
Wishing you the very best of luck moving forward, Jimmy. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, commiserations over there at Jim Fat and Company. It is Mouse being eliminated at the hands of Vitality, and well, it does beg the question: can you feel that? FF enters the server next. No Foo Fighters. It is Falcons v Furia in a semifinal, and what should be one for the ages. Who wants to play Vitality in the grand final? Isn't that the $1 million question? We'll be right back after this.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
For me, at least, has to be Donk. I think that despite the achievements of Zaiwu, obviously is the number 2, no doubt. I think that Donk does things that maybe in some way no one else does. The statistics he puts, when they lose, when they win, I think that this year at least Zaiwu has not been that Zaiwu, in my opinion. I feel like he had a lot of tough games and a lot of tough moments that, like, for me to see even a bit of red in his statistics is very unusual. So I think this year Donk has been more consistent and, in my opinion, higher peak as well. So number 3, I would put Shiro for now.
I would say 1 Zaiwu, 2nd Donk, number 3 maybe Robs.
I keep changing my mind between Zaiwu and Donk. I had the Donk after Cologne, but I think it really will all depend on the rest of the season. I think Donk's numbers are obviously insane, but Zaiwu has won more MVPs as well. Zaiwu deserved it more, but I think if Donks manages to maintain the level that he had for the first part of the year and this Cologne for the second part, and they manage to win maybe an event or a major, I think Donk might overtake him. I think m0NESY will gain the number 3.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and Zowie.
Welcome back, Minus C. You didn't have to play an official yesterday, so what did you get up to instead?
Up to instead? What do you mean?
What did you do? What did you do with the team instead of playing here?
We had also practice. In the evening I went also outside to see museum. I went with my manager and practice and media day, signing session we had.
What are the conversations like in the shuttle on the way over to the venue? You talking about the game? You talking about things outside of the game? What's the chat?
Sometimes we get some fun. Sometimes we talk about the game, but usually I think we just focus on ourselves. Everyone is listening to the music, preparing mentally before the game, so I think it's important for the player.
And final question, going up against Furia and, more importantly, Molodoi today. How are you feeling about facing up against Molodoi again?
I'm feeling great. Yeah? Yes, I'm feeling great. And the whole team is feeling great.
Yeah? It wasn't so great last time around? Is it a different Minus today?
It was a different game. We are not looking in the back, yes.
I love that, looking straight on forward. I'll let you get off to your team, Minus C. Thank you so much, good luck.
There we have it. Of course, there's a good vibe right now within the Falcons camp. Booking a spot into the semi-final directly from the group stage must feel nice. Going up against Furia as well, Janko. I feel a matchup where they have something to settle, as last time it was Furia coming out victorious. So, do you understand where Monesi is coming from? Do you understand why he's excited?
Yeah, absolutely. Last 2 times even, right? And that's... Falcons have lost 5 matches this season. 2 of them were to Furia, so definitely want to get some revenge for that. Last one was in the semi-final of the Fisher event over in Belgrade, but man, it's just Counter-Strike fans are eating good today. We just had that crazy Mouse Vitality series, now Furia Falcons. For me, these are the 4 best teams in the world at the moment, and the 4 main contenders for the major. Mouse and Vitality are more used to seeing them like this deep in tournaments. Falcons and Furia are the sort of upstarts who've been improving steadily in the second half of the year. Furia winning 2 trophies out of the last 3 tournaments, right? But with a slightly weaker opposition. So this is, a great opportunity for them that they can to prove that they can do it against the best in the world as well.
Now, speaking of improvement, speaking of an upward trajectory, I feel like the VIS standings for Falcons are looking quite solid. The way they've been able to conduct themselves for the second part of the season. As you said, they only have a few losses throughout the second part of the season, a couple of them versus Furia. It's been a steady incline. It's been getting better tournament by tournament by tournament. And I guess visually speaking, that's confirmed right here.
Yeah, I mean, finally, Falcons as an organization is getting what they were aiming for a long time now. They have a championship caliber roster, right? And you can see the changes they were making throughout the year. Monesi joining after they won a tournament, of course. And then Kyosuke. And yeah, Cologne was a little bit rough in hindsight. Maybe not so much because they lost to Fury and the Mongols, 2 very strong teams. But I mean, I think they're the most dominant team without a trophy in this second half of the 100%. Year. They played 21 matches. They're 16-5, and 2 of those losses came in Cologne. So when you take that into account, it's been a really good second half of the year. They're playing better and better with each passing tournament. They've integrated Kyosuke well. Tessis and Nico are getting used to their new positions too, and they're looking really dangerous in Chengdu.
And the result speaks for themselves, as you said. The match history speaks for itself. Yet to win a trophy with this current roster, but they're getting close and close, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that the last event of last season, first event of this season in Cologne and Austin, those are 2 of the biggest ones where they had the worst result, right? But they made changes since, and I think are looking much stronger at the moment.
You said Falcons are finally getting the success that they've been wanting for such a long time. Obviously, a lot of money, a lot of personnel has been invested into this. I think Nico was one of those big investments who came into it as well. He finally gets the player around him he wants as well. Do you also have the sentiment that I feel most people in the community are having right now that this is the final iteration of Falcons. This is the lineup that is supposed to win things, and if they can't make this work out, then what else can you actually seek out for?
Yeah, I think they feel the same way, right? But you also know that it doesn't happen overnight. The Counter-Strike it's not as simple as, putting really good players on the same thing. Okay, guys, win now. I mean, we see it with each team that becomes the best in the world. I mean, the foundations of this Vitality squad have been together for 5, 6, 7. How long have ZywOo and Apex been playing together? 7 years at this point, right? And the core of that team has been together for 3 years now, right? And then you add Mezzi, you add Rops, like these pieces slowly over time to now reach their final form. So I think we heard it from Nico in that interview. Yes, we are aware we are built to win trophies, but we can't put too much pressure on doing it now. We need to give ourselves time to get used to each other, deepen our map pool, deepen our playbook, and believe that with time those trophies are going to come.
I mean, it's quite easy to glaze the Falcons as of right now for how well they're playing, but if you were to point out a couple of things where they're not necessarily up to par, where they can improve, is there anything within the roster, anything within the map pool, anything within the way they approach the game where you feel like that's a point of conversation where they need to step up?
Honestly, I mean, it's just perhaps you would look at the map pool a little bit, but I can't even say that. I mean, they're undefeated on Ancient with this lineup. They have one loss on Nuke to Furia in a 13-11 game. It's Inferno that people point to as the weakness, right, which is a potential pick for Furia in this game. But since they switched positions for Nico and Kyosuke, Nico became the rotator and Kyosuke that B player. It's been better in that department too, know? So I think it's just for the Falcons, it's about lifting a trophy. That's what's left. I think it's the experience of these 5 guys together playing in a grand final. We saw them completely flop against Vitality in this studio. Pro League finals. Usually those matches have been really close. They've beaten them in that not too meaningful third place decider at EWC, right? So I think it's just that what's left when it comes to, this game, like the playoffs of big tournaments, is just winning those games and lifting trophies.
Definitely a team that is close, as you described it. So far in this tournament as well, they've been off to a lot of good starts, which I guess has been one of the strengths for the Falcons, that they always seem to come out with blasting off the server from the get-go.
Yeah, I think when we saw them last at Pro League, that was one of the big talking points. I mean, their pistols were absolutely atrocious, and even with that, they were the best T-side team, right? So that tells you they're just winning a ton of gun rounds. They're doing it the hard way in these games. You flip over to Chengdu, right? Like, this is combined pistol rounds and the force buy. So whether if you lose pistol round and win the force buy, that's still a good start to the half. And look at the difference. I mean, at Pro League, it was a 37% of rounds of halves where they get off to a good start. In Chengdu, it's 83%. And that's why you're seeing Falcons in the semi-final without dropping a map. I mean, it's been just so dominant because when they play from ahead, I mean, that's where they become really, really difficult to stop.
We spoke about it, right? The last tournament of last season, the Austin Major, wasn't necessarily great. m0NESY was struggling in Cologne. We got to see a bit more of him. I feel like as of late, m0NESY is back to his absolute best. And we had that conversation that when you build a team supposed to win trophies, when you build a team of star players, obviously those stars have to deliver. And m0NESY being back to his best, I guess that's a massive win condition, not only for Falcons as a whole, but also in tonight's game.
And these are the two biggest things that have changed since the last time Furia had to go up against Falcons, right? And m0NESY, these are his statistics, up until that game against Furia is on the left, and that loss in the semi-final of Fissure, and on the right you see his rating from that point on.
It's a massive difference.
And it's a huge difference. He wasn't horrible, but he wasn't the m0NESY that we know and love, and you can just see, a much more impact when it comes to round swing, when it comes to multi-kills. I mean, every 4th round he gets you 2+ kills. Just been absolutely lights out, even more so in this tournament. There's Molotov and Xerato are having a great tournament themselves. They're 2 and 3 ranked for the tournament, but m0NESY is still significantly above them in that #1 spot. So I think for Furia, yes, you're going to feel good going up against Falcons because of previous games, but this is a different sort of Falcons than what you had to face last time around.
100%. It's a m0NESY that is firing on all cylinders. It's a Nico that is also playing better. You spoke a bit about his role change as well. Can you describe that for the viewers and for me, for that matter, as well? That what is the difference for Nico, the way he approaches Counter-Strike now compared to before Kyosuke?
Yeah, Nico for a long time throughout his G2 stint pretty much early in the Falcons stint, you know, he was in those opener space taker roles, you know, point guy in Banana on Inferno, point guy on Yard, Nuke, and so on, right? And with the addition of Kyosuke, he has actually taken a step back on T sides in his roles, right? He isn't the main Yard player. Kyosuke is. He's the second guy sort of playing silo. And I think on maps like Dust 2, he's playing B-Lurk. He's not playing map control, right? And taking control of short, which is sort of one of his best roles before. So he's way more passive, taking way more opening fights. Think of him more now as a ROPS, you know, than as a exertion in terms of like how much you're going to see him in that role. And he has been enjoying it, but it's been an adjustment period for him too, to understand, you know, I have to play off of m0NESY and Kyosuke. I can't be the guy that's always initiating the fights and making the first play. I have to be a bit more patient.
Does it surprise you? Does it surprise you he's good at that too?
No, not really. I mean, this was his original role if you go way back, right? But over time, he's had to change and sort of fill some gaps for the team. But this is where he's, you know, in his natural habitat, so to speak. And I think it's a good position for him, because with all the experience that he has at this point, you know, the game sense and just the understanding on how rotations work and when to strike on that lurk, I think he can be really influential for this Falcons roster.
Naturally, there's always a lot of focus on Nico. There's always a lot of focus on m0NESY. But a guy who's been lurking in the shadow and has been doing really, really well within Falcons as well is Tessus. And we had Freya catching up with him before the game.
We got Falcons taking on Furia in our second semi-final here in Chengdu. Thank you so much for taking the time to have a little catch up with me, Tessus. When I spoke to Nico the other day and asked him what's the biggest improvement Falcons have made at this event, he said undoubtedly the pistol rounds. Is there any particular reason that the pistol rounds have got, you know, exponentially better since back at EPL?
m0NESY. I think in one of the games we played, the first game, he had 4K, three pistol rounds. I think that helps a little bit. So yeah, big credits to him and playing really well. But also I think we just gotten more, or we got to practice a lot more pistol rounds in the practice. So we ran through them a lot. So we know kind of most reactions that we need to do. And we also got way more focused on playing together when it comes to the mid round. Where we usually made the mistakes in the previous tournaments.
I love that you mentioned m0NESY because, I mean, just absolutely lights out this tournament. Whenever I've asked him, you know, how have you made this improvement? What's it down to? He's always just so humble. He's like, you know, I'm back and I'm kind of better than ever. Have you seen anything that he's been doing differently, or maybe the team's been helping him with to see this version of m0NESY?
I think when he joined the team, he was taking control of his game. And at some point when Kyosuke came in, at the beginning, he was kind of letting things happen and the team was taking control. But now he's back in it again, where he's controlling his game. He's controlling the whole server, and you can see how much impact he has when he's playing. And I think this is the biggest thing he has improved and changed a bit. And you can see when he's doing it, he's also feeling himself way more. So he needs to keep that up.
I'm really curious as to your perspective on some of the sacrifices and changes Nico's had to do, right? Because we always kind of look at you and go, okay, you are the unsung hero of the team. And now Nico having to take a little bit more of a step back, have less resources on him. What have the conversations been like within the team, kind of surrounding his new roles and responsibilities, I guess?
Yeah, I think he's very good at taking responsibility of his own area and knows what he can do. He also has the voice on the team that if he actually wants some resources in certain rounds, then he will get it and take it. And he's very aware of improving himself on his new positions. So this is why maybe some tournaments he made some mistakes and then he's improving it for the next tournament. But I think everyone trusts him, and he will get the resources when he wants to and needs to.
100%. We've seen it happen so many times this tournament alone. Just final question in terms of facing up against Furia. Last time you faced them at Fisher, I believe it was a semi-final. It was a month and a half ago, and you unfortunately lost out to them. How much of a different version of Falcons are we seeing today here in Chengdu versus back at Fisher?
Well, we have been struggling with the big games in the recent tournament, so we just really want to improve that and show that we can play just as good as in group stage games. But the biggest difference is definitely pistol rounds and advantage situations that we have gotten a lot better at. So I hope that we can show up here and not get any more of these photos of radars anymore. But let's see.
Thank you so much for letting me pick your brain a little bit there, Tessus. Yeah, best of luck versus Furia.
Thank you.
I can't help to feel, Janko, that when I watched Tessus do an interview for Falcons, he must be living the dream. Make no mistake, right? He came from the heroic lineup, playing under Cadian, playing in a team where it wasn't built around stars, it was built around synergy. Tessus is a guy right now living his dream on a team that is supposed to win trophies. And I feel like it's also fair to state this, that he's holding up to his own. He's not necessarily a weak link despite being surrounded by Nico, m0NESY, and all these star players.
I don't know, Jacob. I thought he was just there because of the heroic slot and he was going to be out with Kixan and everyone else. Crazy how if you actually play well, like you get to stick on a team. Yeah. I know. But Tessus, I think it's a very interesting one because he was sort of, when that heroic lineup couldn't break through and we're getting second places all the time, you know, you could point towards him as a guy who does choke in the big games. It doesn't deliver the same level of performance, but he really turned it around in Falcons. You go back to that Melbourne final, for example. I mean, his performance on Nuke, T-side especially, I mean, it was everyone else who let him down. And I think he's proven over time to be a very reliable player for the Falcons. Goes without saying, someone who is willing to sacrifice everything and anything for the team. I mean, he's changed so many positions and roles and is taking it on the chin, right? And has been able very quickly to adapt to these new positions and roles and just figure out how to still contribute to the team on a high level.
I think there's a case to be made that he has been the best Danish player, which speaks more about Danish Counter-Strike, I think, than anything else at the moment. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about m0NESY. Let's talk about Molodoj, because I think you set it up pretty well. The highest ranked player in the tournament versus Molodoj, who had a fantastic showing for Furia yesterday and who has been consistently playing at a high level. That duel should be spicy regardless of how the teams are playing around them.
I think these are two of the probably most impactful offers at the moment, and I know it's only been recently that m0NESY has returned to his peak, but you know, these two guys are just, we talk about toppers and okay, he's just a part of the team, a part of the system. These guys can win you the game almost on their own, right? Like when they're playing their A game, it's just so much that they do in terms of finding opening kills, putting themselves in the correct positions. This was absolutely nuts for Molodoj yesterday, the back-to-back rounds to close out the series against the Mongols, right? And when they're feeling it, just the amount of confidence, it's very, very difficult to deal with.
Now, obviously, as an AWP player, a lot of people would think to themselves, yeah, they're going to go head-to-head, they're going to have a lot of duels, but most of the kills from an AWP player comes against riflers. Do you think it's going to be a case of a game where m0NESY and Molodoj will seek each other, try to take out each other, or is it still about always focusing on, you know, killing whatever's in front of you, and that is more often than not a rifle player?
I think it's only about, in terms of when you're preparing for the game, if you can spot some tendencies, right? And then you just post up your AWPer to wait, you know, for the rotation to come in and then, in theory, get an easy kill or an easy shot, right? But in general, you don't focus too much specifically. You know, you look at, all right, do you know how he likes to play? And if you can reasonably predict where he's going to be, does he go for a lot of repicks? So that's something you can expect as a player when you see him get a kill. He's going to come back to this angle. And then if you're, you know, m0NESY, for example, you can just hold for the punish. But in general, I think both of these guys they just have things that they like to do. And when they call their own number, you let them do it. I think both Fallen and Kixan are at a point where they have plays around that and they have rounds developed based off of what their AWPers like to do.
There's no doubt we have two world-class AWP players, and I think Molodoj has entered the conversation to be maybe a top 3 AWPer in the world, but I can't help to feel that if I were to put it down to an 11-11 scenario, both of them are playing well, I'll still give the edge to m0NESY. I still think he's the best in the world. Is that fair to say, despite Molodoj playing an incredible high level?
I think it's fair only because his track record, right? Like that's the only thing that you have against Molodoj at this point is you just need to see him do it more often on the biggest of stages, right? But nothing that I've seen gives me any reason to doubt that he'll continue to play on a high level for a long time.
And maybe even gets better with time, with more experience, with more semi-finals. A guy who has had a lot of times, a lot of experience, and who's raised his stock value is Yakinda. His performance yesterday in the quarterfinal was absolutely fantastic. Not back to his absolute best, but we're seeing more and more of the old Yakinda than we ever have.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, what he's been able to bring to Furia in terms of opening kills and creating the space, and just also, I think, helping Fallen with some of the secondary calling, some ideas, and just being that voice on the other side of the map, right? It's just very difficult. Every team needs to have that second voice, you know, someone who's going to control things on a micro level, move people around, call the reactions, right? right, based on what's going on in the map. It's just too much to expect from one player across a whole map to tell, you know, like Fallen is B anchor on Mirage. What's he supposed to do? Guys, go push A apps now, right? While he's focused on his side of the map. That's some of the responsibilities that Yekinder has on the team. And yeah, he's just been really, really sharp, especially yesterday against the Mongols.
I feel like it's almost a given that Yekinder has to play well today if Freya wants to win. He played well yesterday, so I'm curious to see if Freya could catch up with him, and the vibe is good within the Yekinder camp.
Yekinder, obviously, 2025 has been already such an impressive year for Furia. 2 trophies to your name. But I would argue that this is a bit of a different ballpark, right? Because you do have to get through the best of the best in order to be lifting the trophy here. What kind of mentality do you arrive with when you're looking to your right and you know it's going to be Falcons today, and then if you progress, either MOUZ or Vitality in the grand final? How do you deal with that?
I mean, this is what we want, to elevate ourselves to the next level where we are able to consistently be contenders for these like bigger events. This is something we need. We need to play as many maps, as many matches possible against the strongest opposition in the world to improve and to become better. And only happiness, and yeah, we're just happy to be here, happy to reach semifinals, happy to be able to play against these stronger teams.
Now, obviously, you most recently faced against Falcons, I believe a month and a half ago at Fisher, where you did manage to take them down. But how different do Falcons look present day versus a month and a half ago?
Yeah, I feel like they're improving rapidly. I think there was a period of time where they were getting a little bit abused on Inferno because Kyosuke didn't play Inferno before. And now I feel like they've improved that map a lot, and slowly and steadily they're improving every weaker map, and their strong maps become even stronger. So there's definitely... like the individual level is there, insanely there, and they just needed time to bring the macro level up to the level as well, so everybody understands what's happening on the map and everything. And they're definitely a dangerous team, probably top 3, top 4 team in the world, and yeah, I'm always happy to play against them and wish them good luck.
You said something really interesting in your interview yesterday where, you know, every time you watch a Falcons demo, you're learning something new. Is there anything specific you can kind of give us an example of something recently that when you've been watching their playback that you've learned and maybe taken into your own game a little bit?
Yeah, well, I feel like there was a moment where there was like in the media conversation about m0NESY having impact on their T sides and whatever, and I was going through their maps, and I think on Nuke they have I feel like that's one of the best maps for m0NESY individually on T side, because I feel like he has a lot of space. I think m0NESY and Moldo are in quite well, they're not like super similar, but there's definitely some similarities that both operas can use in their role. And some of the plays that Falcons were doing, some of the micro plays for m0NESY is something that we also adapted to do for Molodoi. So definitely on Nuke T side you can see some similarities.
That's really interesting. Just final question on the topic of Molodoi. Last time you guys went head to head, Molodoi just had m0NESY's number through and through. You feeling confident that he can replicate the same today?
Yeah, well, I'm not Molodoi, so I don't know how confident I can feel about not myself, but you know, with time playing with him, you kind of start getting used to that he's confident all the time. And I feel like it's more of a matter of like, he's going to be there individually, but it's more about like how we are going to cooperate as a team. Because this year we've had some troublesome matches where we didn't start the match on the right foot, and then we got maybe a little bit tilted. Sometimes we're not communicating enough and whatever. And yesterday against Mongols was a great game and the complete opposite of these problems. And I hope we can show the same attitude and mentality today.
Well, if he starts today like he ended yesterday, it's going to be an absolute barn burner. Thank you so much for your time, Yekinder. Good luck.
Thank you.
I share that sentiment with Yekinder. I think Furia yesterday played some beautiful Counter-Strike. Now, obviously, we've seen this graph many times. Furia, ever since they added Molodoi and Yekinder. And I almost hope it's the last time we're going to see it, because I feel Furia have now established themselves as a top team, Yanko, that we don't have to talk about the past anymore. We can talk about the present, and that is Furia is a hyper-competitive team.
Yes, absolutely so. And the big one is the 2 first places in the last 3 tournaments. You know, the Pro League losses to Vitality in the quarterfinal in a 2-1 series. And I mean, it's just crazy to think that it's only since Fallen has been added to Furia that Keiserato and Yuri have lifted a trophy. I mean, they've gone, 5 years, 6 years without lifting a trophy, and then things have changed for them. But yeah, I think Furia has definitely proven to be able to compete with the big dogs, and to be one of the contenders for the trophy.
Obviously, we've seen Falcons be flawless in this tournament so far, yet to lose a map. The Furia we saw yesterday versus the Mongols, there were moments in the game where they allowed Mongols back into it, but I think overall, over the course of the two maps, they were playing some solid Counter-Strike, even great at times. Do you think the level we saw from Furia yesterday is enough to contest Falcons, who's been flawless so far?
It is, but nothing less will do, right? It has to be that way. They had their stars playing on a high level, Keiserato, Yekindar, and Molodoi, right? And you have to have the same, because across the board, the Falcons are strong and playing well. Obviously, Monesi is leading, but even someone like Kixon is having a good tournament, and he's not your typical in-game leader with the way he plays, right? He doesn't just look how he can sacrifice himself for his team and just, throwing his life away so he can get traded. Like, he's just playing as any other player, and I think that's another bonus for this Falcons lineup.
I mean, we're very positive when it comes to the Falcons. We're very positive when it comes to Furia, but I'll give you the same question in regards to the Furia camp right here. The one thing they're lacking, maybe, if I dare say it, is the wins against the top 5 teams, to establish themselves as being a team that you can rely on beating Falcons, which they've done a couple of times, but do it one more time, beat the likes of Vitality, beat Mouse as well. Is that the final, sort of like thing we need to tick off for Furia to fully consider them one of the world's best team?
I think so. That's the only thing that's left. Furia has proven themselves to be a good team. They play good Counter-Strike. They have competent players, right? So now the only thing that's left is all of that coming together for them to lift the trophy of this magnitude. They were able to do it multiple times, but it was, when Vitality wasn't there, Spirit Mouse weren't there. Sure, the Falcons were there and they beat them, and props to them for that. So that's the only thing that's left. I think they are a contender at this point in time, right? And when you get to that level of play, now the expectation is, all right, go and live the trophy.
And I feel that's what they have to prove today. Because I will say, as you saw on the win-loss record against the top teams right there, they have taken wins against Spirit, only played Vitality once, so it's hard to fault them for not having beat them. But when they beat Falcons, it was not a Falcons playing the best brand of Counter-Strike. I feel that's the case here at this tournament. So if Furia comes in and they establish a dominant win against the Falcons once more and go 3-0, I feel like that's put to the bed then. Sure. Then we have them up there.
If you talk about that Fisher game, I mean, first map on Train, on match point, Falcons lose a 4v2 where Fallen gets, I think 3 or 4 kills with an MP9, just a bizarre round. And then you go to Nuke, they lose both pistols, they lose the first gun round, right? And those are the two things that Tess has talked about in the interview that are much better now and that they Falcons have fixed. You add to that the change in Monesi's form, it's going to be a completely different beast. And the interesting thing about the Veto is we saw Overpass yesterday for Furia. They're on a 9-10 map win streak at this moment. They're not gonna get to play that. That's the permaban of Falcons, and also Ancient, which Falcons are undefeated on this with this lineup. That's the permaban of Furia. So map pool is gonna get tested a little bit. Yakinder talked about Inferno. I wonder if they're going to try and also go for that punish, because if you look at just purely statistics, that's the one map that stands out for the Falcons where they've been kind of struggling. So we'll see what they decide to do. And also for Falcons, actually they do go for Inferno. Falcons pick T-side. Mirage pick from the side of Falcons. I was wondering if they go to Nuke maybe as a pick. They've lost it only one time against Furia, but they still might get it as a decider here. Furia gets rid of Dust 2 and Falcons do get rid of that Train, which would have been the other potential pick for Furia. It's just picking Train and having to start T-side, maybe not something they were too eager to do at this moment. So yeah, this is, I think, a good map pool for Falcons. I think it's a decent one for Furia as well. Mirage, they played against each other. It was Falcons is picking Cologne, and that was a bizarre match. They lost 13-11. They were 17-7 up in opening kills. Falcons, they just lost so many rounds with advantages on CT side, and ended up losing the series 2-1. So yeah, I think not really a huge surprise in this Veto for either team. I think this is what they would have expected.
Yeah, and it's not often you get two teams where they're kind of forcing each other to battle it out on the middle ground, so to speak. You always get one of your best maps, if not your best map in every single matchup. But as you said, Ancient, which has been a staple for Falcons, arguably the best team in the world right now, most informed team, gone. Overpass, most informed map for the Furia right now. So we kind of test the limits of these two teams, and we kind of test how deep their map pool is, because there's a great likelihood that we're going to need Nuke as well.
Yeah, there is a good chance for that, and I think it's also now for Falcons, they've done so great up until the playoffs. Now it's about keeping that level up, not falling apart at this point in the turn, not falling back into your old habits where you can't win pistols, well, you lose rounds with advantages. And for Furia on the other side of things, it's just another opportunity for you to prove yourself that you belong with the cream of the crop.
Janko said it so well a couple of moments ago. Counter-Strike is feasting today. We have had a banger of a semi-final already, and I think we're going to get a banger of a semi-final once more.
目前的各位观众朋友们，接下来将要进行的这场比赛，就是万众期待、万众瞩目、五星推荐的半决赛，有猎鹰对黑豹，你们准备好了吗？是的，刚刚我们见证了 Team Vitality 的晋级，而接下来这场比赛，究竟谁能够进入到 IEM 成都的总决赛呢？让我来听听，也许他是 The Falcons， 也许是 Furia。在之前，你们知道吗 ？Falcons 在这届 IEM 的表现太棒了。他们2比0、2比0、2比0，一张图都没有输的情况下，就来到了半决赛的舞台。而 Fury 啊，他们表现的也非常出色。首先 ，Magnusi 黄色闪光，他在这一届表现领先了所有的选手，表现的太炸了。而另外，他今天要碰上的就是黑色闪光 Molodoi， 他在昨天的表现让我们惊叹，不禁发出疑问：他有魔法吗？那这次教父带领着他的门徒们，能否将猎鹰击溃？而猎鹰能否一飞冲天？让我们用最大的欢呼声 ，Please welcome on the stage the Team Falcons and Fury! I give you Magnusi and Molodoi! Nico and Kisrato! Suki and Yuri! Kingston and Yakinda! Texas and Florida! ,10位选手以悉数登场，让我来听听你们觉得这场胜利的会是 Team Falcons 吗？也许是 Furia。最后问题问到现场的各位 ，Are you ready？Let's go, baby!
I feel like there's so many cool duels in this game. The game within the game. We already spoke about Magnusi taking on Molodoi, but you look at a Quesarado, fantastic form at the moment, taking upon Nico. Nico's changed a role to match more the like of Quesarado. Is that a duel that you think could determine this game as well?
I think it's definitely going to be a big one because on Inferno we talked about position changes. Nico is still in banana, you know. Kyosuke is over to that boiler side of things, so we'll see starting on the T side right? It's a bit of a risk always sometimes, tells you that Falcons want to be the ones that dictate the pace of the game early on, right? And just feel more comfortable on Inferno being the attackers.
Speaking of duels within the game, Kyusuke obviously coming in still somewhat inexperienced. He hasn't been on too many stages. Could that be an issue? Do you think he's a player that is prone to be maybe under a little bit of extra pressure, or being surrounded by Nico, being surrounded by Sonic, being surrounded by all this experience? Is it going to matter?
I think it's also helped that they've had a couple of deep runs and playoff games, some of them on the stage with crowds, so he isn't completely new to this anymore. And I think the fact that Falcons are just much better as a team now helps, you know, like they have multiple things that they can fall back on. Also, m0NESY being in great form just gives so much space to the rest of the team. I'm looking forward to seeing how Yekindar plays today, right? We talk about Inferno, Banana, CT side, I mean, his aggression and how active he is on that side of the map. That might be what makes or breaks this map for Furia.
I'm really glad you brought that up, because it almost sounds silly to say, but I do think Yekindar is the most important player on the server in the sense that I know what I'm getting from m0NESY. I know what I get from Nico. I know what I get from Quesarado and Molodoi. I don't always know what I get from Yekindar. The Yekindar of yesterday, if he plays that well for Furia, that could be a game changer.
And Furia cannot afford to have a slow start here. You go back to the winner's game against Maus. Maus picked Inferno, and this is where, you know, Molodoi is telling his teammates, guys, let's bring some energy. Come on, let's step up, right? Like, with how Falcons are playing at the moment, Furia has to match them from round one. Otherwise, they can get blown out of the server.
Furia or Falcons, Janko?
Falcons.
Falcons all the way.
Shocking, I know.
Shocking, I know. I think it's going to be an incredible, close and tense matchup between two of the best teams in the world, between some of the best players in the world. IEM Chengdu semi-final number 2 of the day. The first one was a banger. I'm pretty goddamn sure the second one will equally be a good game of Counter-Strike. Molodoi taking on m0NESY. Let's get it on.
Two teams at the absolute top of their game. Two of the world's fastest AWPers in impeccable form. The top 3 rated players in this event sit before you ready to duke it out for a Saturday semi-final live in Chengdu, China. Furia, a solid track record, back-to-back wins, but Falcons are leveling up. Will it be back-to-back finals for Team Falcons, or can Furia continue to hold them back?
This is very much game of the day territory, man. It's got a lot to live up to. Falcons, hands down, the most popular team here in China. But Furia, I think, are really starting to win over the crowd, win over some hearts. This is the one you came to see. Let's get it on.
China have showed up in full force. Let's see if this match delivers. Furia, Falcons, Inferno, and Pistols, always a conversation in this Falcon squad. But they've gotten better, Harry. We've been seeing improvements along this event. Even when Falcons fall in those first rounds, they're often picking up force buys. Having a near flawless track record in conversions despite Pistols, only falling in 1 so far in this tournament. Team Falcons, strong start feels like a necessity. Kyusuke on his biggest stage yet.
Let's play out in the mid. And they look to come through with a good pace to open. Out towards long, it's fallen. Tearing heads off, can't quite regain control to find Nico. And so for now, still in with a chance. But are they ready for Molodoi? No, they're not. What time? Nico nails it! Oof. And you don't want it to go down like this. Yuri now, the only guy actually in the site. Are they going to clear him? Yekindar's been spotted out towards long. That means Yuri free to play. Nico got to do this all alone. And he doesn't have a lot of time to get it done in. 40 seconds as he drops down. Awkward crossfire to try and get past him. With each shot that connects, he just gets whittled down lower and lower. Yekindar still facing. Nico twitchy, looking for this 1v2. And nothing being offered. They brought him down 1 shot away from certain death. No, that's not what you want. And they stop him. They stop Nico in his tracks. That was building up to something there.
Near jump of the gun. And a near misfire for Furia. But Nico out of ammo. And Yuri makes it so. 3 from the pit in this pistol round, and damn good job from Fallen as well. Especially hurts for Molodoi here, but reassuring that Furia are able to close the round despite that whiff.
I like a hell of a lot that Inferno is where we're doing battle, because it's no secret that for the Falcons, this has been like, if there was one place that they can get exploited, even though the form's been getting better, even though Falcons have been moving in the right direction, playing like the team you think they should from the names that are on it, the one vulnerability they've had is this Inferno.
Absolutely. Not really been able to take down many top teams on this map, Maus being an exception to the rule, but otherwise they've been struggling.
And so I think, you know, ahead of the major, what with this tournament being so stacked as well, this would be the time and the place to show that you've been putting the reps in to finally make this map your own.
And this is what I was talking about, these force buy wins for Falcons, right? They've often been, you know, winning pistols, but even when they don't, it's the second rounds that have come through for them, giving them those early leads, giving them those snowbally games. Falcons have been running through this tournament, so a dangerous second round force buy, but Monacy, ever present, lethal, finds that opening kill. Yakinda's going for the gun. He's going to find nothing. They've already picked it up. Got to watch out. Get your weapon back in hands. Furia back off into the B bomb site. 4v4, that AK gets a second try.
Yeah, it'll find its way into the hands of Kiyosuke.
NiKo dropped it over, right? 3 kills in that pistol round. Hands it off to Monacy. Counter-Strike's favorite duo. And they're in form right now. It's got to be the young star, Kiyosuke. Walking into A.
Not a bad way for this to start, is it? Dink down range, no. Kiyosuke able to provide that opening. Now they know about Yuri down here in the pit, but he doesn't miss a beat. It's destruction from Yuri, sidelined by Tesses.
NiKo's here.
And suddenly round could be right back on. Are they ready for NiKo deep over on long? Keisarato has to check this. Tesses spamming just to try and sell the lie that NiKo isn't here. Yakinda.
Wow.
In with the clear, and so Tesses 7 points of health. A tricky close. Contact taken on the long side, and Tesses dead straight away. Furia handed an awkward 2v2, but they're able to get through it cleanly.
What a nice check for Yakinda, right? His teammates just baiting from the entire time, making noise. NiKo purposely doesn't pick up the gun, thinking, I don't want to give away my position. Still Furia figure it out. Molodoi, 2 frustrating rounds. The catch and boiler, throwing util in this one, not getting away with it. Falcons punishing, but still not able to convert. They'll buy again. 3 kills in the bomb plant is all the temptation they desire. Couple of Galils, couple of MAC-10s. It's Kiyosuke who is the most dangerous in this round. But Molodoi's orb comes in early. And he hits the tag. Sees the fast mid-rush as well. It's a Falcons classic. They know it's coming.
Yuri on a heater to open up this game as well. He's been good for multi-kills in every one of these A plays.
Oh, he's jumpy right now. But jumping in, Tesses stops the orb. Yuri, another triple. Molodoi getting a little sucked into the pressure of the situation, is shooting ghosts.
I think, you know, we got to talk about the AWPA head-to-head here. It's, for my money, one of the big fixtures of this game is the clash of Molodoi versus Monacy. 2 exceptionally quick AWPers. I think you can certainly draw comparisons between them, and hell, if you think about the route to get to this semi-final, it was Molodoi showcasing that in a buzzer beater 1v2 clutch, the ace in the round prior. He's done a hell of a lot to get Furia to this position. Now he's got to beat someone who excels in the same kind of string of AWPing, the same style that he goes for. This shot for Molodoi as NiKo makes his way out in the top mid. Oh, tries to go back on the line and learns that Nico Deagle is a very threatening thing indeed.
Force buys didn't hit. Don't tell me pistols will.
There's another one of these head-to-head. Queserato onto Nico, gets rid of that Deagle, succeeds where Molodoi can't.
Fallen, a wise decision to back up into B there. He was on his own with no more util. There is a smoke. Kixon's been throwing this X-Sec from all the way back down middle. Furia got to deal with this B hit. No one in the sight. This is a free bomb plant. Fallen's coming through.
Yeah, they're going to have these flashes, but they're not great. Fallen plays it forward and dealt with cleanly. Out with one, sure, it leaves it in this 3-on-3. Plant now found, and Kiyosuke again granted the gun in this post plant.
Dangerous.
Yuri dead on the rotate. That's Kiyosuke with the M4 firing off. They clear Monacy up close. They've got the spot on Tesses as well. They know where both players are right now. Yakindar plays it forward and looks to propel Furia in for this retake. Just the Tesses Deeg now, and it's going to hit real hard. Time's running low. They charge him down. And with seconds remaining, that defuse going to come in. Furia still flawless on this CT side.
No, there's no doubt these rounds have been stressful so far, but it's still a 4-0 lead. This is the worst lead, the worst start to a game the Falcons have had all tournament long. They've not dropped a single map in their run here to this semi-final. Right now, 4-0 down. Got to dig themselves out the hole. Nice try, some good kills, bomb plants. They're making it interesting, but Furia converting every one of these very difficult positions. The retake on A and the 2v2. Now this one in B. Furia looking good to start.
And you can kind of feel like the electricity in the room and how that's meshing with everyone in the server, right? Molodoi looking a little twitchy, playing up to the speed thing a lot. He's been too quick, if anything, firing off too fast, if you can believe it. Then, you know, even Nico in his clutch attempt in the pistol, jittery but still precise. Everyone's very amped up right now. This crowd is loud, man.
I especially love that we have the history of Furia winning this series both times they've faced since making these changes, these sweeping changes on both rosters. So Furia have the track record. They know they can win. There's clearly a lot of respect from this team in the way they talk about Falcons and the players and the individuals they're going up against and the skill the Falcons have. But at the same time, Furia, they've got that innate confidence going, hey, look, we've not picked up these tier 1 trophies with the top 5-6 teams in the playoffs, but we know we can win this game. And if you win this game, you go forward to tomorrow. You take on Team Vitality in that grand final. So there is absolutely no reason to doubt yourself today. Want to see if Molodoi can get started on this AWP. He has a B spawn in this round. Would not be a bad shout to take it.
He's going to head over here with that AWP. Doesn't try anything too outlandish. Keeping it pretty measured in this round is Molodoi. And by his standards even, so is Yakindar.
Yes, you got some of the most aggressive banana players in the game right now in this server. You got Fallen on the flashes to make that a reality. Everyone plays this slow. But they look to meet in the mid-round. Good util from Nico will keep them back. Stopping Molodoi is a different picture.
Let's see how much it takes for him to really get going. Was it just a bit of anxiety getting that first kill? Is Molodoi now very much in this game?
He hit the wallbang as well.
Follow-up shot did connect, yeah. Now they're going to try and link up with Kiyosuke. They've learned about the AWP. They learned about that 3-man hold. That sends them into just 2 players at this A site. But as we say, Yuri, man, he's been phenomenal. Loses Queserato. Yuri still locks it down. Ooh. Gets out with a lot of damage. Once more, you're looking to Tesses in one of these rough clutches. Another 1v2 attempt from Falcons Dane. Molodoi making noise. Oh. Tag even connects there on the spam just to make life harder. Tesses feels like he's getting toyed with and will have gone in time. Molodoi with the response. Smoke spam, nothing in it for him. And so Tessez now, handful of times has been iced out of these clutches. It remains a flawless game for Furia here.
Yeah, feel good round for Molodoi as well, right? Getting a lot of impact, closing the round. Bit of a lot going a long way. And I like that setup change from Furia, right? They've been running heavy pit setups in this game already. Falcons, jump out apps, high flash, but because of the setup, both players in the bomb site, no one's blind. They're able to trade contact. Even Kixon gets confused as to where Yuri's gotten to. Jumped up on the cold box. So Furia keep them guessing right now on these A defenses. And they put the AWP back on B.
Yakinda with aggression, and he's about to get tested here. MP9 up close, gets out with one. Teammates at top banana, can't play through this smoke. And Molodoi hanging around for a shot, gets him killed. Oh, good trade back for Fallen, but he's got to focus on staying alive, and he's not able to escape. This B site falls with Tessez here to cut down the rotates. This might be the dawn of the first round for the Falcons. Yuri might have been fantastic at stopping these A plays, always getting away with multi-kills, but this is a very different ball game. 1v3 clutch. Retake over towards B. And no info as to where Falcons are. He's got to do this one blind. Still looking kind of interested, which is curious. It's not like Furia have lots of money here. This is a risk going for this. He's going to hang around. Ooh, catches one on the exit. And now just looks to get out of there himself. Monacy also plucks that AWP out of the round from Molodoi's body.
Oh, yes. You like to see that. Yeah, a bit of inexperience from Molodoi perhaps showing that really... Well, we talk about him wanting to really get as many shots out as he can on the AWP. Firing through the smoke there, reveals his position, allows an easy spam for Kiyosuke. When he could have just held on for the shot or even fallen back. Fallen as well gets stuck on the corner while trying to evade. He could have stayed alive in the B-bomb site. It's a bit of an awkward B hold for Furia. Funny to see Yakinda still play MP9 when they had enough money for rifles. He was doing it yesterday in Connector against the Mongols. This time it's Fallen, but not out of choice. Great grenades down Banana, bully Falcons, and Yakinda's got something to say. Him and Fallen combine for a double, and Yakinda doesn't know when to stop.
He's still sticking it out in it, top banana. Kiyosuke hits back finally, but it's a 3-for-1 trade over in this banana fight. You'll take that all day if you're Furia. Tessez left out here over towards top mid. Trying to play his part in the round, but the other side of the map went so horribly.
Oh, perfect boost.
There's not a lot he could do here, and yeah, the boost even employed for Furia just to confirm that this isn't a real push out in middle.
And that frees up Keisarato's rotation. He doesn't have to watch Arch side. He's not worried about a flank right now. He gets to reinforce back at B thanks to the boost. Talk of boost. Furia always got something new. And Falcons saw a low smoke. This is going to be a problem.
Yeah, able to peek right on over the top. Keisarato's spam baits him in, and you're hoping that Fallen can just get out with one. Find the first, you're in a 4v1 retake. Fallen would have done enough, and there's the catch. Hell, he might try and get out with both of them. Now that does give Tessez a chance. Good for the trade at least. They don't make life easy for him though. Tap on this bomb. I'm ready for a double swing. Out through the banana side. There's no road left to run for Tessez. Furia, it is convincing in the tail end of these rounds.
Just loving all the little details in this game right now for Furia. The reboost, the repositions, the double site setup in that A attack as well. Falcons don't know what they're up against. They keep running into different problems. Yakinda pushing down Banana in the last round. Yes, it didn't work in the long run, but Yakinda did his job. 6-1 right now. Furia, full control of this game. Falcons desperate. They need this round or they are broke, and Furia will streak. They'll start to really run away. There is a missed banana smoke, but Falcons aren't challenging either way. They've learned from the previous, those high damage HE mollies. So we're looking yet again at late banana takes, this time from both teams. Yakinda re-clearing. He's It's alone at B with just the MP9. Furia, maybe there's a tell, or maybe it's just a read, but Fallen's put 4 in the right place.
Yeah, well, I mean, we say Fallen always the type of captain who trusts in his gut, trusts in his read, and this is feeling like the right one. It's a heavy stack over here towards A. Are they ready for 2 players over on the long side? Fallen looking for this trade, will get it at least. That finds the 3-on-3. Yuri still in pit and still strong as ever. Now has support from Fallen. Flash might wreck him, but it's let him close the distance at least. Out with another. Fallen swinging and taking heads off. As he locks in double digits as well, and when Fallen's creeping up the board like this, you know you're in for a good day.
Who's the star of Furia? I forgot. Is it Fallen? 10 and 6, another multi-kill, another massive rifle impact. That's 3 players on Arch side fighting for Furia.
I think, you know, this is one of the things that is so sick about this Furia squad, because they have such good util, and I think in terms of the micro decisions and movements that they'll make in a round, they're actually, I think they're playing such a fantastic level. It makes them less dependent on individuals, and also it feels way easier for your individuals to find success when this is how you're playing. I don't know. Think about in some of these rounds when we've looked towards the banana takes, the util's doing so much damage out of Furia that you've largely scared Falcons away from going for it.
And it's not like you're throwing nades immediately down banana every single round like it's default, because there's that level of expectation and respect. We're seeing late banana takes, we're seeing Falcons and Furia both jostle about 30 seconds into the round, and the nades still hit with perfect timing when Furia are doing this. 7-1 of course, and Falcons on a half buy. Moments individual output here in this game for Falcons, but converting rounds has not been there. Yakinda, without a deep smoke, these deagles are dangerous. So it comes down. There's just no mollies to burn Yakinda out. He could commit in one of these 50-50 angles. And Falcons would not really be able to do much about it. It's a good round to do so. Yakinda walking down.
And he's got all this control now.
It's going to be a B fake here, but they're popping mid. And the B fake won't really work if you throw these nades. Okay, Monacy's doing A util instead. He's not throwing the kicks and set. Falcons just go for it.
Reblock a banana. Feels like Yakinda's going to play through that, so he's got a very, very fast flank here, and Fallen is already rotating. There's only a brief window where you've got this 5v3 over towards A. Serato in with the first. It's a good trade for Kixan, but then you've got Yuri down here in the pit. It was just been a pillar in this A site, finally dealt with. Smoke push for Molidoy's punished as well, but this round's going to be all Kixan. 3 kills deep on the Deagle. And expected to give results in a 1v2. We've seen Tessez locked out of a number of these. How's Kixan going to fare?
What?
No better. Fallen takes the straight up fight.
His teammate's not even there. Fallen just goes for it. Knows the bomb's in the open. Knows Kixan's coming for it. Fallen just finishes the job. And man, you would not be getting such a simple game out of Furia if Yuri wasn't putting up this many multi-kills down in pit. He is constantly providing outputs.
He's just been a rock. It's terrifying. You know, when the pit player's always multi-killing like this, it really does hamper the A plays. Like, you feel it so much as Falcons. And it's even wilder when you think how often Furia have started triple B, how in some of these moments, Yuri is one of 2 players defending that A site. So him getting out with multi-kills feels that much more valuable.
Yeah, and we've not seen any kind of app setups for Furia in this game either, right? He has been on his own. He's been not set up in any regard to succeed. Yakinda throwing himself at Nico. Finally, a 5v4 untraded for Falcons. What will they do with this advantage?
Reflash back in. It's Serato playing support to Fallen in at Banana. So they hear the top banana presence. It looked like at first they weren't buying it, but Fallen's reconsidered and he's called for a heavy rotate.
Yeah, they know exactly what this is. Furia don't jump. They don't burn their util. That's what Falcons are trying to do with that smoke. Get the molly out. Get the smoke out. Instead, Furia go, hey, this is exactly what they're doing. They're going to recommit with an execute. It's the most standard thing to do in a 5v4 here. So Furia pull a 3rd player over. They've still got blocking util.
Molly down. Made to blow this smoke open, and it's actually going to find Kiyosuke on the cross.
Ouch.
it stopped this B hit. They're going back. They're going to try and join up with Tessez, but dude, the one guy that you really haven't wanted to run into is Yuri. Nico making a ballsy move here through the smoke, has crept up through CT, and now could stick the landing on a backstab.
He's calling them back. 20 seconds.
There's so little time.
Can't mess this up. It's only Fallen here.
Nico needs this kill, and he needs it clean, but look how suspicious Fallen is. Nico gets his, but on the crease, Molodoi,
no!
missed shot. Not a sentence you're used to saying. Bomb planted, Nico with that wraparound in the last second, pull back of the rest of the Falcons. They'll find success. It takes them some time.
I was getting shades of Boston there for a moment, right? Pulling back to a late B hit with seconds to spare. If Fallen was more committed in that site and Nico doesn't flush him out, he can get that one kill to win the round, and Molodoi had his chance as well. This shot.
Fulham was thinking something was up.
Yeah,
you saw him looking around. There was that swell from the crowd giving him a bit of a hint that something was happening, but I think he felt like he covered all his bases.
Yeah, Nico really hit the perfect timing because he let Molodoi rotate out. He didn't go for the fight against the orb. Hey, if Molodoi hits it, it's a dominant game for Furia. Now Falcons have been given a chance to make 4 happen on this T side. Look how convoluted it is, though. Look what it comes down to. Millimeters of difference. Seconds that keep Falcons in it. And he knows what that kill would have meant.
Again with the banana skirmish. And Molodoi this time doesn't start over towards B. Instead looks for his first fight down through mid.
He heard them climax. He's going to scope it. Oh, no need indeed.
It doesn't matter where they come, doesn't matter where they go. If it's anywhere near the A site, Yuri is going to be a problem. That's what they're learning in this game. Another multi-kill from him. This aggression down through banana. It's the unlikely candidate. It's not Yakindar on the push. He's the one assisting on the rifle. Instead, it's Fallen, taking a page out of Yakindar's book.
And m0NESY has been high and above the rest in this competition. 1.59 rating. As I said, no maps lost. Even ahead of number 2 and 3 in Keiserato and Molodoi by a significant margin. But right now, he is nowhere to be seen. 1 T-side orb in this half, and it got shut out in banana. Can m0NESY and Kixen do anything in this 2v5? Doesn't feel likely. You may as well play. You have the money for this. But at the same time, odds against the Falcons moving into a stacked B bomb site.
And they might just be, yeah, they're full saving. They're just going to get out with the AKs. They don't like this round. I mean, it's a 2-on-5. These rounds have felt really, really brutal. Even though they've, in terms of players alive, they've been kind of close, but it hasn't felt that way. Oftentimes, it's a slew of opening kills.
The save is kind of pointless. They get, 2,900 next round regardless. Like, they're getting decent cash. If they both died in the attempt, they would have still been able to buy everything that they saved. So it's a bit of a wasteful save, if anything. But either way, Nico buys up the orb, drops it over. And Furia onto a dominant Inferno right now. Can they double digit the CT side? Someone get Fallen a gun.
He's been listening to the Yakindar too much.
Bro's forgotten to buy. He doesn't even realize, Harry. He's just pistol out.
Yeah, the gun's back in spawn. Fallen didn't grab it. You hope that doesn't come back to haunt you in some way. Yakindar on aggressive pathing out towards banana, gonna nail Nico.
When will the penny drop?
Yuri with a good catch in the apartments again, and I mean, he's been taking more and more liberties with how he's playing this A site. No longer sitting back in the pit. Yuri's bringing the fight to them.
Don't even need it.
Fallen, it was all a part of a bigger plan, maybe, as he rotates back around and gets his hands on that gun just in time to help pad out this A site.
And again, good info for Furia. They know 2 players in the apartments. They know where the bomb is. Furia wait. Furia finish. There is nothing left in this half for the Falcons.
And you'd love a nice little round for Molyneux at the close if you're Furia, because everyone else is hitting hard. The only frustrating signs have come from Molyneux. Instead, he's fed to Kickstand out here in top middle. There's also no multi-kill Yuri in this round. Instead, it's Fallen over towards the pit. 12 kills deep is Fallen, and he's looking to close it in style as Fallen lines him up, knocks him down. There were big questions heading into Inferno. Falcons and what their form would be on this haunting map. Well, Fury have just run away with that half.
Furia speedrun this semi-final and Falcons fall flat on their face. 10-2 at the half, the worst start and maybe the first map loss for the Falcons all tournament long. It's getting delivered by Furia. Back-to-back wins over this very team. We thought maybe today it would change, but Furia making it the same, making it even more one-sided.
Yeah, and you can't just not, you can't not love the form that you're getting out of this Furia squad. Even today, right, with Molyneux having a slightly slower opening than you're used to, there's just so many folks willing and ready to fill the void, Fallen included at 14 and 7.
Like,
he hasn't just been calling a great game, which, make no mistake about it, he has. If you're the Falcons, you felt like you walked into a stack in every single round.
Fallen
On top of that, he's hitting really hard, man.
He's the second most multi-kills in this map, obviously to Yuri with 6. But 100 ADR for Fallen in the Big 25 against the super team Falcons. Well, they're going to need a pistol here, or we can talk about Mirage.
And they're going into just a 2-man hold. Kicks out, even though he's playing Speedway for a faster rotate, he's lent towards B. He's in the wrong place. And so you're looking at m0NESY, you're looking at Tesses, and you're thinking, you guys have got to do it. You got to get a multi-kill. Oh, and m0NESY will deliver it. There's the support. Another from m0NESY. Absent all game, but shows up for the pistol. Leaves it just on K-Serato, and he's a dead man. Maybe that ignites a bit of a spark for m0NESY. Haven't had to say his name at all thus far on Inferno.
It's not too late. That's what the Falcons have to say to themselves at this point. It is never too late. 10-2 down, pistol round. And the comeback begins now. Excellent shots for m0NESY. And Furia take a full eco. Just Yakindo on the Deagle. Saw the Nico Deeg find a pick in mid. Or will there be some vengeance here? Not yet. Smoke down. The Furia, who are definitely taking this seriously. Even at 10-3, in no hurry to get to their first buy round.
I mean, dude, this is a team that make fantastic micro and macro decisions. And in rounds like this, you know, it's just the value of having them waste some util, playing slow so they burn it all, forcing maximum reinvestment, giving yourself a bit of time to plan for what lies ahead and try and milk this Deeg, man. Try and get away with some kills.
Let Falcons soak in this, right? They still have an anxious feeling. I'm sure 10-3 down, a pistol's nice, but you know you've got to be near flawless from this point. So let them soak in that. Let them breathe. Yakindo waits with the Deeg, no connection. 30 seconds. Fallen's turn.
I mean, I love how often these two are together, Fallen and the Yakindo. Very much the brains of the operation. Fallen gets out with one, of course.
Oh, hello.
Yakindo's been able to grab a Famus here. They know about him. He's only got 15 seconds, and he does want to die. So just gives them that kill for free.
m0NESY another triple back-to-back. Makes the scoreline prettier at least. But it's all about the gun round now as Furia by full. So are there legs on this game?
Not going to have that m0NESY AWP from the get-go. If you remember, Molidoy bought it out as soon as he could in that first half.
That's thanks to all those force buys.
m0NESY will have to wait and get it done with the rifle for now. A tame start to this round. No crazy challenge for Banana. Instead going on a second timing here of Furia. Hope of that is he dodged some of these nades, he dodged the early Banana fight, but it hasn't really panned out. Yuri and K-Serato both softened up.
Yeah, Molidoy shot Yuri in the head there. Good grenade from Kyosuke earlier. With K-Serato down half, but now Furia feeling a bit more bolstered on this push. Cakeson has one more HE if you can try and time it. Furia ready to take back car.
Yeah, right, that's right, as the retake util comes in, and that's a big problem.
Wow.
You're trapped in the mollies. K-Serato handed a free double kill, and I mean, that's a green light to go for this B site. That's all the invitation you need. It's only Nico here. This has got to be a mowdown or else the round's over. And maybe a hope of a comeback with it because K-Serato in form, 3 entries, round secured.
Can't even say that was like a counter for Furia. It was just great timing. They threw both mollies as Falcons went for that retake at top B, and Falcons just get cooked in it. Committed by the corner molly and stuck in the car molly. Nowhere to go. Very unfortunate way to lose your first gun round, especially at this scoreline. And K-Serato's triple entry puts Furia right there on the doorstep of their map pick.
It's funny because Furia had a lot more planned in that round. You could tell with Yakindar posturing in mid, they'd throw in a long smoke for him to try and, you know, lurk and take some space, but none of it was needed. Sometimes everything just goes so well that the plan can go right out the window, and that's exactly what happens here. I don't even think like this is a bit of a dream scenario in a way for Furia. I don't think you need to see the full breadth of this T side. They're already in such a powerful position. You could just do it the easy way right here. If you win this, you win Inferno. You don't have to show anything.
Yeah.
You don't have to feel like you particularly tried that hard. You got handed a fantastic chance in that previous round. You grabbed it, and now you have the opportunity to break the Falcons with little to no resistance in this first map.
And I think you just stay on B if you're Furia at this point, right? Because you know this is where some of the bigger issues that Falcons have had on this map have been, right? It's Kyosuke with role changes, position changes on a map he's fairly uncomfortable on. It's, you know, Kixon, weaker rifler on this squad. This is the exploitable site. Don't run into Nico and m0NESY. And that orb might never appear for m0NESY CT side if Furia just follow up right now and deliver a knockout blow. So let's see if they just stick to this B bomb site and take this game quick and clean. Falcon's pistol opened up a world, but that portal's getting closed. Zero damage received.
Yeah, you're very happy with how you come out of that nade skirmish. You've done a lot back the other way.
And look at the gamble again. Falcons feel like they have to do this at this scoreline. They just have to rely on a read.
And I mean, trying to outplay Fallen, you know, trying to outread him when he's calling from the front can feel nigh on impossible. I mean, not only does he have great reads, but he's anticipating the pressure is on for Falcons here. He's expecting a bit of a gamble. And so in a way, just looking to call their bluff. This idea, well, they wouldn't go for the B hit straight up twice, right? Yakindar's trying to sell this out in mid, did this in the last round as well, but it won't feel like a tell to Falcons.
If Furia just go right now, they're going to win the round, and that info might be enough to send them in. Smoke in the way, Furia, do not stop.
One man here, Kixan burning alive, gets out with one at least, needs even more, and the flashes are brutal. You might have to go for this, Falcons. Times are very, very desperate. Two players coming in up through Banana. Kyosuke and Nico. The rifle talent for the Falcons try and move in. They get past Fallen, but has he just sold this position for Molidoy? It's a bait and switch. And again, we saw it yesterday. Fallen always willing to set this guy up. This time it lets him down. K-Serato's got to do it. Plays the trigger discipline, swings it, and Kyosuke. An important trade to stop the Furia victory coming in here and now.
Oh, that's surprising for K-Serato. He takes that shot. He goes for the bomb tap rather than the guy he's got the free kill on and can tuck in knowing he'll never get stuck. But Molidoy, man, set up, poised perfectly for the round. Maybe feeling like the shout from the crowd makes him want to just go for the kill. Doesn't line him up, doesn't take his time. Whiffs his opportunity. Molidoy's had some shaky rounds in this game, and still Furious sit 11-5, but that was the best opportunity to make this game end easy.
Think about the pace of the rounds we've seen thus far from Furia. They've been very, very slow. It would be a very Fallen-type move to suddenly change that now, right as Falcons are getting a bit more comfortable, and they have come through with a more aggressive move.
Okay, m0NESY's got his orb. That's what you were trying to avoid. That was worst case scenario, but Molidoy's got his as well. And as Yakinda said, they may have m0NESY, but we've got Molidoy. Can he make up for it in this B hit?
Good stuff for Kixan. Been getting good output from him on the B holds in these last two rounds. He gets his one, slows the roll of the B take. Still threatening, still an issue. Might be time to lend some time to Yakinda. He's been waiting in the wings to get activated on these A-lurks. Right now, he's a 1v1 for this site control.
Yeah, a lot more room than he realizes. The bomb goes back as well.
Falcons are trying to get ahead of this. They brought Nico around early, so he's here on a good timing. Just going to dodge the AWP on long as he slips out through the library.
Who dodged who?
So 2 players to deal with. Even a clear out of Kicksan. This is a ballsy move to make in the silence of this round, but he's done it and will be rewarded for it. Now a better idea, but the hit's coming, and the hit's coming fast. Yuri with a blinding opener. Are they ready for Nico as that second player? Yuri is! Molodoi holding on for rotates. Doesn't feel the need to hang around, stick it out in top mid. Instead, they just play around this bomb. They know the pressure is on the Falcons, who are lagging behind. A man down in a game that is rapidly getting away from them. And this might be done.
I think it is. No chance with m0NESY's kit out of there. And Molodoi, even just that back up there shows the difference, right? You're trying to play safe enough that you win the round from position. If he hangs around, it's the only way they lose. Kicksan gets that kill. Suddenly it's a 2v2. It entices Falcons. Molodoi's reposition keeps it safe, knowing he's not having a super game. So just decides to win it by position. Nice kill from m0NESY, but it's only exits. Nothing to cheer for Falcons, 12-5.
It doesn't feel good. You know, you're hitting the flashy shots. m0NESY maybe feeling like he's warmed up into this game a bit, but he's just been getting dodged. Right?
He didn't get a T-side AWP, he got one.
Couple of opportunities he's had to strike with this AWP. He's hit the shots. They've looked pretty, they've looked nice, but if you're in the wrong place, it doesn't matter. And really, you know, if you're Furia here, you know the only threatening thing in the round is meant to be that AWP. So you can go, you can find it, and then just put distance, get away from it.
Yeah, and Fallen's had some great calls in this game and some even better kills at times, but Yuri has got to be the MVP for Furia. The rock-solid defenses on A, and now just getting that double entry in the 3v3. That was the difference maker. Apps control taken. m0NESY here, you hope he gets the chance to play into a round. Kicksan and Kyosuke versus the Fangs of Furia. Hasterato, Yuri, and Molodoi work banana.
The nades have continued to be super punishing, and just great knowledge that, you know, they might have looked to go about one of these mid-round banana takes. They employ the double mollies again to keep everything sound, everything safe on this offensive at B. They take the space away, and you feel like you're in a pretty good spot here. You've got all the util out of the Falcons. You know you've got them entrenched and not budging from their sights.
Good read from Falcons. I say that, Nico just starts to move out. This is last second. This is the wrong way.
I mean, up until now, whenever it's been only one smoke coming over, that's your Kindar on a lurk, on a fake. And so they've rotated out of position. They've misread what this smoke means.
Just m0NESY.
m0NESY AWP, it better hit hard. That shot sails past, and that's going to cost you. Yuri wrapping in, 10 seconds, one man in the sight, felled straight away. Tesses barely gets to fire. And this might be a very convincing close. Inferno, if you're the Falcons, you know that this is one of your weak points. You know teams are going to look to exploit it. They've largely dodged it here in Chengdu. But this serving as a shocking reminder as to the soft underbelly of the Falcons. It's been exposed again. And Furia bite down on it, looking for a clean opening map in this semi-final. And there it is. Don't get cleaner than that. 13-5 domination from Furia to open up their semi-final run.
Clinical work, Fallen masterclass, not just individual output, but perfect reads on that CT side. And even though opportunity was given back to Falcons, a pistol round in the second half, Furia handle business with ease. Mirage up next.
Short. I watch you, Yuri.
Okay. Close short, Weiler.
My turret. Shiny coming. I'm behind this look set. I have kills long, guys. I have long, guys. Too long, I have kill. CT maybe. One CT, I think, Matic. One arch, one bracket.
Short dead. Short now. Short, come short.
Survive.
Short one, too short, guys. I'm blind.
I'm coming. Side. Tari, close. Side.
One more default.
I'm thinking.
Nice!
I'm
gonna chill as well. They're gonna think Matic's not there.
They waited banana.
Pushing. Flashing. Flashing over you, one bar left side. I'll molly wall.
I'm molly wall
already.
Leave. One mid.
I'm leaving.
No guns for me.
Yeah,
Close mid. I'll drop your flash because rotten HE. Can be short. Guys, can be
short.
Close.
Petchy falling. Flash behind.
One more. Nice! Can be B. Let's go. Let's go. Careful balcony, careful balcony. Off webs. Off webs dead. Can be flank, close. Phone.
One more side.
Dead. Can be flank, 3B.
Planting.
Back.
Can be short from B.
One long.
I'm hit. One more long.
I have short.
You're gonna go that.
Kaki, you can stay. Just stay, bro.
Yeah, I'm not dying, guys. I'm not dying. Not picking. Yeah, we're good.
Your channel.
I want to apologize to everyone at home because I think I promised a banger of a game between Furia and Falcons. But so far, Yanko, that is yet to deliver. Furia playing some beautiful Counter-Strike. Falcons not really showing up.
Hey, let it stir for a little bit, Jacob. You know, let him cook. It is a banger of a game. If you're a Furia fan, they had an absolutely great opening to this series, right? We can see Inferno still a struggle for the Falcons. Starting T-side didn't really help their cause in this one and just too slow to get into the swing of things.
A lot of different players stepping it up for Furia, a lot of things going their way. It started early on in the game. Round 8 is another example of what we saw pretty much throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of good reads for the side of Furia in this game. We saw, interestingly enough, the two guys we didn't talk about, Fallen and Yuri, step up tremendously early on in the game, especially Fallen started off with a multi-kill in the pistol and just found ways throughout the half really to contribute in more ways than one, right? Like they had that B bomb site and banana on lock for the most part of the game, but I think also when you switch to the other side of things, whenever Falcons tried to adjust, Furia was definitely ready for it.
Round 8, Yanko, take us into it, show us.
Yeah, I think here you can see the way it developed, like at the start, the smoke, the volley from the side of the Falcons early on is just to keep the defense occupied. And you can see there's 3 Furia players over to that B bomb site at the start of the round. They're going to go for a delayed fight, but the plan from Falcons is just to go for a wrap. But this is what good Counter-Strike teams do. Furia, they don't linger around. They throw the top banana utility. They get the information that, all right, there's no one here. They're rotating 2 players back towards the A bomb site. That's going to be K Serato and Fallen. So what you're going to see now as they set up for these smokes for Library and Arch on the side of the Falcons, look what Fallen is going to do in just a second here, right? He blocks this smoke. This smoke is supposed to go deeper and cover Arch and not really bloom around here. Look how it blooms, right? It blooms in a way where it provides cover for Fallen. We could even hear him come, I have long. So here, Yuri, again, is able to get 1 kill over towards the side of short. He pushes as the sort of the sole player on that side of things. But it's really Fallen's positioning here that's going to make all the difference, right? They're unaware about him. Kysuki even finds Molodoy. Fallen is able to get that trade. Tesses sort of looking towards the side because Yuri was short. Great repositioning from Yuri to go all the way to pit. Tesses doesn't expect that. He gets the kill for free. And then Fallen just pushing into the bomb site. Despite Yuri dying, he's going to be able to step up and find both of the remaining Falcons players. And we just saw this time and time again. There was a lot of close rounds, you know, where one or only 2 Furia players were left alive. But Falcons just couldn't really break through, win that one round to break the economy of Fury and get any sort of momentum on their T side.
That was the issue for them, right? Because they tried to contest the A-bomb side a couple of times. They would always feel themselves in a 1v2 instead of the 2v2 or the 3v3 where they would have the advantage. Now we have to speak about it. As you said, two of the players we didn't talk too much about coming into this game was Fallen and Yuri. First half, they combined for 31 kills. They closed down the A-bomb side and they played some beautiful Counter-Strike. Two of the suspects, I guess, we weren't necessarily counting on carrying Furia.
Yeah, definitely so. They stepped up. They got tested early on, right? Obviously, the two anchors on the bomb sites. And I think Falcons paid the price of chasing that early reset, right? I mean, they lose the pistol. They don't plan. They go for the force. It ends up with a 1v1. They force again, lose. Now you have to eco. And all of a sudden, you're 4-0 down. And there's a strong economy behind Furia, right? In MR12, I mean, it's a high risk reward, right? It would have definitely propelled them off to a strong start if they were able to get the early reset, but they were not. And in the gun round, Furia had so many good reads in terms of what Falcons were trying to do.
With a 10-2 half, it felt like there was no way back for the Falcons. Maybe a glimmer of hope after winning the second pistol, but that's about it. I don't really want to spend too much time talking about Inferno because I think this matchup will have to move into Mirage, where Furia will have to be contested by the likes of Falcons once more. It's Falcons' own map pick. Do you expect a different scenario of a game? Personally, it has to be closer, and personally I think Falcons are way more comfortable when it comes to Mirage compared to Inferno.
I expect a much better Falcons on Mirage than on Inferno, right? It was a combination of not starting off strong, and you can just see that they're not as comfortable on the map. And also Inferno, just the structure of the map doesn't allow for too much individualistic plays, right? Like there's just so much in terms of utility being thrown around and having to work towards banana control and whatnot. Mirage, a lot more open, gives a lot of space to players to go for individual plays. I think this is where, you know, it's going to feel a lot more natural for the likes of Kyosuke as well. Monesi, was good to see him in the second half at least get something going. He only had 3 kills in the first half, right? But this is where you definitely expect to see more out of the Falcons.
Do you think there's a possibility that the confidence could be lost within the Falcons camp? I mean, they've lost 2 times in a row to Furia. They now lose this map in this fashion. Maybe it's playing into their mind?
I certainly hope not, right? Because you're aware that you're struggling on Inferno and that these 2 maps, it's where you have the upper hand. I think it would be very, you know, poor for Falcons that just because you lost 1 map, now your confidence is gone. Like you have to have thicker skin than that if you're aiming to be a contender team.
Well, if you want to win, you got to stay alive. And that's the first step right here for Falcons. Heading into Mirage, it's do or die time. Furia leading this matchup 1-0. Mirage is up for the taking. Mirage is up for the gaps. I sincerely hope that Falcons will win so we can have a third map between these 2 world-class Counter-Strike teams. We'll be right back with you with what could be the last map of the day between Furia and Falcons.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
Hey guys, I'm Nico and this is Kiksan, and today we're going to talk about Mirage and our positions, how we play together. He's the A anchor on Mirage and I'm playing towards connectors, so I'm kind of fighting for mid a little bit and also helping him on the A side. I think I'm mostly fighting mid, He doesn't get too much help from me, but I think that's just how the map works.
I think the freeze time is the most important because based on what he says or what we do as a team, I will position on A side based on that. So if I know that we are fighting mid heavy, I will not go fully committed on A, for example, and the other way around. So yeah, for me this is the most important thing, how to start the round, and then it's easier to play.
If I know that he wanna play close, then I know that I should play a bit closer to him so I can support him with a flash or to pick on his contact. So it's just, I think as he said, everything is connected really from freeze time. Obviously if he has a play or an idea of what he wants to do, then I need to listen to him and try to help him in a way that doesn't affect the whole team, but that just that he feels comfortable on the side. I think it's pretty tough, honestly, in CS2. I enjoyed it way more in CSGO because now you don't even have like those one ways that you can play around connector. It feels like you're always exposed. They can always break the con smoke and just flash you, and you kind of, it's very hard to defend this area. I would just say that it became a bit more unpredictable, and this is the annoying part.
Playing against executes, it's obviously hard, but for me it's even harder when people have these defaults or some rounds where people just come and search out A if they know that the OP is not ticket, for example. So I find this a bit more hard than the executes, because I think when you see the execute coming, there are some things you can do. Maybe some defensive smoke, maybe you can just play retake, maybe you'll get one kill and die, so all of these things are fine. But getting searched out from Palace ramp, it's a bit annoying. I mean, obviously the most common ones are molly ramp and flash mid at the start of the round. Some people in Faceit still don't do it, so I would recommend them to start doing this at least. Other than that, the smokes are important, so obviously smoking ramp or Palace at the start of the round is important to maybe delay the tease. Or if you want to play passive, you can save the smoke and maybe do a defensive smoke later that will allow you to have more space.
And I felt like I was behind the meta a little bit, and then I started watching multiple players Exertion. I watched IEM. I even watched Apex a little bit just to see what kind of tricks he had. So yeah, I started watching a bit more of Demos on some positions just so I kind of update myself. But I don't know, it was just easier before to do it, but yeah, now I need more resources, I would say.
Furia storm into this semi-final with a point to prove, handing Falcons their first map loss all event. China Mei long for the Falcons and m0NESY and NiKo on the stage, but their time could be coming to a close in just one map. Mirage up next, Furia with a strong track record, Falcons much the same, but they're going to need to play far better than that. Inferno was an absolute beating. Furia with fangs, with fire, with venom, forge forward into that grand final, or Falcons drag us to nuke. Let's find out.
Now here in China, NiKo, probably the biggest fan favorite. They call him the soft-legged shrimp because of his propensity to crumble and crack under pressure. Now's not the time for it. m0NESY, 2 kills in this pistol. A bit more damage downrange, but KScerato immediately comes in from behind. m0NESY dead, and that double kill, well, now it's going to be capitalized on by Kixan and Tesses.
Well, when m0NESY was ready to go on a heater, that smoke push has dropped the bomb. It's thrown the round into disarray.
Yuri sits back. He's got Fallen here helping him out. And again, Furia have shown us one thing in this, and that's that they know when the pressure is on the Falcons to make a move. And in those moments, very often, they don't look to give anything away. Spot for Tesses gets the info that Yuri's still floating around at the spawn. It's Fallen they don't know about. They have no idea where KScerato's gotten to. There's the info at least. Good catch on Fallen. He was the unknown quantity. Tesses plays it forward. So what's KScerato got in this 1v2? Kixan, he's got 1 health. Breaks the vent. Hopes that that's a bit of misdirection, a spot of it, but won't be the case as Falcons double down and commit to the A play.
3-1.
Okay, Serato, that's a good catch. That's Kicksand dead low. Leaves it all on Tessez. He had a number of opportunities to clutch. Back on Inferno. None of them went his way, but this one, he's playing it as safe as you possibly can. Defuse, another tap for K Serato to try and force this fight, and there's the swing! No time left. K Serato, all the kills, but a pistol round secured to open up Mirage. Falcons have a chance to make up for that drought on Inferno.
Yeah, good save there for the Falcons, slowing it down in the 2v3. Felt like it was going very, very wrong with that bomb loose, but able to hunt down spawn players, and it's that puts the fear in K Serato. They could go B, they could wrap CT. 1v1 for Kixon, felt like a risk, but Tess has safe pair of hands here for the Falcons. Delivers them the pistol round. Furia force up. Hey Serato, A1S. And I want to see a better game from Kiyosuke here, because although he has played on the stage, this is without a doubt the biggest one yet. And when there's a conversation about Molodoi v him for Rookie of the Year, you just feel like Molodoi exerts so much pressure in the server, and we've yet to see that from Kiyosuke in these huge games, in these must-win games. K Serato felled in B, Yuri cleared as well. And so Kiyosuke or not, Falcons will do it. Getting rid of that force buy from Furia. I just want to see his presence be more apparent.
Yeah, it's about like the only line of questioning you still have to run, right? And you can see some players look like a completely different person when it comes to playing on the big stages. You still don't exactly know, how Kiyosuke fares there.
Yeah, and it's still a great question to have for both teams, right? Because even for Furia, I mean, Molodoi looked a little bit shaky last map. Played fine, played great in the group stage even. On a stage, but it's a little bigger here today, as you can see. And a little bit more on the line. So for these two very young players entering their first year at Tier 1 competition, it's all about these last couple of events, these last couple of outings, especially in the playoffs.
Still a potentially threatening round here. Another hero M4 for K Serato.
Thanks, Fallen.
And Molodoi trying to get involved with that scout early. He'll meet Monacy over in middle.
Another miss.
He won't like what he sees. Yukindar goes fishing for that scout. He might look to put that in the hands of Fallen.
Map where Falcons can play more methodical, can play more spread out. Isn't just a funnel into bomb sites. Able to flash Monacy into ladder here. He's in a strong position, but he's low health from that scout.
Even though Furia made a lot of moves in this round, they're on the wrong side of the map, and the only guy that could actually stop this round from happening is Fallen, and he's the guy with the USP.
Yeah, it's a good rotate for Yukindar, but I don't know why K Serato hasn't decided to move. I feel like you want to make the gamble in this round. Yuri's big flank round through T-spawn, and still K Serato might just be looking to save Fallen and Yukindar. Not long for this round.
Yeah, try and extract some value on your way out, because this is a Falcons round. There's nothing you can do about it. It would be really nice to find this cleanly if you're the Falcons. No further challenges coming through. Yukindar, the only hope to do some damage here on the way out. It's looking like they've made a lot of money to open up on Mirage. right, this is the first set of moves to try and course correct for the Falcons. Pistol round secured, clean conversions on the back of it, 9 out of a possible 10 staying alive in the last 2. It's about as nice a start you could have hoped for. We have that Molodoi making another appearance here. Going to be keeping a watchful eye on him. Didn't do a lot on Inferno, but didn't have to. Here on Mirage, more will be demanded of Molodoi.
He's going to force it as well. Down under, Orb connects, Tessa's out of the round. And Molodoi leaves with his life. Yakinda, nice fight to Monacy, who commits to the spray. And Falcons fall 2 down at the start of this rifle. If you remember Furia in middle against Mongols, they were constantly active, constantly present, harassing this util down under.
They missed the mid-smoke as well. It didn't land in the window. And so had to waste another now. It's left him with really no util to try and actually get this round going. That's their final smoke used there. And so you have to do something around mid. You've got to look for some leeway. Kicksan tries to provide it.
Okay.
Molodoi nails the follow-up through connector.
He saw him. No, he missed him.
Fallen. Something's brought his attention back to the apartments, and Nico dead on the smoke walk. This is a Furia that just come off the back of playing the Honors in that quarterfinal, and you know to watch smokes, you know to keep an eye on them. It's right at the forefront of Fallen's mind. He stops that smoke push, and with it, the round just kind of fizzles out here.
Hey, the benefit here is that Furia only get 1 player pushing through each smoke, right? Previously, it was the entire team, all of Mongols rushing B-apps, rushing through connector smoke. Right now, they just get handed a series of 1v1s, and only Keserato falls. Molodoi follows up with a 3rd kill on the AWP, and he enters this semi-final. Was mostly a non-factor on Inferno, despite the one-sided scoreline. Was not required. Surplus here for Furia. Well, now demand goes up. And Molodoi delivers with the AWP. He's got his as well. Gonna get this head-to-head.
Yeah, head-to-head we were largely deprived of Inferno, with both AWPers really taking a long time to get going, and Monacy not getting to field the AWP too much. Mid conceded in this round. So Furia, do they want to try and retake this space?
They've read it wrong right now. They're heavy B.
That'll change when Molodoi gets a hold of the apartment's angle. It's just, will that happen in time for more players to be shuffled over towards A?
Monacy's been waiting. Now's the time.
Oh, flash. Dodged by Monacy, and a kill gifted over for a 5v4. And now this A site really has your attention if you're the Falcons. You've got the opener. Furia beginning to rotate over, but they're not going to beat the util. And so we look to Yuri. He was the multi-kill man on map 1. Teammates barreling through these smokes to try and help him. Yuri gets out with the first. That's it. End of the line. Falcons break through. And a rare misread from Fallen, and the rest of the gang sees them just on the wrong side of the map in this round.
Put that Brazilian pair together on the A side, but the whole map was quiet. Furia feeling like they had no tell, wanted to just make the gamble. And Falcons walk it over easily. Couple of entries, that flash falling a little bit too low. Doesn't blind Monacy down in pit. The opener goes a long way here from the AWP, 4-1 lead. Falcons well and truly back in the game. Jumping through off of one of these, getting more common pistol wins, right? Winning 2 out of 3 pistols in this tournament. 66%. Far better go at things here. And it needed to be here on Mirage. It could not afford to go anywhere like that first map for the Falcons.
All right, Fallen AWP enjoyers. Second AWP purchased up for Furia. Professor gets the Don his.
More the merrier.
Smoke breakout in middle. Keisarato handed a freebie. Kiyosuke continues to just be in the pocket of Furia on these mid plays.
Another 5v4 that they still look to extend. Yakinda fights forward, but he makes a lot of noise and doesn't get reaction. Furia realize mid is clear. And will Tessez join this team for the hit? He is a long way out. Falcons floating back in spawn, uncertain about their call here. Kixon, Motormouth on the camera. Piecing it together. He's going to throw the set piece here. Furia, well ready. 3 players in the site and a 4th in window.
You would love it if Monacy could find a way to get you an opening. Furia, they just committed to go and re-clear middle. There's the blind. Fallen can't see anything, and so it's just Yuri as the stack is melted. Keisarato moving over, going to try his hand at the smoke push, maybe. Thinking about it, there's the flash to tee him up. Molodoi gets him in. Keisarato does the rest, just let him rip. Brings it down to this 1v1. Captain versus a star, and Kixan is wounded. Molodoi hangs back. Once more, knowing the pressure rests on the Falcons in this situation.
Scary.
Kixan trying to piece together, where is that AWP? Where is Molodoi? Plant now found as Molodoi closes the distance. It's been calm that Kixan's low, and he's gotten very, very close. Miss on that jump shot. And so Molodoi, given the room, given the space, and he plays that one with his brain, not with the aim.
Absolutely perfect for Molodoi. Just tucking in makes Kixon so cautious about every position on the map. He has to clear CT. He's scared of ramp. He knows he can't cover everything. And Molodoi moves in off of the info. Awkward jump spot. Just missing the catch on Molodoi that could have given Kixon the kill. But this was the play for Keisarato that wins it all. Is what got Kixon off the plant. Got him 2 kills and a dink. High impact round from Keisarato.
We talked about how clean the early few rounds for Falcons were. They start to hit the limit of the money now. And if they don't find success here, they'll be broken. Suddenly, Furia clawing this game back way faster than you might have anticipated.
Another disadvantage round. Hold out. And money on the line for both teams here. Monacy, closest spawn to middle.
Molodoi also had a great spawn for mid, so maybe we get a clash.
I'm going to get the Monacy B pick, looking for a jump spot. Fallen has been just jumping B all tournament. But deep Molotov first makes Monacy fall back and reconsider.
Oh, Yakinda, this is a risky spot to be in. Gets the info top mid, but if he hangs around for too long, Monacy is closing in on this lower push. Molodoi here to cover, and there's the clash of the AWPers. Monacy, he doesn't know what just hit him.
You're not ready for an AWP. You hear Yakinda throwing all that util, jumping around. Your team are calling as an active comp player. And Monacy's walked in to an AWP.
I mean, the more Molodoi can kind of try and find some comfort in that head-to-head, the better. I think he would start to feel invincible very, very quickly. You take Monacy down a couple of times. We talked about the similarities between these two. And they're two very fast, very flashy AWPers.
I mean, Molodio's already got 2 1v1 clutches with his USP in this series. Back with Inferno through the smoke here onto Kixon. He's had a couple of moments of high impact, even if they're not flashy. Now add on that head-to-head that you talk about. Cooking with gas. This is a crazy push for Fallen in a 5v4. He's back-to-back with Tessez, turns around, and they know B's open, they'll take it.
That's a huge gap created by this kill. Keisarato trying to plug it. Has to be the difference maker here. Teammates tagged on the cross as Yakinda's brought down low. We look to Keisarato to be the hero. 2 kills back, and that keeps Furia in this. Falcons don't want to feel like they let a huge opportunity get away from them. Rarely will you get a round as easy as this with that kill onto Fallen, opening up a B plant. And so they want to hold on. Both players teed up at the back of the site. Nico's the one being more active, trying to move. Kiyosuke just rooted in place, hoping he can find his impact a little bit later. But they're scaling towards him. Nico holds for that cross. Molidoy kept his eyes on the prize the whole time. And this would be a very different clutch to add. Shot rallies past, and Molidoy forced wide, right into the arms of Nico. A safe pair of hands in that clutch. And Falcons will maintain this lead.
Nico in a clutch is always a delight. You know, he's got aim, he's got brain, he's got everything you need. Seeing him in a lot more passive positions in this team, allowing room for some of his younger stars. And Nico closes out the 1v1, playing it to perfection. Just what Falcons needed on this T side. Trading rounds back and forth, breaking the money here.
There's been some money put into this round for Furia. m0NESY actually just nailed an opener as Yuri tried to sprint on past with the Deagle and try his hand at that ramp fight, but look what they've crowdfunded. Molidoy gets an AWP, doesn't even have armor to go behind this. It's a full glass cannon AWP. Risky purchase, risky investment, but you've seen they have a lot of faith in this guy.
This is a pretty crazy buy, though. He knows they'll fund him later, but for now, you need results. Falcons are heating up in this T side. Another group mid-take. Fury don't have the util to harass. Molidoy just needs dry fights. m0NESY again moves in.
Bare minimum, you're not expecting this. You're not expecting he's found his way onto an AWP. You've seen Deagles in this round. You know their money's low. But you only have the element of surprise for that first kill. Keserato lands one on the Deagle, gets the spot. m0NESY, cover provided and the AWP removed. Fury are going to focus ahead and look for this bomb site. Yakinda are sitting idly by.
No
now
way.
there's a bit of chaos in the mix. Fallen backstab comes in. And Nico again, a clutch required, a clutch requested, but request denied. Furia had no business winning that round.
This jungle smoke push has punished Falcons twice over. Fallen with the 5-7. Pocket rocket. 2 headshots in the back, and Yakinda. Perfect play, hiding out in plain sight on default. Furia win with nothing. That's 5v3.
And it's one that leaves you feeling red in the face if you're the Falcons. You were in the turning point of this game. You were at that point in the game where you can just take control. You're in pole position. You would have been in control of the money for the remainder of this first half. Instead, now you're broke and you're relying on a hero purchase. Nico entrusted with the AK to try and get the ball rolling on this. There was the chance. Fallen not going to give you that jump again. And the util comes in to slow their roll. Might leave it to a bit of spam. It's not looking bad. Oh, just shy of Keserato.
0 damage, poor guy. That felt dead on. Centimeters, the difference.
And now you've been blocked at B, you've been blocked in lower. You know you've been spotted there with the rifle, so you feel like the jig is up on this B play. And that's actually when Furia decide to go and get inquisitive. They boost the player up. They put Keserato quietly up towards the apartments. Made on this smoke. Molidoy doesn't see anything in middle, not yet. Bit of misinfo because they are out in mid.
Yeah, they hear that jump back. I wonder if they boost up now. It wouldn't be a bad move, but do you really want to dedicate the AK? Nico's looking for a kill. Trying to open something up here. Falcons' only hope in this round is on the shoulders of Nico. Up short, all 5.
They've got 20 seconds. This is a really tight round. You've got to be explosive in this close. Playing a delay might be the best bet, and they lose Keserato in an instant. Rotates arrive. Fallen can't keep him at bay. m0NESY can. Bomb makes it in. They're going to try and charge this down. Will m0NESY be able to get there in time? He's got to clutch up now. Can't protect Kixan. It's m0NESY or it's bust.
They know he doesn't.
Play denied. Tries to get sneaky. Tries to get tricky with it. And Furia sniff him out. Yuri with eyes on. So no heroics on the hero AK for Nico.
Yeah, almost had an element of surprise in that clutch, but just too many targets. I love the pace change for Furia, realizing when Molodoi gets that cross shot on Kiyosuke, we have the advantage. They're plying the bomb, their hands busy. Let's keep the pressure on. They run outdoor. They do not let Falcons get comfortable in what was a very, very close round. Falcons cracking it open with 15 seconds up short. But still Furia nipping at the heels of Falcons, 1 round behind. And this should be theirs. No armor, just Eagles. Oh!
All right.
Revenge is sweet.
The pocket AWP for m0NESY puts Furia's AWP in his pocket.
The head-to-head is very fun.
Nico, he wants the same level of success. Dead on the lurkout through Palace. Falcons starting to make up their mind about where they want this round to end. They've got some util here for Kixan to try and make this B play happen. And with Furia so dedicated to mid and still having a player over towards A, these rotates are very far away. Fallen is operating entirely alone here.
Got to be careful, that's a missed nade as well. He's got 13 bullets in the mag. They get closer and closer with that flash. Oh, Glock is distracting. Fallen can't finish more than 2. The M4 needs to be reloaded, so Furia, can they continue to flood? Falcons can't get comfortable. Pushing up short, m0NESY, no armor, no chance, and no plant. Kicks and dances behind the site, and they double-date him out. Furia, up to 5 rounds on this CT side.
You know, for a team that's super mobile, it feels like it's really, really hard to get Furia rattled. They rarely look flustered, even there with a route opening over towards B. It's been a way in for Falcons a couple of times now, and they just look real composed on these retakes. There, they put so much pressure on that the bomb doesn't even get planted. And that will come to matter. m0NESY, even though he gets the AWP here, doesn't have armor behind it. That's where a bomb plant would have given you the extra cash, would have allowed this buy to feel that much prettier. But that was denied, and Molodoi's AWP continues to find success. 5 on 4. Oh my God, m0NESY! Step aside. Molodoi, hot hands, goes swinging for a 3rd, and Kiyosuke lets him know that's 1 too many.
Oh,
Fallen dead as well, as Kiyosuke's finally on for a round. Why not make it all 5?
They don't have the bomb.
Gotta waste time going back for it. Yuri, no. Yuri, no. Hang
He's
on.
setting
Surely
up
he's just going short.
Yeah, he's setting
just
up
going
cats.
short. Not going to uncover the bomb.
This is still weird.
Gives him a temporary window for this 1v1 over at the B site. Kiyosuke, this round can't be in vain. He's done so much for the Falcons.
Yuri might hear these steps.
Now he knows. Knows they're still back in the apartments. Now it comes together for Furia. They piece it together. They know that bomb is coming in late. Kiyosuke, you are waiting for him to get going. You are waiting for him to really leave a mark. Will this be the round that does it? Or is this a bittersweet memory? Oh! No, it's all 5! Kiyosuke! Welcome to the stage! Salvation for the Falcons. Does what was promised with a jaw-dropping ace to bring them back in a Mirage.
About damn time, and just perfect. Every step of the way, every trade required. Quick and clean. Oh. And even the finish. Giving something for Falcons to ride on. A 6-round half at bare minimum. All of Molodoi's early impact gone. He's still the standout player for his team. And he's got another AWP to try and even this up.
Yeah, Molodoi and Furia gets the donk treatment. You know, whenever he wants that AWP, he's going to get it. Even if it's the only thing they can afford in the round, they'll have faith in Molodoi.
Almost got picked there.
The clash of the AWPers right off the top of the round, but a missed shot from m0NESY, and so this AWP is still in play.
Thankful Yuri knows his util. He's made this play a lot. Kyosuke is jiggling at this time. Spotted, and Kyosuke is having none of that. Any further and you're dead. He feels like getting spotted by Loa means that play is not going to go. So as Yakinda covers his back, Molodoy holds from the front. Kicks and dry. Good tag.
Gonna scare you away from middle, seeing the AWP so aggressive, seeing Molodoy so pushed up. And with so much of the round having just been kind of setting up this staging area around mid, now you have to change the plan. You've got 45 seconds left to come up with something, Kixan. For the Falcons, it might just be back over towards this A site, and Furia have the read. A third player making his way over, it's Molodoy with the AWP. Gonna be in the right place to put it to work.
Not much time for this execute. Kyosuke from under.
Yuri remains tucked. Molodoy scoped in at ramp. They're going to let Monacy lead the way. Those AWPs clash.
Yuri or nothing.
Last time they didn't clear this. It ended up costing them the round. Yuri in with 2. Kyosuke on this lurk gets involved.
Still need the plant.
End up in even odds. No way to deny this for Furia. So the plant found. Kyosuke bears down upon the jungle, and Furia locked out of a split half. It's Falcons leading the charge, spearheaded by Kyosuke and Monacy.
After being blown out of Inferno, Falcons stabilize. They find their form. 70 rounds on Mirage as Monacy and Molodoi go tit for tat. It is the Falcons' AWP to send it further and make the difference by the end of the T side. A huge ace from Kiyosuke that keeps them in this game on the stage. Falcons lead now on their map pick of Mirage. It's Fallen who's got to solve the problem.
Yeah, we had a pretty measured pace in that first half, right? For the most part, Falcons electing to try and find solutions in the mid-round, and so that meant everything was quite slow, quite tame, with these explosive conclusions. And so let's see how Furia, how Fallen tries to manipulate that in this second half.
What an unorthodox pistol, but Falcons get so much info off of that early ramp push, they might start to rotate B, and because Furia don't know this, setting up for a B explosion, Falcons may be able to rotate in time. Monacy's taken his silencer off, saying, come get me, I'm right here. 3 and soon to be 4 at B. I don't think Yakinda's little fake here out under is going to change much.
Oh, Kiyosuke catches him in middle. Oh, Tessa's dead straight away, even though he's teed up with flashes from Nico, but there's more where that came from at this B side. That earlier stack now comes to fruition. Molodoi and Fallen looking to claw this back. It's the student and the master. Nico put in a box, and only Kicksan left standing. Pistol would bring Furia right back into the conversation. Can Kicksan stop them? They've got the info. Molodoi and Fallen, 2 apiece. And that's Furia from a man down on that B exec into a stack, getting out with the win.
Really let down there in the B side from Tessas. He has Julies, he has flash setup, he has perfect position, can't connect a single kill. Players jumping in his face. Kiyosuke delivers a 5v4, gets rid of the lurker. It's meant to keep pressure on the backline, rotates. And even though Falcons have a full B stack, they can't stop Furia. Fallen and Molodoi put a pistol down range. And we have a force buy from the Falcons. This game can flip on its head very quickly. They need these Deegs. They have to connect for Falcons or they are in a spot of bother.
Just getting dealt in it. A exec as well. Smokes down. Tried the spam, and that's 2 kills found through the smokes.
Ouch.
No accounting for just how disastrously this one went. He didn't even see a Furia player. You die on these exec smokes.
This is now going to be a very hard game for the Falcons, even on CT side. It's going to be 8-7 before they get a rifle round. And when they do, they've got Furia breathing down their neck, searching for a 2-0. A team that made it to the semifinals without dropping a map. Now facing their biggest fears. In a series they're yet to win since these roster changes. Furia eliminated them at Cologne. Same in Belgrade.
To test your calmness under pressure, right? Because up until now, even when Furia have been getting rounds, they've been playing from the back foot the whole time. They're about to overtake you. They're about to find themselves in the lead. They haven't done that yet here on Mirage. They've been close. They've been at scorelines much like this where they tie it up, but never been in pole position. CT side as well, important to note, right? You are very, very reliant on finding success as soon as your first rifle round comes in. This is good results over here in middle, and the bomb's also dropped back in spawn, so that's going to take the pace out of this round temporarily. You actually have a 3v2 at this A site.
Yeah, Furia just needs to take space, and they've done so. Putting Yakinda in spawn gives them position, gives them control, and they can rotate that bomb in. It's not panic stations just yet. But bomb's got to cross, and that's another problem. Yuri provides cover as Molodoi's caught changing weapons, throwing that bomb into the site. Yuri with a plant, and Tessas with a flash. It's Nico.
All that does is tell Yakinda where they're coming from. And so he will not open himself up to CT. Doesn't feel like he has to.
Smart move.
Now you hear it's an AK in the hands of, you're probably presuming Nico, and you decide you want nothing to do with it. Yakinda Plays for their save and plays to deny it, hanging out on the other side of the murder hole. He wants to try and take this AK back, and you just heard NiKo firing off. You know he's here. You know you've got him trapped.
Go get him.
No harm, no foul in going for this. They chase him down, and they've got him boxed in. NiKo doesn't want to give up the goods. Just barely gets out with this AK intact.
It's still a really nice play for Yakinda, right? Like you said, the reposition, the fact that he doesn't give the fight to NiKo in spawn means Falcons cannot win that round. NiKo will get away with the AK. That is something into the first full buy. But it feels like that game back at Cologne, where is Kyosuke trying to keep Falcons in it, despite Furious' best efforts. Another big double kill from him. NiKo sprays the smoke and gets his revenge again. Yakinda dead first.
Oh, Molido, you're going to have to hit a flick.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're going to have to hit a gnarly flick. Caught on the jump up. An ugly death to give away. And so an instant 5-on-3 for the Falcons. You wanted them starting strong if there was to be a competitive second half here. And that's exactly what they give us. It's kills from the captain, from NiKo with that scavenged AK, putting it to work.
Yeah, awkward one for Molodoi. He's been having a far better map here on Mirage, but caught moving. Nixon chooses not to overcommit, and the orb bears down upon Yuri. Furia, all they've got is this A site. Attempt to execute again. m0NESY brings that orb. Background CT spawn. Furia really want to give this a go.
You might feel like you don't have to if you're Furia. Group in 3 over in Palace. It could just be the save called.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
You're not desperate enough in this game yet. You hold on to this. You still have a nice look at the next round, including having an AWP in play. And we know how they like to prioritize making sure Molodoi gets it as often as possible.
Oh, that's one way to do it.
But this whole round comes down to a spam kill from NiKo and an awkward missed jump out of Molodoi over towards ramp, just handing the opening kills to the Falcons. You're very happy with this, because we were talking about the pressure that comes to the CT side, the pressure on this first rifle round. Not only do you win it, but it's not much of a fight to get there. You get out with 5 alive, you make a bit of money now. And so you give yourself more staying power on Mirage.
Yeah, it makes everything super clear, because Falcons get out 5 alive. They get to build their own economy on the CT side, but they also know that Furia will be buying full. They'll have the orb, they'll have everything they need. So there's no questions here for the Falcons about the stakes of this next rifle round. All to play for in number 17. Quick smokes into middle. Fallen on the pistol, and Molodoi tries again. Kicks and crossing late. Ooh, lucky to be alive as Molodoi crouches that angle. m0NESY reveals his AWP in middle, and Furia go straight into A.
Yeah, A site was conceded when Kixan crossed. So you're on for a retake here. Nade on the smoke. Meant to net you a kill crossing. Miss from m0NESY. Bomb makes it in. Leaving it to spam, but nothing comes through for the Falcons. It's a 5v5 retake. A real test of your metal now.
Oof, how do you do this? Full group spawn. m0NESY's got 2 flashes. They can send them in, but they've got to move quick. They can't hesitate, and even then.
So early in the round, they have full util left. So want to try and get that in to help you out.
Claustrophobic grouping here. Lots of fights very quickly.
So much time ticked off this bomb. They're leaving it to the last possible second, and that might come back to haunt them.
Oh,
NiKo doesn't have the time to win this. Molodoi plays it safe right up until he doesn't. That final swing to really drive it home.
Send a message. 18 and 9, 2 KD. 3 kills in that rifle round. Locks them out of the post plant. It was claustrophobic, it was chaotic, but there was also time to win it for Falcons. They just fall short. Nice shots from Molodoi.
You know, a lot of teams there would have looked to kind of maintain some aggression, keep players over towards CT, and sure, it felt kind of risky. You mentioned it, right? Furia having a big grouping over towards Tetris. I actually love it. It meant Falcons just wasted time clearing a dead position on the CT line. I think that's a big reason why they run out of time.
Yeah. I'm so shocked that Furia even succeed in these kind of chaotic moments when it's a team that we talk about communicating in 3 different languages at once.
You kind of forget about that because of how synergized they all look.
Absolutely. Lead taken back and money on the line for both teams.
Yeah, and getting broken this late in the game, I mean, that just feels brutal. It feels like, you know, you could lose this map on the money. And for Falcons, that could mean your journey in Chengdu ends in the semis after a really convincing tournament run. As you say, on their journey to get here, didn't drop a map.
This would only be the second round win of this whole half for Falcons, but it'd be the most important one. Fury are going to run through.
m0NESY blind, Util leaves him off the line, and it gets really claustrophobic.
See ya.
Had time to get a shot off. Keiserato overwhelms him. Tries to take an aggressive line with the AWP, but that's Molodoy's job, as he shows us now, denying the cross back in the market. And you've got to save here.
Yes.
Even if you're believing in your retakes, which Falcons might be calling into question after their failure in the 5v5 anyway, you just don't have the money to justify going for this.
Even then, Kiyosuke's routing is extremely dangerous. If you want 3 rifles, you need to save 3 rifles. Exits. That's the goal. Fury coming together. They should be trading this. Nice double. There's the AWP. And Molodoy just standing tall in this map. Impact after impact. 3 kills in the last one. He shuts down NiKo on the cross this time. Poor m0NESY, man. He was in the perfect position. If he fires a shot blind, he kills Keiserato. That is a very different round. Keiserato's a guy to full run and gun m0NESY in the bomb site. Solo B.
And in this, you know, clash of the flash, the 2 fastest AWPers that we have in CS right now going blow for blow, Molodoy's undoubtedly had more impact.
And m0NESY was definitely winning the head-to-head in the first half. There was some back and forth, but towards the end, he was beating Molodoy. 1-deked him in window. He had a nice series of head-to-heads that came up in favor of him. But when it turns into who's done more in this series, it's Molodoy, and it's not a question. And it might get worse before it gets better for the Falcons. They've got this bye. But that is it.
Yeah, even committing to this save means that, you know, you're not going to have a m0NESY AWP now. He's going to play rifle. He's going to drop on down.
And maybe that's a difference, right? Because you look at how many, you mentioned this earlier, how many times Furia force that AWP. Fallen will play MP9, no armor. They will drop him the AWP. He will play a glass in a NiKo. m0NESY doesn't feel like he gets it as much. Not in this game. Good grenades! Blown out of the round. And look at Molodoy go. Bloodlust. And he's got it. Just run through.
None of his team are with him. As he makes this play, he is entirely alone. Chance at a follow-up for Molodoy. He knows he's already done enough, put enough pressure on to tee up a victory for Furia.
On the jiggle, he's barely committed.
Kixan, the last pocket of resistance, overran, overwhelmed, and the money deleted for the Falcons at 8-11. Molodoy making solo, heroic, ballsy plays.
Molodoy is the truth. No doubt about it. Doing it on the stage. The first map was but a blimp. Carried through by his team. Here in the second, undeniable impact. And he's going back for more, playing his mid-spawn as well. NiKo refuses to peek into it. Punished in the last round. This is Falcons conceding grand final point.
Yeah, Furia know victory is right here, right for the taking. Just don't mess this round up. Kiyosuke, good for the trade at least. Recovers that M4, puts it to work, and finds a 4-on-4, but they've lost middle. They're flying blind in this round.
Thank goodness he recovers it, because Kixan 6 and 15 buys up that M4. Sure, he's setting up Kiyosuke to take the gun and trade it out, but... Oh. Falcons, they got one weapon. At least still in the round. But they have no control on the A side.
I mean, it's in this moment now where we're going to be looking at Kiyosuke again. Now, last time we wanted output from him, he put up an ace. He kind of has to go that level of above and beyond once more if Falcons want to win this round. And even then, it hinges on a number of variables. They have to come his way. They have to avoid that B stack, change their mind, play into the hands of Kiyosuke out as CT. And so if they avoid him, if they evade him, that M4 never even gets a second chance to find anything in this round.
This is really a commitment, though. They've seen nothing on A. That's going to tempt the bomb back. 20 seconds. Kiyosuke in spawn.
I mean, this would be the time to show you the real deal. This would be the time to show that you can do it. Nico, trigger discipline. No! Nico, no! You can't have another one of these. Nade's good. Kiyosuke softens them up. Can he be the difference maker? Brought down low on the spawn. Swing up from the top, from the rafters. Kiyosuke. 3 kills deep in the round, and he's cut down.
It's almost comedic at this point. Nico Deagle back turned, but there's no head on his screen. There's no headshot to find. He can't get that in one bullet. And Kiyosuke's triple kill is in vain again. He is outlasting his team. He is outperforming his squad with no stage experience, and still Falcons might just fall short without a map.
We said coming into this, there's no denying that Falcons are the most popular team out here in China, but we're hearing chants of send them home.
Game respects game. And even Nico laughs it off, because what else can you do? 12-8, 4 chances to finish the job. And on this T side, Falcons have found only 1 round against Furia.
It would be the fashion that Furia go on to reach the final that makes them look so scary, that makes them look so terrifying. The idea that they could do it this cleanly, a 2-0 versus the Mongols in that game, we were saying, you know, they won like 5 rifle rounds in the series. The scoreline didn't tell how one-sided that game was. And here, domination on Inferno, but that's the weak map for the Falcons. That's what you're telling yourself. You come to Mirage, home ground for the Falcons. Familiar territory where you're meant to have all your ideas, you're meant to be on the same page, and this second half has been crazy dominant. Kiyosuke has remained the only light glimmer of hope, and even then he gets extinguished. Fallen provides the trade, the equalizer. Serato gives it away. Missed shot for Odyssey as he's hounded down in the connector. And so it's the 2 imports, Yakinda and Molodoy, in a 2-on-3. Can they set the record straight? Can they close this in dominant fashion here and now? You've given Molodoy a little hint, and if you take a swing at this guy, you don't get many second chances. Tess's there to put a stop to him, and a 2v3 denied. Falcons at least get this one, but there's so much more to do.
Yeah, at least makes it interesting. Second CT round found in this game for Falcons. But you know Furia are buying down. They get 2 decent enough rifle rounds left in regulation.
Molodoy actually bought the orb, but sold it back. So expect something pacey here. If that orb isn't to make an appearance, you know how often they put it in his hands whenever they can. And he had the option to get it. But it's rifles here, so something fast as Fallen calls for a pace change.
Kixon has nothing. He's already calling for rotation. It feels too quiet in middle. There's some misutility. Only a flash falls short. The smokes land fine. Starting to move in now. Furia. They get blocked. And it didn't seem like they wanted to commit there. Choosing the second volley. Smokes go out again. What's Kixon got? Monacy through the smoke.
Meant to feel uncomfortable, but that molly hasn't displaced Kixan, so he's just able to keep firing shots downrange. They deal with him eventually, but the rotates have arrived. Now it's very low on health for Monacy and Nico. Starting to scale out of Furia, but everything feels a little uncertain. Molodoy on the rifle, put down after 1. It's Kiyosuke really coming into his own as this game rages on. Kiyosuke does not want it to end in the semi-finals. He was on level footing with everyone else coming into this second half. Up there with Monacy and Nico, but now he's moving leaps and bounds ahead as he is the difference maker, the reason this game still rages on.
Yeah, much needed. Monacy's really been missing with this AWP on the CT side. He's had a few chances, he's had even more misses. And Kiyosuke making up for that.
What do you make of this? Hero AK for Molodoi.
Forget the orb. Just going to walk out dry and... Oh, wait, there's no one home. Molodoi. A little walkabout. Fallen spotted jiggling on ramp, trying to get that info.
I think they know Molodoi just has this air about him where he makes you believe he can win you any round. And Fury are like that. They want to maintain that.
Oh,
they want to nurture that, in fact. And so as Molodoi comes in with the first, it takes attention away from a Yakinda lurk out in mid.
Oh, he's silent up. They don't know, but they spam him through. Kiyosuke again. Looking to keep Falcons' head high in this match. Looking to force overtime against Furia.
It's a young man's game. The rookies duking it out to see who takes Mirage.
Yeah, it's not m0NESY v Molodoi in this second half. It's the rookies who rage on.
And now Kiyosuke eclipsing the scoreline of Molodoi. Timeout called in from Furia. Last chance. They had 4 of them total. This is the final one.
3 in a row for Falcons.
If this goes to overtime, whole different game. Everything changes. Your future's uncertain. Fate is only in your hand for this round, Furia.
Well, 2 rounds, Molodoi waiting for that AWP. Hero AKs, faster approaches. Gonna see it now.
Again, it's Fallen to drop it over, playing Tech-9 to make way for the AWP star of Furia. When he did this versus the Mongols, Molodoi put up all 5 in the round. They even have gimmicks, they even have boosts to try and get him
NiKo
off
waiting.
to a rip-roaring start. NiKo, don't do it. He's got to resist the temptation. Wants to go fishing in middle, but ignores that voice in his head. They'll concede mid. They'll never run into the Molodoi boost.
And you want NiKo in the late round right now. His opening gambits have been snuffed out. The nade stacks. So he won't fight middle. Yakinda out under. Eats a bit of damage. Furious around the B bomb site, but they've got to get up cat if they want to meet them there. Molodoi looking to pick this up. Flashes m0NESY off. It's a perfect flash, but re-smoke will stop him. No way he hits the blind shot. m0NESY retakes the angle. Tess is aggressive. Bottom of the server. All the risk in this move. K-Serato denies. But what does that do? It funnels them in to Kiyosuke.
This has got to be his time to shine. He's been keeping it up all game long. This is in overtime. Beckons. Kiyosuke. Only 1 found. Yakinda on this leg. No, no, no. This could still go so wrong. Yakinda leaves him looking over their shoulder. Kixan getting boxed in. And did you really do all this only for the wheels to fall off in round 24? Can Kixan do it? Far from the man you would expect, but it's the one they've got. Got to put brain to work to win out this clutch.
He's read it wrong. Went with a penny drop. Time wasted. Swallowed on the stage. Falcons rely on their captain to keep them in this game, to keep them in China. Yuri waits, bated breath, gets the info, kicks and jumps. 3 kills deep. He needs this clutch.
You're feeling twitchy, feeling nervous, and shut down! Furia! Unlikely as ever, but that's when they do their best work! Right when you're ready to write them off, they emerge! And for Falcons, a punch in the gut. Grand final awaits for Furia.
A 2v4 to finish it in the final round. The head-to-head of Molodoi and m0NESY. Forgotten about, it's Kiyosuke who did everything he could to keep Falcons in the semi-finals. But Furia, they said they want to prove it, that they can take down the world's best in the biggest events, on the biggest of stages. And they've done it again, 3 times over, the Falcons. Furia to the grand finals here in Chengdu.
what I can say, Molotov is the truth. What do you want to say?
Bro, thank you for support, Shine. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
You feel the vibe here, and can you do, you know, your Chinese fans really love you. Can you do the heart again for us? All right, in grand final with team vitality, how do you feel?
I'm feeling good because last time we lost against Vitality, but now I think we have a good chance because it's BO5, and I hope we win tomorrow.
All right, maybe something changed in BO5. All right, congratulations and enjoy your time. 再一次把掌声送给进入决赛的 Furia and Molotov!
Furia gets it done. A third consecutive win against Falcons, beating them 2-0, booking a spot at the IEM Chengdu 2025 Grand Final versus Vitality. I said coming into this game, I thought it was going to be a close one. I thought we were going to need all 3 maps, but I was wrong. Furia tonight were the better team.
Yeah, absolutely the better team all across the board, right? Molotov a bit slow on the first map, but definitely picked it up on Mirage, had a lot of great moments, and I mean, even this final round, so much back and forth. Yakindar on the slurk, you know, Monesi unable to get a trade. He had a poor series considering how great of a tournament he had, and Furia in the end, that was a great T-side to be able to 2-0 the Falcons in the semi-final.
I felt like it was a big team effort. Obviously, Yuri Fallen on Inferno had a fantastic showing. Move into Mirage, you had Yakinda having big moments, Molotov having moments, Fallen calling a great series of Counter-Strike. I felt like everyone contributed within the Furia camp, which you can't really say the same for Falcons.
Yeah, I think you just look at the team level, you know, look at the macro. Furia was just one step ahead in so many of these rounds, in so many of the situations, you know, on the CT sides, they had the stack at the right places at the right time, able to get the information needed to rotate over, right? And Falcons on the other side, I mean, you see that round on Mirage where they're in a 5v4 and that retake on A with people going through the Myrtle hole and going around CT and it's taking forever, and you're like, this is what plagued them. That's actually the issues they had last time they played Furia on Mirage, right? And you're watching that round develop and you're just, what's going on here? Like, you know, wasn't really good Counter-Strike, wasn't the level that we saw to them from them previously in the tournament, and against a team like Furia, you're not going to be able to win the game.
It's 3 times in a row now that Furia are able to beat the Falcons. Is there anything stylistically that Furia does to the Falcons that doesn't allow for the likes of Monesi, Kyusuke, who had a great game by the way, and Nico to perform at their highest?
I don't think necessarily it's a stylistic issue. I think just Furia is a really, really good all-around team. And when Fallen and Yuri are playing on the level that they have in this series, there's no weak links either, right? And it's a matter of you have to play up to their level if you're going to beat them. And Falcons didn't do that. This is the first time this tournament they got really tested and they failed at the first hurdle.
That's what it felt like. Monesi had a bit of a rough series overall. He had moments in the game on Inferno where he warmed up, moments on Mirage, but consistently speaking over the course of both maps, him and Nico didn't put up the same level that you are looking from your Quesarado, from Yuri on the other side of Furia. I know Counter-Strike is more than just individuals, but when you have 2 of your strongest players not showing up, I guess that's a game-defining thing as well.
Well, I think first of all, I'd put Monesi and Kyosuke as the 2 main players of Falcons. I think Kyosuke definitely contributed, especially on Mirage. I mean, he was keeping them in the game single-handedly, you know, in the first half. But yeah, for Monesi, I think he's definitely going to be disappointed with this performance. The problem is you look at the sum of the rounds. You look at that final round. He needs to get that trade on Yakinda, right? Sure. You look at the pistol round in the second half for the Falcons. They have the B stack. They're coming B and the round falls apart. They're unable to get the kills. They even got the lurker first on mid, right? Like, it's these sort of situations that you just need to be able to convert in such a high stakes game, right? You you're not always going to get it right. You're not always going to have the correct read. So when you do, you have to make the most out of it.
You have to make the most out of it, and Furia most definitely did. I feel like, again, we saw another very, very good performance from Furia, as we've seen throughout the entire tournament. I know they lost a game in this tournament, but they don't have these different swing in their level. You know, it's a very consistent team. Is that also one of the strengths, you'd say, that they show up in a good way every single time?
I think we're seeing what 2 tournament wins can do to a team, right? And how much it can boost their confidence, and they seemed poised throughout this game, right? If you go back to, for example, the major quarterfinal against Spain, you know, they really felt like they threw that game away. They had the advantages. They should have been able to close it out. And, you know, 4 or 5 months later, with the added experience, with going all the way a couple of times, right? It's a different team. And now they have that faith. They have that belief. They just need to, you know, stick to their guns, and they'll come out on top. Even against a team like Falcons, you know, Kinder did a great interview where he's talking about, yeah, they have Monesi, but we've got Molodoi. They have Kyosuke and Iko. We have Kei Serato. You know, we don't feel that we're outmatched in terms of firepower, and they've proven that today on the server.
Today they had Yuri as well. I feel like that's what's adding another layer to Furia as well. We spoke obviously a lot about Molodoi coming into the series, about Kei Serato as well. They had a fantastic showing yesterday in the quarterfinal. Today was more about Yuri, more about Fallen. Molodoi didn't have the most impactful game, but he wasn't necessarily needed. So I feel like what we saw from Furia today was also another layer, that you actually have 5 players, as you said, where there's no weak link within the camp when they're playing at this level.
I think also you look at, for example, you know, Fallen ended up 29 kills to the 19 of Kiksan, Tesses on 15. On the other side, Yuri has 36. It's a little bit the supporting cast too. Yeah. I mean, that wasn't there today for the side of Falcons, and it's unfortunate because they had some issues from before, rounds with advantages a couple of times. There was in the first half, you know, after that 2v2 from Nico and Kyosuke, you're like, wow, they managed to break Furia. They have a 5v4 against, you know, a force buy, and they just end up losing that, going for you know, 4 players up connector, 1 ramp. Bit of a questionable call considering the situation. Again, Furia, all the players there, another correct read, and it's just happening a bit too much at this stage of the tournament for the side of the Falcons.
Unfortunately for the Falcons, you are not able to make it through to the grand final. However, Furia will be taking place in the grand final at IEM Chengdu 2025. Gives us the bracket where I think it's played out the way you thought it would. Vitality beating Astralis in the quarterfinal, Furia beating the Mongols in their quarterfinal. Falcons versus Furia, that was always a 50-50 game in my book. Earlier today, Janko, we had a great match between Mouse and Vitality, where once more I feel like we're echoing the same sentiment when it comes to Mouse. They can win tournaments, but they don't, you know. They are so close every single time, but when it matters the most, they find a way to crumble.
Yeah, they're a really good team that is not going to win a tournament of this magnitude. I mean, 12-4 up against Vitality, and you look, they lose it in overtime, and you're not even surprised at this point. It's like, when you watch Mouse play, it's the opposite of Vitality. You just know that no matter what happens, they'll find a way to lose, right? With Vitality, it was the opposite in the first half of the year. Like, whatever's going on, they'll find a way to win the game, and it's going to be really interesting tomorrow. Unfortunately, that 3rd place decider, even though the names are really strong, wouldn't put too much stock into it. They'll both be royally disappointed by their performance and the result from today. But that final, man, I'm really looking forward to it. It was a best of 3 here. We'll get a best of 5. Both teams' permaban is ancient. Well, now you can't veto it in the 2nd phase. If you don't veto it in the 1st phase, it might end up being in the pool. So a lot of exciting storylines going into tomorrow. Such a confident win from Furia really gets your hopes up that it can be a competitive final, especially because Vitality has looked a bit shaky. They've been getting the wins, but it's been labored, right? So we'll see if they find that extra gear tomorrow for the final.
I'm totally on with you. I feel like the Furia camp has never been in a better position to take it on to Vitality. We've never been in a better position to ask you guys for a bit of help with the DHL MVP votes out there. So grab all your points in the Twitch channel and let us know who you think deserves the day's MVP, the DHL MVP.
Who will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
Perhaps the biggest surprise out of all the players showing up today, Yuri, who had a barn burner of a game on Inferno, really establishing himself in that first half on Inferno. I bet you a lot of the highlights will be from that exact half as well. He was showing the old Yuri is still in there somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely, and a player that's had to make some adjustments, right, in this new lineup, take over those hard anchor roles on a lot of maps, and I think he's been excelling at them lately. A big part of this win for Fury.
I'll say it like this, Yakinda yesterday in the quarterfinals surprised me by having one of his best performances in a Fury jersey. Again today, showing up consistently, involved in a lot of opening kills, finding a lot of impact. It's good to see Yakinda finding a bit of stability within Fury.
Yeah, definitely so, and being able to do it on a stage this big, I think adds that much more to the satisfaction.
And I guess, Jenko, there's no surprise. The Quesarado, of course, is an opportunity as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he's been the one consistent positive, even when this Furia team was struggling with some of the other iterations of the roster. And finally now he has a really good team around him where he can just do what he does best. And that's show up as a closer in a lot of these rounds and be such a rock on the CT side. Absolutely stellar once more today.
It's been a pleasure to see Quesarado come back to his best. It's been a pleasure to see Yuri perform today. You can cast your vote in the Twitch channel, use all your points and vote for your DHL MVP of the day. I think for my money, I'm going to be completely honest, I think Yuri is the biggest surprise to me. The way he was performing on Inferno. I know the scoreline, the first half 10-2 for Furia made it seem like it wasn't a close half, but it came down to Furia constantly and Yuri constantly getting that multi-kills that would constantly swing the round over in the favor of Furia. I didn't necessarily expect that coming in from Yuri today.
Yeah, there were a lot of close rounds early on with only 1 or 2 players left alive for Furia, and it was the likes of Yuri and Fallen really delivering a lot that was able to get them the momentum needed, right, to just get off to such a strong start.
Listen, we'll have plenty of time to talk about Furia tomorrow in the grand final. I want some concluding words on Falcons as well, because it is disappointing to see them lose in this fashion. Didn't lose a map up until this point. Now they lose in a 2-0 fashion, the 3rd time in a row for Furia. Should I be worried or should I calm my horses a bit?
I don't think you need to be worried, but you did ask me what's left there for Falcons. You know, what could they do better? I think it's just showing up at this stage of the tournament, right? I'm not sure what the issue is that some of these problems arise again. They were a complete no-show in the grand final of Pro League against Vitality. You know, they play such good tournament here in the group stages, right? But perhaps it's to be expected, you know, considering that it's only been, 3 or 4 months together with this lineup, to have some of that volatility when it comes to performance. Luckily for them, they'll still have rivals next week to get a couple of more officials under their belt before the major comes along, right? Like, that's the goal ultimately. You want to clean up all of these things come major time. So even though it's going to sting and they'll be very disappointed with the loss today, there's still time to fix some of these issues and peak at the perfect time.
All right, you bought me. I'll make sure not to get too worried on behalf of Falcons for now. A man who's maybe a little bit more worried than I am is Sonic, and we caught up with him after the defeat versus Furia.
Sonic, just first of all, commiserations. I only imagine what you're feeling right now. Can you just walk me through the last round of Mirage when it comes down to that clutch? What's going through your head in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, you know, Diamond has actually been pretty good in clutches and also in practice lately. But I always believed that he could do it. But when he thought it was A and he landed on B, you know, with the crowd and everything, I knew it was going to be tough. Yeah, I mean, it was just. I have to give credit to Furia, man. I mean, they are playing solid CS and they're really good. Especially Inferno felt like we were red. And they did all the right moves, and yeah, just a tough day overall where we couldn't transition the same atmosphere or the same level that we showed in the group stage.
Yeah, just if you don't mind me touching upon that Inferno a little bit more, was it just a case of feeling like you didn't have the plan B for what Furia were throwing at you? Like, were there any particular reasons why it was slow to get started for you?
I mean, obviously I have to go home and rewatch it. You know, we kind of made a hero call in one of the rounds where we decided to force, you know, by rushing A, but it was also based on some of the things that we saw in the preparation. But I think, you know, it felt like every time we were fighting Banana, they were heavy there, but also, you know, the stacking mid-round and all of this, I just felt like we ran into a wall every single time and took a lot of utility damage as well. So just a tough day at the office.
This obviously isn't to throw blame any which way, but it's always a conversation we bring up about, Kyosuke didn't play this on previous teams before. How much kind of extra work have you had to put into Inferno with him, and do you feel like there are still some things that maybe he doesn't feel super comfortable with?
I think obviously in these big games, when you meet some of the teams that are very experienced and are very good, it's still tough. But I think he's improving day by day. Obviously the end goal is what happens at the major. But for now, I think it was the right decision to at least switch positions, and then for the rest of the season, we'll see. I think we have improved. We gave Vitality a run for their money at EPL, and we also ended up beating Mouse. But it's just this: we have 6 matches we have to play. So it's about getting some time now where we can rewatch. I think we have to look at all the games that we are playing in official as gold for us. We can take a lot of things away from the game, try and improve, and hopefully we will improve for what's coming up.
Yeah, and obviously what's coming up, biggest tournament of the year to be ending out of the year, that is the Budapest Major. Can you kind of just give everybody at home a run through of, other tournaments you have left remaining, any boot camps, any kind of plans for the rest of the season leading up to the Budapest Major?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we are now going to travel to Hong Kong after the game tomorrow, and then we'll see how it goes there, and then we'll have, I think, 10 days before Budapest, where we will obviously go all in on the major. It's also, we ended the season. There's been a lot of traveling, so we'll see what's best for our team, because it's been a long ride, and we have been working really hard, and I think we have also improved throughout the season. Even though we have high expectations of ourselves, but also from the world outside, giving the players that we have, I need to see some positives as well in how we have progressed since we started out in Cologne, and with new positions and Maxime coming in being only 17. So we live, we learn, and today was. Yes, we maybe didn't hit the best of level that we showed previously, but I have to give credit to Fury as well. They're on point.
Thank you so much, Sonic, for your insight. As always, commiserations once again. That is Falcons exiting here the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu.
I feel like there's a very candid take from Sonic, obviously disappointed in today's results, acknowledging the fact that they didn't play up to their best, but also giving credit to Furia. Not seemingly worried about the future. I think there's still room for improvement, as he said, but he believes that they can be ready for the major.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to take time, and you're going to need these reps, and especially Inferno is a clear weakness when it comes to playing the likes of Furia, Vitality, Mouse perhaps, like the best teams in the world. Sure, their Inferno is good enough to take on teams outside of the top 5, maybe top 10, whatnot, but it's going to be a problem when it comes to these sort of matchups. And yeah, absolutely, still a tournament right after this and then the major, but I think he could tell that it was Furia playing really well too, right? Like he had the feeling that they were running into, whenever they wanted to go, that's where Furia was strong. That's not obviously when you call around and you call a play, what you expect or what you hope for. So yeah, it's a bit of both worlds, and I think credit where credit is due on Furia for playing a tremendous game.
Speaking of calling, speaking of having the best caller on the server today, Furia caught up with Fallen after winning the game and booking a spot in the grand final.
Fallen, first of all, massive congratulations. What an insane way to close out this series. Can you walk me through your perspective of that last round?
Last round was we were trying to finish the game earlier, but they were playing well. We didn't really get too much chance to finish it. And last round was very basic, very vanilla. We just wanted to play slow, let things happen. We were splitting B with 2 players mid. Molodoi didn't want to go third B, he came mid, so he became a 3 mid 2 B. They pushed B, Kicksan got 2 kills. So yeah, we just wanted to play slow and try to get the round together and let things happen slowly, and I'm glad that it worked out. Marek, I think, got 2 kills on jungle, and Yuri clutched once again for us to finish the game.
Yuri was just having an absolutely insane performance. Can you tell me what it takes to get Yuri in this kind of zone? Because map 1, it was his all over, right?
It's the second time Yuri played very well against Falcons. It happened as well the last time. Now he has a little bit of a problem, allergy on the eye, so he was basically playing with one eye only. And that was enough to beat Falcons this time. Yuri, you're a god.
Absolute incredible stuff from him. I've got to ask about tomorrow, though. Vitality. You haven't managed to win against them for quite a while. Do you feel like you're ready to be taking down, what are the current kings of Counter-Strike?
Vitality is the big boss, They have been winning all the entire year. And I think we definitely need to play more games against them to be learning how to play with them. And yes, I think the game is going to be close. And if we're on a good day, we can win. Let's see how it's going to go.
Finally, anything you want to say to all the fans supporting you out there?
I would like to thank everyone for helping us to get here, all the sponsors, organization, all the staff here. It was amazing to play in the arena. Ni hao Jungguo for all the Chinese fans. Amazing to be playing here. And I hope you guys enjoy the final tomorrow.
Absolutely incredible work, Fallen. Congratulations. We'll be seeing you tomorrow.
The highest rated player on the server, apparently playing with one eye during this semi-final. I thought that throughout my entire career, Janko, so I'm not really
Yeah, I think great performance from him. You can tell just the happiness on Fallen's face, right? Like very excited to be in another grand final, their third final in the last 4 tournaments that they've played in. And the one other occasion was losing to Vitality in the quarters here at Pro League.
Janko, 6 months ago, I think everyone, including Fallen himself, was ready to retire. I think it was, being baked up to. He even said in a couple of interviews that he was strongly considering it, and maybe certain circumstances would have made him retire. Fast forward 6 months, he's playing on what's arguably the second best, third best team in the world, a team that could potentially win the major, and a team that's in a grand final of IEM Chengdu. How insane is that turnaround for a player in his age and with his career and his story?
I mean, it's crazy considering the change that Furia made, going international on top of everything, him relinquishing the op on top of all of that. It was like, what's going on here? Like, Forlan is going to be jumping B Mirage now. Kinder was in as a stand-in initially, but it worked so well. They just clicked. They just meshed so well. Molodoi is an insane prospect, and they've just been able to ride that high and get better with each tournament, get good wins, get a couple of trophies, and they might just as well get another one tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I know we had the bracket up earlier, and I would love to see the bracket one more time just to contextualize what we have left at IEM Chengdu. First and foremost, we have plenty of time to speak about the grand final tomorrow, but that third place decider between Mouse and Falcons, how hard do you think it is for the teams to come in and actually give their all? Because, as you said, I don't think Mouse is happy with a third place, and I sure as hell don't think Falcons are happy with it either.
I think it's going to be very difficult for both of these teams to motivate themselves. They're aiming for the trophy. They'll both be disappointed in how their semi-finals went, in the way in which they're played. And sure, and the staff is going to do their best to get the players up. Also, I mean, that's relatively early for Falcons, who've finished, it's 9 p.m. now, and they have to play at noon, right? So not much time to rest, not much time to prepare. And these games tend to be a bit more explosive, more YOLO moments, right? Like a bit faster paced. So I think it might be entertaining for the viewers, but honestly, I wouldn't put too much stock into it. Like whatever the result ends up being, not too much on the line for either of these teams.
Could you maybe even suspect that either the two teams would be willing to gamble a bit with the map pool, maybe test out a map and picking it against each other that you wouldn't necessarily in a semi-final?
That might be a decent approach. Also for Mouse, it's different because it's their last game before the major, right? So maybe that they approach it, in a different way. For Falcons, they have another tournament coming up, so yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's been an absolute pleasure watching Counter-Strike today. The first semi-final, obviously, between Mouse and Vitality was an absolute banger. Whereas for Furia, they kind of made it relatively quick versus Falcons, booking a spot into the grand final at IEM Chengdu. We're going to take some break. We're going to take a rest, and then we'll be back with a third place decider tomorrow morning, European time, tomorrow during the day in China. And, of course, the grand final of IEM Chengdu between Furia and Vitality in a best-of-5 game. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. lonely nights, a lot of tears, a lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils, we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters Chengdu in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, and Zowie.
Making history, absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Stroll's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Chengdu!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first step towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.